It's really, really challenging. I don't know. Members, you were in your chapter, whether an executive, it will be surprising that some executives are involved in this character. Let me say an attitude. But you were in your chapter, and you've been selected as a delegate to represent a number of members to take decision for them. And you are part of the Congress group, and you are not, sorry to say, honorables, responsible to the program to which you sign up for. Sometimes I don't know whether it is the delegate title which we find cool, or it is the responsibility of a delegate which we are mindful of. And it's like throughout this review process, personally, I'm not happy, and my NJC members are quite surprised, but I think that Congress has to do better. We have read Article 10 to the best of my understanding. If I'm right, congressmen and women can correct me. We have 2 articles. We have 2 appendices to work on today. Congress is ending today. And the LOC has given me up to 1 to 5 to finish this process. The time is 1:16. And I don't think we are even up to a quarter of the members who sign up for Congress. Sometimes we talk about our fathers and our leaders back home and all that, but I think Agrobeye Dani Franopao. And Honorable Clement Meboa. Agrobeye Dani Franopa. Inti was a see our student, you know. As a see our delegate, a chine bi wokope position bi wo baby. Now, during the interview, you will tell them that you were a delegate for this years, for so and so years, and I was a president for this year, but we refuse to fix our character right now. I think we have to advise ourselves. And this is the constitution which some members write petition to the NJC to explain. And when they are not in agreement with the decision by the NJC, a whole lot of things. We've not started, but I'll point out certain things clearly to members. We've not started yet, but 1:16, almost 30 minutes, almost 1:30. And the SG has to go through the pain of reposting messages in the group. Only timer, why did you sign up? It's not compulsory for you to be a delegate. And tomorrow, these same people, intellectuals, about grammar, we are very authentic. About Buka, we are very vibrant. Will come and tell the next NJC or the next group of executives that they are not doing well. Meanwhile, when it was your time for you to make changes, you never spoke. And you didn't take the process serious. When I go to the Congress page, I can see 136 members. When I come to the Zoom platform, I have 43 members. So what report are you going to give to your members as a delegate? And tomorrow, when you watch on TV and you see 5 members in parliament, you'll be telling, say, there are 2 Amama MPs, Omanko parliament. Only one difference being you and these parliamentarians and these people who are late are the same people who will not come early to listen to the standing orders to the instruction, and they will come and cause confusion. I'm not scared to say this. They are the same people who will come late. No more the brofo, abe confuse house because they were not privy to standard orders. And sometimes when I say any future leaders of Ghana, I think that the value is the same. And I'm telling you, we will do worse than what we are even saying. We will do worse. And please, Congressman, the NJC and me, the chair of this review process, will not take responsibility for anything and will not be responsible for anything happening on the floor of Congress. I believe and we believe we are doing our best, but we can force the horse to the river. We can't force it to drink. It's not good. Yeah, Honorable, I understand. I understand. Those of you here, you've really done well. The only way that we can find, Honorable, to finish what we have to do is for majority to be here. Let me state this clear. The reason why they said majority have to be here is because these are representatives for the various chapters. And in terms of decision, the majority from the various chapters is like majority of the number of chapters that we have or the members that we have. That is why we stress on majority. So there is no way we can do things with not even what the Constitution says. Sometimes people think the NJC is too straight and why don't we find a way? The way that we will find, someone will go and write a petition and say NJC for now, they be a constitution, or onka say NJC or boy Emma. No, Obeka say NJC for now, they be a constitution. On say young form Kurunkra or Moye review. That is it. But honorables, please, I can see some chapters here. I've seen a number of Genjo. I've seen a number of LOC members are here. Some NEC members are here. Hangzhou, Yichang, and Shanghai, and some other chapters. Please, if your president or your member is not here, you just call them. That it's time for us to go through the process again and probably or hopefully finish, though we have various proposals, but hopefully finish this constitutional review today and we know what to do. Because what we are doing on the floor of Congress, this is not it. It's not good at all. Not good. Thank you, honorable members.
Honorable NJC, we thank you for the advice and the talk. As it stands now, we still don't have the majority, so as the standing order goes, we'll also have to wait for the other members, other delegate members to join. On that note, I would ask the DJ to give us some music whilst we wait for the members. Thank you. Honorable Atokamna, please, can you give us some music? Thank you.
Your way, Wakawa no, Wamaya, your way, Wakawa no, Wamaya, your way, Wakawa no, Wamaya, your way, hallelujah, your way, Wakawa no, Wamaya, your way, your way, Wakawa no. He was in Cana, he was turning water into wine, he was in Galilee, he was healing the lepers, he was in Capernaum, he was casting the demon, he was in Judea, he was in Samaria, he was in Jerusalem, he was Nazareth, he was Bethany, he was in Bethsaida, he was. Right now, he get the Father in right hand side, they intercede for me then. Where he go come back and take him home, go ahead. You make ready, or you be not in the back. Oh yeah, that's what they do. On the last day, true believers shall be raptured. On the land, true believers shall be raptured. On the last day, true believers shall be raptured. On the last day, true believers shall be raptured. On the last day, true believers shall be raptured. Hey! Yesu Kristo amenyani minyani mo. Menyani minyayo. Yesu Kristo amenyani minyani marada. Menyani minyayarada. Yesu Kristo amenyani minyani mo. Menyani minyayo. Yesu Kristo amenyani.
Thank you, Honorable DJ, for the nice song. Honorable Congress, good afternoon. I believe you're all well.
Good afternoon.
Hope I can be heard.
Yes, sir.
Right, all right. So let's begin. Before we begin, I would like to call upon our Honorable Stephen from Nanjing to give us an opening prayer. There's a short one for us to open today's Congress with it. Then we go forward. Then have the various activities which we have for the set day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please let us pray. Our dear Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for how far you've brought us. Your grace and your mercy has kept us this far. We be committing today's meeting into your hands. And we pray that may grace abound unto us, that every discussion, every deliberation, every action of us, O God, shall be to your glory. May you cause your success to abound unto us even this day, and that in the end, glory and honor be unto your name. We thank you, we give you praise. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you for the short prayer. On that note, I would quickly call upon our EC, Honorable Eben from Nanjing, to give us the opening session so we actually go on with our Congress. Honorable EC, if you are around, please, we will need to open the elections. Honorable EC. Dr. Eben.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, you can be heard.
Problem with my listing. All right, good afternoon. And thank you all. It's been a little here and there, but we are still alive. So some few notices. My attention has been drawn by study. Please quiet, okay? My attention has been drawn to some few things, and just like our NJC representative was saying, Congress has a lot of people. We are not just here to vote. We are here to be participants, to represent our chapters. As such, we need to be part, especially in this constitutional review, so we get a better legacy. So on that base, we are going to have the election though, but then the time has been suspended. The due time will be communicated in that we are going to observe, this is not from only me, we are going to observe the number of people who are going to come, probably take count, and then we know those who are allowed to take part in the vote, because you cannot just come here, be interested in voting, and then you go away. We need to be responsible. So please, I will urge all aspirants to get to your people, tell everyone to log on to the Zoom so we can all contribute to the constitutional review. Then the voting will come on. Other than that, even if the voting comes on, a declaration will be delayed. And just like my honorable was saying too, we know those who know the law and those who know big English. They are all welcome to help. On that note, I will turn to EC business. I would want to share my screen. The time and date on should be ignored for now. I'm saying it again because originally we scheduled the time to 2 p.m., but then it will not work. Okay, let me edit it quickly before someone takes a screenshot of it and then uses it against me. So just a moment, I'll share my screen.
Honorable EC, please a moment before you share. I don't know if you've been made the code so that okay. I think you can share screen now.
Okay. Still disabled. I don't know.
Honorable Tech Team, can you please work on that? Tech Team, can you please work on that? Tech Team, can you please work on this for us? Honorable Benny, please, are you on air? If you are here, can you hear us?
Thank you. Let me finish checking.
Honorable EC, it looks as if the tech team is a bit busy. If you wouldn't be for worry, if you can just forward it to me so I share the screen for you.
Okay. Well, okay. I wanted everything to be read or seen. So let me read it from my end here. Now, and even it applies to the same thing. Many people didn't take part in the mock voting because I even wanted to share a live screen from the system for you to see the number of people who participated in the mock voting out of, I think, is it working now? Okay, good. So now I think, first of all, let me share the mock voting screen. Yeah, I hope you can see this is live from a NUGS-CHINA system now. Because I'm the EC, I have the administrative right to some access. So these are the number of people who participated in the mock voting. If you can see, in total, probably that will be about 44 people only participated, taking the vice presidential position. And even I think some people started the voting, they couldn't finish because looking at the screen, the Secretary General had a combination of 43 votes, that is, and then Vice President 44 votes and the rest. So we encourage you, when you start voting, you can go through the voting. When you are voting and then the screen cuts, it is okay. Log in again, the screen will take you automatically to where you ended your previous voting, and then you would continue from there. So let me share the other file also again. Word file, where's the Word file? Good. I hope you can see my screen again.
Yes, please.
Yes, please, we can.
Okay, what's happening? Good. Okay. So when it is very important, when you start, number one, it said you'll be given a special ID. It is very important that you take a screenshot after you finish the voting, just like I shared on Congress page, just in case in the future you want to make reference to it or you want to use it for any issue at all, that will prove that you voted and then everything was successfully. Number two, so that is, we have all these votes. I'll quickly jump. Now we will share a link for you. You copy this link and paste it in your browser. When you paste, first of all, it will give you the NUGS-CHINA screen. Click on the login button, enter your password and your username. Again, if you have challenge with your password and your username, contact the Secretary General. And please, let's keep the Congress page a little bit free. If you have a problem, don't paste it there directly. Contact her privately for her to sort you out so that we will be able to post the very important information there. If you are voting, like I said, and the screen cuts off for whatever reason, log in again. The screen will take you right to where your last voting ended and to continue. The system is designed that you can't vote twice. Yesterday, somebody was bombarding me after the manifesto reading about an issue that occurred during the award ceremony. Please, that was not within my range, but I can tell you I've been handling this for years. If you have problem, contact me directly. Don't speculate. I will say again, don't speculate because I will not take it lightly or kindly. So if you have any issue about EC, get to me first and let's sort it. Then we can go to the next step. So those are that about the elections. When you get to the portal to vote, let me share that part again. For those positions that have only one candidate, you will have, it's my browser, touch, share. For those who have just one candidate, like the presidential, you will have the president as a candidate and you have a no also below it. This is just to offer you the choice to decide whether you want to vote for the president or you wouldn't want to vote for the president. It applies to the vice, the Secretary General, Financial Controller, Organizer, with the exception of the women's commissioner or women's commission who have 2 candidates, so they will not have any no attached to them. You have the choice to choose between these 2. I'm hoping you can be able to do. So on that note, if there are 1 or 2 questions, I will allow, but then on that note, I'll say we were scheduled to start voting at 2 o'clock, but then we are looking at participation at Congress to give another time to start. We don't want to be that people are only interested in voting and then they go away. We should be interested in all business. So if there are questions, 1 or 2 for 5 minutes, I'll be glad to answer your questions before I go.
Okay, thank you, Honorable AC. Honorable Congressman, we would accept 2 questions in the next 5 minutes.
Just
Honorable AC, before we receive questions from the Zoom platform, I think there is a question on the WeChat page. If you can address that ASAP. Thank you.
Can you read for me? I have a whole lot of things to answer.
So there is an image being posted there, and it says, please, this is the problem I am facing. What is wrong with the system, please? And
what problem?
Unless you visit the page, because there is an image there which is
okay. Just like we said, we're supposed to start voting at 2 o'clock. So everything you have done, I showed it to you just now, right? So we are supposed to reset the system, clear all the votes you have done so that it wouldn't affect anyone. As I'm talking, my technical men are working on it. So I'll have to get back to them if they have started clearing your votes. Probably that is what is prompting you to that. Other than that, I can say there is no issue.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. There is a question in the chat box. And will the voting end at 5 p.m. from Nanajwa?
Last year, I think voting was only allowed for 2 hours or something. It was only today we decided to give you at least 4 hours. So for you to have enough time, please tell your people to log on. Then we can start voting immediately. But we are supposed to start at 5. If by the Constitution, the Electoral Commission has the right to determine the state of election. If we think by consultation, we will have to extend it after 5, we will do it. Other than that, we are not limited in terms of time or anything we decide. So make it easy for us to decide by getting your people on Congress page so we can start elections at 2 o'clock. Other than that, I'm sorry.
Honorable Isi, thank you. You keep saying my people, but they are our people. Thank you.
Well, I want to be part of them. I want to feel that I'm also part of them.
Thank you very much.
Any other question, please? Okay, so if there are no further questions, we will issue a letter. The only reason we have not issued a letter is the time. So we issue a letter with the time as soon as possible. And we are not doing it alone. We are consulting statesmen and executives and other people in order to work together. So please, you hear from us soon. I will say again, please, if you have any question, question about transparency, direct it directly to the EC, preferably me. If you have problems about voting, direct it directly to the Secretary General. She would help you. If you have problems about delegates, whether you qualify to vote or not, direct it directly to the Secretary General. We, the EC, only facilitate voting and elections. We don't determine who votes or who doesn't qualify to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable AC, for the explanation. We thank you for your time. So on that note, we would move to our next thing on the agenda. Honorable Sam, please, the current NJC secretary. Please, do we form a quorum now or we still have to wait for members to join? So we'll get on with it. Next activity.
Okay, hello, Honorables. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. I think the SG can help us with this because they have the total number of members in Congress and everything, so they can help us with this. But we need 2/3 of Congress for this. Yeah.
2/3 of Congress to Honorable NJC, please, if you can be clear, 2/3 of the total number of congressmen to start Congress, or 50%. That's what we want to be clear.
Okay, for Congress to converge is 50%, but for amendment we need 2/3 majority.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Kelvin from Gwanjo, I see your hand up. Please, you can unmute yourself and ask your question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Please, with regards to the election and the logging into the portal, I wasn't really clear with the explanation and the way forward to solving the problem.
Okay, please, which part weren't you clear, so that because the EC is still here, he's not left his post, so that we can quickly help him.
The issue that we are not able to log in, like when you log in into the portal, you don't get the information of voting and all those things. So I don't know.
I have your revision, but I beg you.
Honorable Seto, please. Honorable Seto, please, if you can mute yourself. Thank you. Honorable Kelvin, if I should understand your question, you said you are not able to see the information needed for you to vote, right?
Yes, please.
But are you able to log on onto the system?
Yeah, I'm able to log.
So if you log onto the system, you go to elections.
Yeah.
Go to elections, you're going to see chapter elections, you're going to see so you see
Honorable, can I come?
Okay. The AC is here, so I will leave it to you for it to continue.
Exactly. I just got my. I'm reading to you. Like I said, I'm working with my tech team, working together. Okay. So I'm reading directly. The guy's issue is because the time has ended. He should scan the QR code. So that was what I was trying to share my screen. You know, it's computer. We set time for it. We can set elections for next year right now in the system. Give it time. When the time starts, the system will be ready itself. When the time elapses, the system will go off by itself. That is the portion of the election. So what we did was that for the mock election, we gave a period. That was why we started telling you on the main page. So now, like I said, we're supposed to start voting at 2 o'clock. So we're supposed to end the mock voting and then reset the system. So mock voting, as was said, time has elapsed. So for now, I can say mock voting has ended. So please keep calm, don't try, because if you try, you will not have access. We have to set time now for the main election. And then when that time is up, you can try. Don't try it before that time we tell you, and don't try it after the time we give you. This is a system. No human can interfere. When we tell it 2 o'clock, it will only give you 2 o'clock. So for now, all mock voting, all elections are on hold until you are told to start. Thank you very much.
Hello, Honorable EC. The issue is that I started entering even as of 12 something, and I've not been able to go through it. So there is a problem with the technical thing that is happening. So please look at it very well before we go in for the 2 o'clock election thing.
I understand you. Others have voted successfully. So it means you have your own peculiar problem. And we gave a directive that everyone should consult the Secretary General.
I'm not the only person.
Please relax. Honorable, are you relaxing? We gave a directive. Have you consulted the Secretary General? Did you consult the Secretary General? You see, if like I've been telling you,
they said we are addressing the issue on Congress. So that's why I'm here, to also have the share of the address.
So don't worry. Like I have said, now the time has elapsed for voting. What you can do is that try to enter your system and make sure that you can be able to access your system. When we start the main voting at 2 o'clock, just keep calm, contact us if you have an issue, and we will help you. Are we okay for now?
That's okay.
Honorable Kelvin, please, are you okay with it?
It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you, Honorable Kelvin. Honorable SG, please, per the earlier consultation with the NJC, they advised us to contact you to know the number of people to which we have, so we can actually commence. Thank you, Honorable SG. So, Honorable Sam. Honorable Sam.
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. The SG just confirmed that we form a quorum and that we can start. But based on, so I think we can do something from your end. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity one more time. I'm not sure, but Honorable, in case of anytime you can't hear me, please let me know, okay, so that I can adjust things here. Okay, Honorable LOC.
All right, all right, all right.
Thank you.
We like your background too. It's quite, you know.
Yeah, I like my sax, so thank you. Maybe one day I'll perform for Congress before Congress begins, but let's see.
Okay. Before it ends.
Okay, Honorable sir, thank you so much for coming on board, and thank you for one more time the time for this process. Before we continue, we would like to state something as NJC members and make things very clear to Congress. Every time that we finish the constitutional review, we NJC members have a sitting on them. And these are our proposals and what we've observed. Certain members come online just to form quorum and they leave. Number two, certain members also don't talk at all, but they vote, and we can vote on a critical issue. Some will vote against or for the motion which hasn't been discussed on the floor of Congress. And when we call for them to explain why they voted, for Congress to know where the loopholes are, you and I know that we have silence in Congress. People don't talk at all. Though they voted for a decision, we've realized a lot of attitude towards this constitutional review. But NJC want to give an advice based on our constitution. This document which we are working on is for the next 5 years. Maybe some of us will be students, and maybe one day, you'll be an executive in charge of this. If there are loopholes, know that you and I we had the opportunity to amend this constitution and solve all the critical issues. But because of one attitude or the other, if we continue like this, we will not be able to achieve a great result for the constitutional review. The NJC is putting much effort for us to achieve a tentative document, but the decision per our constitution still lies on Congress if we really want to have a tentative document or we still want a document with loopholes in it. So, congressmen and women, our attitude towards this constitutional review process must be changed. Let's bring our ideas on board so that all the things that you've talked about in the past, that there were loopholes in this constitution, we solve them right now. That is within our means to do that. If not, the current NGC and me, myself, representing the chairman of the NGC, we will not be responsible for these loopholes.
What exactly are you getting yourself into?
We want to talk about decisions that Congress made, 2 of them. Briefly, Article 7, we voted for an option which talks about good record. An elder statesman must be someone who is of good record before the person is recognized as an elder statesman. And honorables, if you remember, I pushed and pushed and pushed for us to define what is good record in our constitution, and we didn't have any response. Article 7 clause 1. This is the decision of the NJC. There is nowhere in the constitution that talks about elder statesmen being impeached or being denied. There is no criteria for that. All the criteria in the constitution are for people who are in office to be suspended, to be impeached, or to be removed from office. If you check our constitution well, there is nowhere that talks about members who are elder statesmen. And therefore, if we don't define what we mean by good record, the future NJC will find it a problem to write a verdict on any cases relating to elder statesmen. This is the issue, because every verdict that you write must be backed by constitution, and every terminology that you state must be backed by the constitution. And we didn't define good record in the review process. So the future NJC cannot use a clause or an article which is binding on people in office to impeach or suspend or deny anyone a position if the person is out of office. So if we don't define this terminology, we are not going to achieve what we want to achieve as congressmen and women. Number 2 is about the word utilized, which I think in Article 10 plus 1. Now, we talked about this in the objectives, and this was one of the critical issues. A proposition was made, but honorables, I refer you to Article 25, if you can go and read the duties of the NJC in relation to this constitution, Article 25 plus 11A. The Judicial Committee shall have jurisdiction in all matters relating to interpretation and enforcement of this constitution. And I want to talk about one which talks about we giving advice and recommendations. Sorry, honorables. Thank you. Article 25 clause 12A. The Judicial Committee shall have power to give advisory opinions to the executive body or any other committees on any legal issue on request. Now, and also with the interpretation of the Constitution, honorables, we have the mandate to allow Congress to know certain things about what we do or what we are doing. The word utilization of records sends us to the role of the various official bodies. And you can refer to the role of the Secretary General in Article 17, the role of the officers of NEC. Article 17, clause B, sorry, Article 17, clause 3B. He or she shall take custody of all documents and records of NUGS-CHINA, except those relating to finance, and shall properly index them for transfer to the incoming NEC. When you look at the word custody, it has a definition, and one of the core definitions of custody is to protect. So what we are seeking to define in our constitution in the word utilize is already in the work of the SG. So the proposition or the amendment which was proposed that we should define utilize in the objectives of the union is already done in the work of the Secretary General. And therefore, defining utilize in Article 10 Clause 1 is not a great decision for our constitution moving forward. Now, the third thing which the NJC would like to point out to Congress, according to our constitution amendments, please, and this case is very critical, NEC members, LOC, let's take a critical look at this. I know voting is going on. I've gone through the program today. After voting, we're going to have declaration of results. We're going to have swearing in today. But we want to make this clear to Congress. Article 38, clause 2, NEC may initiate a total review of the whole constitution after every 5 years when it deemed necessary. Clause 4, Congress shall, upon receipt of the proposed amendment, debate and adopt it, but not less than 2/3 majority of members present and voting. In relation to these two clauses, this Congress marks the 5 years of amendment. And this amendment should be done in this Congress, unless, of course, the chair wants to move for another emergency Congress to be conducted in future. But according to our constitution, this amendment should be done in this year at this Congress. And from this year forward, this constitution, the new constitution, will be the binding document of the next administration. We stand to be corrected, but this is our position, meaning that the new executives will have to be sworn in by a document which they are going to work with. And therefore, if we don't finish this process today, the NJC would like to suggest that all other programs which we have, maybe we might have a problem with it. So we will suggest to Congress, to the NEC, to the LOC, that they should make room for us to finish this, because in our constitution, we should finish this at this Congress and at this time. Thank you. This is the position of NJC towards these three significant matters. Now, in order to facilitate our work, we want to amend one of the standing orders as written in Appendix 1, because today we want to finish this. This is our modality to finish. We mentioned that we will give members the time to debate. At first, we didn't give numbers, but please, we would like to plead with Congress that we want to reduce the number to 3 people to debate on the floor of Congress, after which a decision or voting is done. So we want to restrict the numbers to only 3 because of the time constraint, because we have, Congress said we should, the LOC said we should close at 5 for the amendment. So we are closing at 5. So we want to restrict the numbers to 3 people. This is the suggested amendment before the House of our standing orders and the other 3 issues. We will give the floor for members to talk about it, and we will start the process very quickly. Thank you, honorables. So if you have anything to say about this submissions, please, you can raise your hands. Today we expect a lot of involvement and a lot of devotion towards this process for us to have a tentative document moving forward. Thank you. And if you have anything also to counter what we've said, the decision lies on Congress. Thank you. Hello, please, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, Honorable Congressman, as the NJC had said, he's thrown the question to the floor. Are we agreeing to the suggestions to which he's made? If yes, please let's speak out. If no, let's also speak out so we know how to go about this whole thing and then how to make it a success to help all of us. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Stephen Osaya Piananjin delegate, please, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, the Chair of the House, and greeters all. Honorable Chair, I agree with the issue that we are supposed to finish up with the legal documents since the new elected executives would have to be sworn in with a legal document. And so it is very necessary and of topmost priority that we get this done at once and immediately. But I beg to differ on the issue that we have to have at most 3 people debating on an issue. From what I've experienced in this Congress, that sometimes it turns out that the debate and arguments are not so clear at a point in time. So I would beg that if it could happen that we have more of, by discretion per how the argument moves. And so we can keep we don't become so strict on having 3 people. That's my argument. And so by discretion, how the debate is moving, because sometimes I realize that the argument is not so clear, and so it still leaves people in doubt and uncertainty and all that. So if we would move with more of discretion rather than so much fixing on the 3 people. Thank you very much.
Okay, Honorable Stephen, thank you for your submission. Just a follow-up. How many people do you suggest, please? Because of our time constraints, how many people would you like to suggest?
That's why I was saying that I would suggest it should be more of a discretion per the issue on board. Some issues might be very sensitive and some issues might be less sensitive. So I was thinking we can keep the 3 as our yardstick or as our guide. But then per sensitive issues, maybe we can have a discretion to at least allow some use. Yes, that's
okay.
my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Well noted. Honorable Gideon Hanjo, please, you have the floor. Thank you, Honorable Stephen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stephen already touched on the first thing I wanted to talk about. So my suggestion would be you rather allocate a time so that if within 3 or 5 minutes is 10 people who will talk to bring finality to the matter, then that should be it. So I prefer you give a time for the discussion or a debate on the floor. So that's just about that. And about we getting or finishing up with proceedings. Like you're saying, the onus will be on us if we don't do a very good job, and there are loopholes still in the Constitution. So rather than have the target of finishing up everything, what if we are not able to because of time? Yeah, so we should keep that in mind, so that I propose that we could have an emergency Congress to finish up, because for the past 4 or 5 days, it looks like we've hanged on to a very few portions of the Constitution. So looking at the remaining ones, I don't think we can finish today if it goes at the same pace, looking at what we've had in the past. So the onus lies on us again as Congress to decide that if we don't finish, then we set aside another time to debate and then be able to review this amendment successfully. So that's my suggestion so far. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, honorables, for your responses. Okay, thank you. I think we are done with. So, honorables, now we're going to take a vote on the standing orders, which we sought to review. Do you agree that we should limit it to 3 and still maintain the rest of them? Yeah, or we should make it open, as Honorable said, Honorable, I think Stephen said, based on discretion, based on the issue to be discussed. Let's take a vote on this and we move forward to the Constitution straight away. And we talk about the good record and the utilize. Whether Congress will still like to maintain them or define them, then we know what to do. Yeah, before we take votes on that too. So let's tech team, I don't know if you are ready. Let's take a vote whether we would like to restrict it to 3 members or we like to go with by discretion based on the issue. Yeah, today we don't want to, we just go straight into voting after debate. Tech team, please, are you ready? Before I move the motion. Honorable Benny.
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Thank you. Honorables, so I, Samuel Ofosudena, move the motion for Congress to vote on standing order which the NJC seeks to amend to restrict members to restrict the numbers to 3 people to debate on the floor of Congress. Congress are voting either to accept or to reject this motion. When you vote accept, it means that we should restrict the numbers to 3. If you reject the motion, it means that we are rejecting the number 3 and we are basing our decision on discretion. Okay, please, is the motion clear before the House, before a seconder? Is it clear?
Yes, please.
Okay, the motion is I, Samuel, move the motion for Congress to vote on the NJC's decision to restrict numbers of congressmen and women who can debate on the floor of Congress on a particular review to 3. Now, if you vote accept, it means that you are voting for the motion for the numbers to be restricted to 3. If you vote reject, it means that you are rejecting the number 3 and discussions must be based on discretion. Okay, any seconder to this motion, please?
Yes, I do second.
Please, what's your name?
Nana Kwesi.
Nana Kwesi. Thank you. Thank you. Tech team. Thank you. Congress, in our last sitting, decided to go by majority. So we have 67-33. So with that being done, congressmen and women have agreed that the numbers to debate on a particular review should be restricted to 3. Thank you, honorables. Now let's go straight into the Constitution according to what has been proposed. Honorable SG, please, are you here? Can you please help us share your screen and members will have access to the review? Honorable SG, thank you. Okay, honorables.
His or her screen. Okay, thank you.
Okay, honorables. Now the next vote that we're going to take, because today we're going straight to the point. Honorables, please move to Honorable, the one sharing the screen. Thank you. Please, can you move to Article 7, which, Article 7, which we talked about last time before we just look at them, whether Congress will still like to maintain their position or Honorable Tony Shian, please, Honorables, did you see the voting on your screens? Honorable Tony says he didn't see it.
Yeah, I did.
How many members did? Hello, Honorables. Oh, Nanajua didn't. Okay. Do we have majority of the House who did, or majority were denied? We're not able to, sorry, not denied. We're not able to vote. Because, okay, a lot of them. Okay. Honorable Benny, what do you think is the problem? Because a lot of members did, but some didn't. Honorable Benny.
They didn't receive the pop-up.
Yeah, that's what they are saying.
Let me relaunch it again. Let's try it.
Should we vote again?
Let's try it. Let's see if everybody will receive it. So
okay, try again, but let's maintain this vote and let's try it for the next vote because of time. Let's maintain this.
All right, okay.
Yeah, honorables, let's run a trial, okay, to foster the next votes, but let's maintain what has been done already because of time. Honorable Benny, display a vote and let's see if every member will be able to have access to it, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable, for letting us know. Okay, I can see something on my screen. Is it that for everyone too?
Yes, please.
Okay. Who didn't receive it?
I can also see us all. I can also see us all.
Please, I still can't see mine.
And I think that's not sure.
Yeah, maybe it will be a connection problem.
Yeah, hello, Chair. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please. Please, you can go ahead.
Yes, the Chair House, I just wanted to give just what I observed. I realized that when you move away from the main screen and maybe you're at the chat session, I think you might probably miss the polls, the projection. That's what I experienced for the first one.
Recording.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so honorables, please always be on the main screen. Okay, don't move to any, because yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, other members have confirmed. Okay, honorables, straight to Article 7, Clause 1, Elder Statesman. All past chapter and national executive who have completed their program of study shall be elder statesman of NUGS-CHINA until any in a written statement to the national secretary wishes otherwise. The review was that there should be a distinct qualification on who should be an elder statesman, since some executive members end their tenure with a dent on their reputation. We suggest it should be executives with good record. Congress voted that we should maintain good record, but we didn't define it. The agencies of the decision that not defining it leaves no room for us to know what qualifies someone as good record. Congress still didn't define this process, define this word. Please, Congress, do we seek to maintain it or we seek to define it? Let's take a vote on this, and because Congress has already decided, and let's take a vote on this, or no, sorry. Let's give three members to talk about this. Maybe they will say something about the decision of the NGC, but if we seek not to define it, it's also okay. We can move forward Okay, so first 3 hands to be raised will be considered for this debate. If you have something to say about this, Congress has already decided, but the NJC's position is not a good decision for us because it leaves no definition for the future NJC to work by and for the union to work by. Okay, Honorable Tony Shian, you can go ahead in less than 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity given to me to convene on this matter. Please, I think my definition of good standing should be during your term of office, or maybe after you've finished your office and handed over. There shouldn't be any situation whereby there's embezzlement of funds and other stuff where you couldn't even organize programs for your members. You're just there, just like I'm the president, so I'm just there. Didn't organize any program, just not even a single one. And members also complaining about stuff that you're not doing. Like sometimes here in my chapter, people were complaining that they were not getting other stuff. They are just paying dues. But then me personally, I renewed my passport with NUGS, which is a benefit I gained, which other members too gain. And this is some works that we are looking forward for other executives to engage their members into. You can let them know that you can have benefits like this, such as this ones, and not just there spending funds and all that. I think that's my review on being a good standing executive. And it goes for all the executives, being it president, general secretary, financial controller, or anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable, a point of correction. It wasn't a good standing, but good record. I think you kind of got confused with it, but yeah, your point is made clear. Yeah, thank you, Honorable Tony. Okay, yeah, Honorable Nash, Easy, you can go ahead, please.
Hello, Chair.
Yes, please, you can go ahead.
Good day.
Good day to you too.
I just want to make a simple decision. I don't know. Why might we define that good record? I think it should be there for the legal brain. Like if a lawyer take it, he will be able to interpret it. If it's something that we need to define almost everything like such good record, I think we'll have a big constitution. So why can't we just leave it like that and allow the legal people to interpret it for us when it's necessary? That's my guess.
Okay, thank you. Honorable, I think maybe if you were here, you would have been privy to some of the explanation I made. I don't know if you were here from the beginning. Everything
I've been available since, I don't know. I listened to everything. But it seems we are on this particular thing and it's taking us so long. We are still having a lot of things to do, and the hours that we are using to do those things it's not even enough.
Hello, Honorable.
Yeah.
Hello, Honorable. Please, let me make this clear. We are not on this for so long. We just started. We just started
this
today.
Particular one, we did it last. We couldn't finish it. Not today. This particular good records. We started it last week. And it took us a long period of explaining, go back from there.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your submission. Thank you. Honorable, according to the constitution that we have now, it doesn't give the NJC the permission to review this constitution. It doesn't give us that permission. It gives Congress the power to do that. If it was the NJC's work, we would have done it a long time and presented it before Congress. So as it stands now, you and I have the power to do this work. And therefore sending it to, and then please, let me finish, please, Honorable. Okay. And if you want to make a submission, you can raise your hand.
Okay.
And that is why every amendment that has been proposed is brought before Congress. We as NJC can give our advice on it. And that is what we are doing. But we don't have the power to take this constitution into our closet and begin to work on it for Congress. It doesn't give us that mandate yet. That is why we seek for Congress to explain what they mean by embezzlement, mean by good record, so that if tomorrow a verdict is written, this was the decision of the whole union, not of the NGC. There are stories to tell, but to cut things short. That is why we maintain this position. Thank you, Honorable Nash. Honorable Ameyao, please, you can go.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, please, we can hear you.
Yes. For me, I feel like I mean the Constitution has outlined the main duties of the executives, right? So I think that it should be something that guides every executive through their I mean the tenure of their office, right? So I feel like at the end of their tenure, if nothing is brought before the NJC or no complaint is put before the NJC with regards to the discharge of the duties of any executives, I think nothing has dented the person's reputation unless something is presented in front of the NJC, and then that particular executive is found wanting in a way. Like, I mean, looking at what the person was supposed to do according to the Constitution, maybe the person falls short of it, then maybe the NJC would consider, removing that person as an elder statesman. But otherwise, if the person does not fall short of, his responsibilities as stipulated by the Constitution, and also has not in any way engaged in any sort of anything that breaks the rules of China, because we're in China, we need to consider that too. Then I think there should be nothing that stops a person from being an elder statesman. So I think that we should not look at it as, yes, the person has to do something to be called an elder statesperson, but I think we should be looking at it from the angle where the person has not done anything to dent his reputation. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Yeah, you are making sense. Actually, what you are saying, I think, is in when you act in breach of your oath of office. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. One honorable made a comment. Honorable Eben Chendu, can Congress give the NJC the power to define good records for us? Yes, Congress can do that according to Article 2518. We can. He said, Article 2518, the Judicial Committee shall perform other responsibilities as may be determined by Senate or Congress. So, Honorable Eben, Congress can do that for the NJC to define what is good record, but Congress has to decide on it. So, yes, yeah. Yes. Honorable Muhyiddin, you are the last, but no, I think 3 people have spoken. Nash.
Yes, 3 people are spoken.
Yeah, 3 people. So Honorable Muhyiddin.
Can I also speak, or we should just ignore and move on? Can I come on? Can I be heard?
You can be heard, Honorable.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Actually, I have 3 or 4 points as the attributes of good records. 1, I look at it from an executive who exited without any financial misappropriation. And 2, an executive who exited with integrity, that is abided to the Constitution of NUGS-CHINA. And then 3, looking at duties of that particular person is well executed to the utmost without any ill responsibilities. And the 4th one has to do with the person has abided to the dictates and rules of the Republic of China. These are the 4 which is coming to buttress what Honorable Amiao just raised. Thank you.
Okay, please, can I be heard? Hello?
Yes, please.
You can be heard.
Thank you, Honorable Dean, for your suggestions. Honorable Dean, can you help us type them in the group, in the chat? Honorables, I have a suggestion. because of time, Honorable Eben mentioned a very significant point, and we've noted all the suggestions that have been given. Honorables, I want to suggest something. If you permit, per the Constitution, you permit NJC to take all these suggestions that have been suggested, okay, to consider all of them and sort them out and define good records. And during the final reading of the Constitution, Congress will, how do I say it? Congress will vote on whether they accept the definition that NJC gave per the reviews that have, or per the suggestions that have been given by congressmen and women. I have that suggestion according to Honorable Eben's suggestion. Some suggestions have been given. So I was thinking if Congress can give the NJC the permission for us to go through them and choose which one should be, should be defined, which one should define good record, then we present them before Congress during the final reading of the reviewed Constitution. If Congress will permit the NJC to do that, because according to Article 2518, to shorten the time for us, you can give us work to do. Honorable Amaya, are you talking on this same thing, on what I've suggested right now? Okay. Honorable Eben.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. So I was proposing is that we should look at what we should not consider what the person has done, because per the Constitution, the person who was a past executive qualifies to be, but let's look at what the person has done to make him not qualify.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Honorable Lydia said, yeah. Okay. Honorables, if you agree to this, one can move a motion and there will be a seconder. And yeah, I think this one can be a motion and a seconder. And we, Honorables, one more time. No, Congress voted on a decision. Sorry, Honorables. Congress voted on a decision and we seek to develop on the decision. So it's not like a change of decision. So we don't have to vote. So let me explain this, okay? But you are giving us work to define. So, Congressman, one can move a motion and it will be a secondary move forward. Please, who wants to move the motion to allow NJC to define this terminology according to the suggestions given by Congress? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, please.
This is Victor Agbesi, Chendu delegate. I move the motion for NJCA to take actions of the on the matter in front of the House. Thank you.
Any seconder to this motion?
I, Suleiman Army, will second the motion.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Honorables. Thank you. So that is done. Honorable, let's go to Article 10. Okay, let's go to what we have to continue. Thank you. Article 10 clause 1. Honorable Clement. Okay, thank you, Honorable Muhyiddin. Yeah, it has displayed here. Okay, Article 10 clause 1. Okay,
NJC, is it okay? No, is it okay?
Yes, please, it's okay. Yeah, Article 10 clause 1. Okay, move down, move up, sorry, up. The next one is about the word utilize. Okay, the word utilize, the member was seeking that we define the word utilize because of privacy issues. And the NJC is of the view that this word utilize. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We can.
This word utilize, which we seek to define, is already defined in the work of the SG. Congress voted that we should define this terminology utilize to include privacy matters. Now, this work is the work of the SG, and it has been made clear in the responsibility of the SG. do Congress want to still go ahead and define this utilize and to assure members of privacy? Or do we still go by the already existing definitions in the Constitution with regards to the work of the SG? Is the next thing before Congress? Do we seek to still define this word utilize? Or we can go ahead with the work that has been entrusted by with the work that has been entrusted to the SG in the Constitution? Honorable Mayor, you can go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't lower my hand after the other. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Please, do we still seek to define this word, or we can go ahead by what the Constitution has already said concerning the SG keeping custody of our documents and any other records?
Oh, Honorable Chair, if I may, I can't raise my hand because...
Yeah, you can go ahead, please.
Right, thank you very much. I think what we can do here is just to put into bracket, not necessarily define the word utilize, but we can put into bracket the said article that emphasizes on the word utilize, so that in reference of that, we can equally and quickly make references to the above article. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Lydia, you made a suggestion in the chat group that we can change the word. Please, which word do you propose? Honorable Lydia, Jenjo, which word do you propose so that we can also hear from you? Honorable Lydia. Okay, Congressman, please, do we seek to still define? And if you want us to define, please propose a definition so that we can go very fast on this, please. Honorable Mayor, you can go ahead. Shanghai.
Yes, I think that as you said, it has already been defined. I mean, it has already been stipulated in the Constitution that the SG, has custody of those things. So she is answerable to if someone's information is used wrongly, right? So I stand to be corrected though, but I think that maybe usually if somebody's information or vital information is to be used, the person must be contacted, for the person to give approval, right? So I think that we can just, it's a suggestion that where we use utilize, we can just put into bracket maybe with consent of, the person somewhere, so that the person knows that at least even if your information is going to be utilized for anything, the person will be contacted. And maybe that will make the person feel, or maybe make us feel okay with it,
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Honorables. Okay, Honorable Muhyiddin, you can go ahead.
Yes, I want to suggest that the word utilized in reference to the ethics of data can also be used to define the utilize, so that like Honorable Clement Nanjin said, so that that particular explanation or that particular thing can be in maybe in brackets alongside with utilize, so that utilize would not be compromised in future.
Okay. So now, in moving forward, can we propose some things that should be in bracket or a way to replace it? Because that is what Congress seeks to achieve. So can we propose? Honorables, let's propose something because that is what we voted for. Can we propose, please? Into bracket what, or which word to replace utilize? Yes. Now it's time for us to propose something. Yes. I don't know if Honorable Stephen is talking. Okay. Yeah, Honorable Stephen, or say Apia, Nanjing delegate. You can go ahead, please.
The chair of the House. I want to agree with one of the earlier honorables that made mention that we add the consent to it. So if I think consent makes it more reassuring. Yeah. So if we could just put in utilized with consent. Yeah, as he has written, with consent by the party involved. Yeah, somebody has already written that with the party involved or used in consent with the party involved. I'm sure that will give a reassurance to us. Yes. Thank you very much.
But this consent, just for a clarification, this consent by the party involved is when the data is being used is going to be used for external purposes, right? Or internal purposes too? External purposes, okay.
External purposes, yes, please.
Okay.
I think, yes.
Okay. With consent, so if you are modifying it, with consent by the party involved with respect to external purposes, something like that, right?
Yes, please. Yes, please. I think that would be best.
Maybe, okay. Thank you. Okay, Congress, Muhyiddin, Code of Ethics. Okay, thank you. Congress, okay, I think all those, good. So what we're going to do is, do we all agree that we should make it utilize into brackets with consent by the party involved? What if it's emergency and the party can't be reached? Honorable Lydia, Congress is still before us.
What if it, Honorable Chair, if I may?
Yes, please. What if it's emergency and the party can't be reached?
If it's an emergency and the said party can't be reached, the said information cannot be used. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Honorable. So now I think we've already done this and we've already voted on that. Now Congress is saying, sorry, there have been suggestions that the word utilized should be in there should be a definition. So the definition that has been proposed is with consent by the party involved with respect to data being used for external purposes. Okay, good. Now, if Congress will agree, someone will move a motion for this, a seconder, then we move forward. Because we've already voted on this. So we are moving a motion for us to include in the Article 10. Is it Article 10? Objectives. I think so. Sorry, honorables. Yeah, please, we can still move the motion. Congress, where your motion move? Yeah, so Article 9, Article 10, Clause 6.
Honorable Chair, if I
will move the motion that we define the word utilized into brackets by adding consent.
Okay, good. So I will. Okay, good. Any seconder to this motion?
Honorable Clements and Nanjing delegate, from Nanjing and an LOC member, do you hereby second?
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you for this. Thank you. Now let's move to the next one. Thank you, Honorables. So we are moving forward. In Clause 7, to collaborate with other students' associations, professional bodies, and other groups on any issue of mutual academic interest and benefits to its members. Now the review suggestion. Not much has been done to promote friendship between Ghana students and students in China as stated in Clause 4. Okay, accordingly, it was suggested that one member of the NEC should be assigned a specific role to ensure that this objective is achieved. Okay, good. Now, in order for us to not complicate, let's go to the rules of the executive to see whether this hasn't been made clear. And if not, then we can further have deliberations over it. Duties of NEC, Article 17. That is lazing the neck with the union with other student bodies. Let's see. Honorables, you can take your constitution and go through Article 17 if you can find if any of our officers were given that responsibility, so that we don't even go ahead debating over it. To make it short. To make it short. Honorables, if you find such article in, especially the president and the vice president, you can let us know. Article 17, clause 1.
Would you want me to move to the said article?
Yeah, maybe some members don't have the constitution. Yeah, Article 17. But I'm presupposing everyone has the constitution. I'm not sure. The national president shall preside over Congress, NEC activities, and other official meetings, activities, and functions of the NEC, of the NUGS-CHINA. In the absence of the president, the vice president shall act as the national president, who shall preside over bodies mentioned in this. Article 17(1) clause D, he or she shall be the official spokesperson of NUGS-CHINA unless otherwise delegated by him or her. Isn't it kind of a representative of the union to other, liaising us with other, isn't it the same? I stand to be corrected. And also clause F, he or she shall represent Ghanaian students in China at the national level where such representation is required. Please, Congress, let's talk. And also in the vice president, clause 2, the national vice president D, the vice president shall perform any additional duties consistent with the provision of this constitution assigned to him or her from time to time by Congress, Senate, NEC, or the president of NUGS-CHINA. Yeah, I think. Okay, Honorable Benny. Honorable Collins, yes, please, are you here? Is Honorable Collins here?
Yes, I'm here.
Good. Honorable, thank you. During the academic conference, did you invite any student association or something?
Okay, so with regards to that, the committee normally invites other external organizations and bodies. So NEC does the sending of invitations to those bodies. So we do send to them. So it's like it's coming from NEC. So the letter is issued from NEC.
Okay, but which officer is in charge of that specifically?
So there is no specific person in charge of that. All that we do is once the committee is able to identify anybody that will be of help to any program, they just inform the NEC, and then the NEC does the official communication. That is what is done.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Can I come in? I have a hand out.
Okay, Honorable, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, my brother. I think generally this whole responsibility will fall under the purview of the national president when you look at his functions and the way they are overlapping. But as is indicated, he can delegate any of that such function to any other what they call member, including the executive. So it is within his purview, but he can delegate squarely. He can ask the vice president to do that. He can ask the secretary to do that. And then any other executive member can ask even chapter president to take that on their behalf. So I think it falls within the mandate of the president, because he's the overseer of the whole union. And then he is supposed to liaise between us and the rest of the world. So it falls under his purview. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Congressman, any additional contributions? The president has explained it to us, and the honorable member has also expounded on it. Okay, with no other contribution, now let's vote. Do we accept or reject this review? And if we accept, we know what to do, according to what has been said so far. I wanted us to have a brief idea about it and how the union works so that we can make our decision. Thank you. Now, I, Samuel Ofosudonyina, move the motion for Congress to either accept or reject the review under Article 10 Clause 7 of the NUGS-CHINA Constitution, according to the deliberations that have been made before Congress. Any seconder to this motion, please?
I second the motion.
Anyone can second, please.
I, Tony Menu, also second the motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Congress team. Tech team. So if you vote accept, it means you're accepting the review. If you vote reject, it means you're rejecting the review, please. And I want to commend Congress for our attitude today. Thank you. Let's keep it going. Nyame boa yibewi.
Nyame boy.
Nyame boy.
Come on.
Yes, please. Honorable.
Hello. Yes, I beg you. I think when a motion is raised, an issue is raised like that, and there are no general objections to it, we just go unanimous and then so that we can move ahead instead of voting all the time. If there are no objections, it's unanimous. We all agree and they will move ahead. That's my suggestion, please.
Yeah, thank you. According to the Constitution, when an amendment is given, we should vote, not actually going ahead. We have to vote then. Yeah, I understand what you are saying, but we don't want to put ourselves in a situation where...
Honorable Chair.
Yes, please. Yes,
I
please.
second what the gentleman is saying. The voting has not been defined in this particular process. So if Congress, everybody say, yeah, maybe everybody raise their hand. Unanimous is also part of voting. It can be yeah, or it can be voice, or it can be this thing. So it's not defined. So I second him. Unanimous, Congress says that, and we can input it as one of the of maybe the standing orders. Then we'll move on.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, you know, we are not in a defined room for us to have unanimous, especially some people still vote no. Right?
Okay,
and if everyone is to
let's
raise
carry
their
on.
hand,
It's okay, it's okay. Let's
it
carry
means
on.
we have to
No,
count.
let's carry on.
Good. So okay, Congress is accepting the motion. Okay. Okay, thank you. Honorable Boama, please, what are you raising your hands to?
Yes, sir. It is based on what you said and what my honorable members also said. I think 3 days ago, you agreed that we are not going to go by the 3/3, and Congress agreed to it, even though it was part of the Constitution that we should go according to 2/3 of the casted vote. But we agreed because of time and for the purposes of this Congress that we are going to go with majority. So the same thing, I suggest the same thing could be applied here, that instead of voting, once there is no counter or like there's like nothing to counter what the motion or the review is, we can still go ahead and avoid time and save some time, and instead of going back to vote, wait for results and all that. My humble suggestion, if it's been accepted. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Now, okay, to rule on that case as the chair, let's see if, okay, honorables, give me 1 minute so that I can give an appropriate ruling, please. Appendix 1 of our standing orders regarding amendment. Okay, honorables, when it comes to amendments, it is not in the standing orders of amendment, right? It's this is a very difficult decision. Because right now, even the case before us, though members sought to reject, according to the debates, members sought to reject, but Congress has accepted. Right? Honorable LOC, am I right? According to the results we saw. And I think Congress has accepted the motion.
Yes, I also saw that accept is more than reject.
Yeah, but the debate suggested that we reject, right?
Yeah, the debate was reject or accept, but the rejection is couldn't.
It's 30% and accepting is 70%. So if we are going unanimously, that means people are not really going by the debate on Congress, but they also have their decisions to make.
They don't have decisions. They are not. They are not. Following pace. Because if they have decisions, they don't say. They don't say it to the hearing of Congress, but they only put it into vote, which is very confusing.
Yeah. Yeah. So if we are to go
maybe
by
they did not
unanimous,
understand. Honorable Chair, you can explain it again so that we vote again. Maybe some people didn't understand. I want to believe that some people did not understand. Kindly let's look at it, explain, and let's vote on it again.
Yeah. Okay. Honorable Yisha, please help me. Your hand is up.
Yes, please, can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard. Please, you can go ahead.
Okay. Please, I think the fault is from the one who moved the motion, because he moved for it to be accepted, and then the poll is accept and reject. So if we accept, then it means that we are going according to the motion, and the motion is not the same as the debate. So the fault is from the one who moved the motion.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Honorable.
During the one,
I
it was
understand.
Mr. Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah, hello. I'm trying to raise my hand, but I can't.
Yeah. Honorable Nketia, you can go ahead.
I think I second what my the lady just said. How the motion was moved and what we debated on was somehow confusing. That's why most people voted that way.
Okay, thank you. Okay, honorables, then let's vote again. Okay, let's vote again to cut it short. Yeah, Chair Naye, thank you. Thank you for your corrections. I accept it. Okay, honorable. The review is that we allocate the function of liaising the union with other unions, okay, to one of the chapters, or sorry, to one of the offices, Now, we should give a particular officer this responsibility. That is the suggestion. I move the motion that we either accept this suggestion or we reject this suggestion. Please, is it clear? Clear, CCA?
So, if I should get the understanding.
Okay, so if you vote accept, it means that we are accepting this review. Say we should give a particular officer this responsibility. If you vote reject, it means you are rejecting the motion that we should give a particular officer this responsibility.
Oh.
Hello. And please,
yes, please.
Can I come in?
the rejection doesn't mean that the responsibility is now lying on the president, or we consider it as it's his role to do that. So we are rejecting it for it to be given to another person.
No, on the floor of debate, the debate was that this work is the work of the president because he is our representative. That was the debate that went on. So it means that this work is already the work of the president.
Okay. So
yeah, so we are rejecting it. That it means that this work is the work
to do his work.
Yes, yes, and we cannot assign it to a particular officer.
Okay, okay.
Understood.
Please, is it clear now?
Yes, it's clear. It's clear.
Okay. So, any seconder?
Yes, I second.
Thank you. Muhyiddin. Okay. Tech team, please. You can clear that data and let members vote again. Honorables, I'm sorry. On the brophone, my mother tongue. But and chess a vendish at a brophone same. Please, if the results are displayed, you let me know, okay? Because I'm on another screen. Honorable LOC, you let me know, okay? Thank you.
The result is taking so long.
Okay, 68%, 32%. So Congress has rejected this review. So Congress mentioned that it's the work of the president to do this according to the amended constitution. Thank you. Let's move ahead to Article 11.2. Actually, Article 11.1, there was no review. 11.2. Honorable Clement. Article 11.2. Yeah. Today we will focus on only the reviews, the articles that have reviews. Okay, 11.2. Members shall have the right. So Article 11 talks about membership rights and obligations. Article 11.2. Members shall have the right to elect and be elected to different positions of the union in accordance with the various requirements and criteria set up by the electoral committee. Now, in the review suggestion, someone mentioned EC's criteria for election must be plainly defined. Okay. Congressman, I will not give a commentary on this, but let Congress debate. EC's criteria for elections must be clearly defined. I know the EC chair is here. He has been in the EC for a number of years, so he can help us to know if, what I was thinking about is, maybe sometimes due to various situations, like you see this pandemic came, we have to resort to other things, and when the pandemic wasn't there, so when you look at the EC, I refer members to the EC's article, Electoral Committee. EC, please help me, what is your article, the one you work with? Electoral Committee. Yeah, so that it will help Congress. electoral committee. Electoral committee. Let's refer to Article 23, Clause 5. The electoral committee shall be responsible for the conduct of all NUGS-CHINA elections and shall formulate their own modus operandi, which shall not be in contravention with any provisions of this constitution. So in our constitution, per what we have before us now, in Article 25, Clause 23, Clause 5, the constitution has given the EC the mandate to formulate their own operations or process of carrying out NUGS-CHINA elections, but they should make sure that it doesn't contradict the provisions of this constitution. And I think for a number of years now, they've been guided by that, but in the review that we have now, the honorable member seeks that we make it clear what the EC's modus operandi should be. Yeah, so that is it. Honorable, let's go back to the membership and rights. Congress, the debate is before us, or the review is before us. To help Congress, as we've already done. Honorable Chair, EC Chair, please, are you here? Yes, please, Honorable Dean.
Please, no, not Dean, this is Clement. Please, can you help me with the article to which you were previously referring to?
Oh, okay. Article 11, Clause 2. Yeah, thank you. Honorable Chair, EC Chair, please, are you here? The EC Chair is not here.
Hello, the secretary is there. So if you want anything, let me know.
Okay, Honorable Secretary. Actually, okay, I don't really know the secretary, but I know the chair that he was in charge of the EC for some time now, especially last year, this year. Please, were you the secretary for last year's election too?
I was a member, but not the chair, the secretary.
Oh, great. Then you can help us. The procedures for our elections, okay? Our elections. Sometimes even I know you work with a formality, but when even it is changing, what makes it change? Are there some rare situations which demands that we don't make issues too kind of straight for you or something?
Not exactly. The only change is that normally it depends on, like, let's say this one is now e-voting. That would be where I can say there's changes. When it's not e-voting and it's the normal cast voting system, that one, we have a different ways of doing it. Because that one involves physical appearance, you see the person, so that one had a lot of ways, but this e-voting is having its own ways. So that is the difference. If not, when you look at the proceedings, it's almost the same. I don't know whether you yeah. So what I did the normal voting with him when we were at Nanjing. And then we did this one too on e-voting. So I had an idea on the normal voting and then the e-voting. So the e-voting has its own ways, and then the normal voting also has its way. But all in all, it's almost the same procedures. I don't know if you're getting it. So I don't know
if time will permit us to help Congress. Maybe if you can help us to know the procedure so that we know that we don't have to write everything in the Constitution. Maybe you already have your guiding principles in line with the Constitution. So that we
anything we do is in line with the Constitution. We don't, we can't put everything here. As I said, procedures changes depending on whether it's e-voting or we're going for the normal manual voting. So are we going to put e-voting on the Constitution, or are we going to put the manual on the Constitution? We had laws, and the laws that we EC is in connection with the Constitution. So there's nothing that we'll do that will not be in line with the Constitution. But we don't need to put all on the Constitution.
Thank you. I like it when people talk from like when you consult the experienced people to talk, because it's also part of our review process. Okay, Congress, the secretary for the EC has spoken and explained things to us. What is our decision? Thank you, Honorable Secretary for the EC. Sorry, thank you so much.
You are welcome. Thank you.
I think I have my hand up.
Oh, Honorable Demuyako, you can go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. I think we are so much aware that the Electoral Commission works within the framework of the Constitution. But it will also be very appropriate that we get a form of a documentary evidence of their activity, so that we're able to trace decisions that they take that are not documented, to see whether they tally with the constitutional provisions. So in this sense, what I'm suggesting is that maybe before any elections like this, the Electoral Commission, when they are appointed, we would like to plead with them to come out with an election guideline in a form of a documented form. Then Congress approves it. Then it becomes a living document that they are going to work with. Other than that, people use their intuitions, conventions, and other things to do things that are in line with the Constitution. But because they are not documented, we are no other, any other issue that is going to inherit them will also have to come out with their own kind of ideas and those kind of stuff. So if we get a document, an election guideline from the EC to guide their activity, I think it will help us. Thank you.
That was a brilliant suggestion. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Demuyako. Honorable Muhyiddin, your hand is up. Okay. Honorable members, please, can I be heard? Hello, please, can I be heard?
Yes.
Yes, you can be heard. You can be heard.
So, honorables, the EC has explained to us that they have the procedures and they are all in line with the Constitution. And Honorable Demuyako has mentioned that it will be appropriate that if you're having an election, the EC will provide a document, okay, to that respect, meaning that it's not everything that we have to put here, every guideline that you have to put here, but we have to also know that they have their document that they work with, and they have their guidelines that they work with, but the decision still lies on Congress. Now, we're going to vote, and the voting is that, do we seek to clearly define EC's criteria for elections in the Constitution, or we seek to reject this motion? Honorable host, please, you can mute Honorable Nash. Some feedback. Yeah, thank you. So we seek to vote on this, whether Congress still want to, with what we've heard so far in the debate before Congress, we still want to define. So the motion is that when you vote accept, it means that we are accepting to define the criteria for elections. And when you vote reject, it means that we are rejected to clearly define the criteria, because the EC already has something to work with in line with the Constitution. Okay, please, is it clear? If you vote accept, it means that you are accepting for Congress to clearly define the criteria. And if you vote reject, it means that you are siding with the debate on the floor of Congress, that everything is already done and it's in our Constitution, so we are rejecting this review. Please, is it clear? You can write in the chat box.
Chairman.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
I think you can look at it from this angle. We want to find out whether we, Congress, should itemize individual activities that the election committee must carry out and enshrined in the Constitution, or we want to give that liberty to the election committee that anytime we have election, they will give us a guideline. And that guideline is going to be supplementary to what the constitution has provided. Just like the way we have in Ghanaian constitution, the functions of the EC are listed in the constitution, but before every election, they come out with a guideline based on the exigencies of the situation, the prevailing conditions. Then they change a lot of things. So I don't know if you're able to frame it well, we can get it right, so that if we are voting no, that it is binding on the election committee that anytime we have election, they give us what? A guideline, an election guideline document for us to look at it and approve. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I agree. Actually, that was the debate before Congress. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Demuyago. Okay, Honorable, I'm reframing the motion, okay? Now, the motion is that the first thing is Congress is accepting to define, clearly define the criteria for our election, okay? Is clearly defining the EC's criteria for an election. But the other thing is that Congress is not defining, but we are restricting to ourselves with the obligations of the EC under the Constitution. But before every election is being carried out, the EC should abreast members or should update members on the procedural, on the process of the electoral process that is to be carried out. Okay, so this is the motion before the House. Are we clearly defining their roles for them, or we are giving the EC the opportunity under our Constitution to come up with their own procedures, but before every election, they should present to the members of this union the process that, or the guidelines that they've come up to carry out our election. So please, when you vote yes, it means that Congress is defining the process. But when you vote no, it means that we are not clearly defining the process, but we are giving the EC the mandate that every election, they should come up with the guidelines and make it known to the members of this union. Okay, please, is it clear? Thank you. Yeah,
it's very clear now. It's very clear now.
Thank you. Thank you. So, any seconder to this motion?
A second.
Point of correction, accept. Honorables, are we accepting the motion before the House that we should define, clearly define, okay? Or are we rejecting that we are not clearly defining, but we are going by the guidelines of the EC, but these guidelines must be made available to members of the union before elections? Yeah, thank you. There is a seconder to the motion. Please, is it still clear?
Yes, it's clear.
Thank you.
It's clear. I second the motion. Let's vote.
Okay. Now, EC.
Who seconded?
Sorry. I think it was seconded. Please, who seconded?
Mention your name and your work.
I, Mohideen, seconded.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mohideen. Okay, Honorable Tech Team, Honorable Benny, we want to thank you for this. It's not easy. Thank you so much.
Voting done. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, voting done.
Hello, please, can you hear me?
Yeah, the voting is over.
Yes,
The
yes.
voting is over.
Yeah,
It's over.
good. So 36-64. So Congress rejects this motion, but the EC must make this criteria or the guidelines available to members before voting in either the national level or the chapter level. Thank you. Honorable, so let's go to Article 4. That is where the review is. Members shall benefit from the works and the moral support of the union as the situation may dictate. Review suggestion needs clarification, especially in the case of NUGS shipment where members have to pay shipping duty. Hey. Okay. Okay. Personally, I've not
Which
seen
article,
anything. Yeah, it's right. Article 11.4. Article 11.4.
Okay.
It's clear. It's clear. Yeah. Needs clarification, especially in the case of NUGS-CHINA shipping, where members have to pay shipping duty. Okay, let me do what we always do. Who? I think the organizer is in charge of shipping, right? Organizer. Vendors, honorable vendors.
There should be
Hello,
the
Chair. Hello,
Vice
Chair.
No,
President.
it's
Yes,
not the
please.
organizer. Organizer is not in charge of
Hello,
Vice
shipping.
Chair.
President is the chair.
Shipping committee is
Yes.
an ad hoc committee which is headed by the vice president.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hello, Chair.
Shipping. Yes, please, honorable.
At the shipping side, if it's possible, if there's any question, I can also help there. I was a member. The shipping.
Okay. Is your chairman here?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Honorable, the shipping, no?
Honorable Chair,
Okay,
I'm here.
tell us something about the shipping.
My chairman is around, so I think he can help us. If there's anything for me to add, then I can do so.
Thank you. Chairman of the shipping, Honorable Nash, right?
No, it's the vice who is the chairman. I was a member. So I said the chairman is around. So if there's anything to add after him, maybe I can also.
Oh, okay. Confusion has come. Honorable Veni.
Yes, sir.
But your shipping, no, boy, what happens there?
Please, if you can be specific with the question so that I will
Yeah,
give you.
we are talking about the benefits that a member shall benefit from the works and the moral support of the union. But a member said there is a clarification needed where, in the case where NUGS shipment, where people have to pay shipping duty. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the question. When we say the benefits in shipping, the NUGS-CHINA shipping as compared to the private shipment, we have duty-free, the government of Ghana duty-free. So unlike you shipping with a private company and paying duty on your items, we have duty-free. So that is the benefit in the shipping. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Cut it short. Thank you. That means we don't really have to vote on this because it was a clarification and it's clear that it's still a benefit, right? Point of order.
Chairman.
Please, 1 minute. Please, 1 minute. Please. Honorable Samuel Wuhan, you said a point of order. Please, what is your point of order?
Yes, my point of order, thank you, Honorable Chair. My point of order is in respect of the article that has been read and the review suggestion. I want to suggest to Honorable Chair that I hope this review is not suggesting that we clarify the benefits from the works and moral support, because I am of the perspective that this article is very clear. And with mentioning NUGS shipment, this is an isolated case that I don't seek to understand what exact clarification we are expecting the shipment board chairman to give I just don't get the connection between the review suggestion and the article itself, because the article is very clear as far as I am concerned. And therefore, this mention of, especially in the case of NUGS shipment, where members had to pay falls under as the situation might dictate. And since it falls under as the situation might dictate, I am struggling to see why the shipment committee chair has to come and give clarification again. So therefore, I don't see the connection. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me give my ruling on that in terms of a point of order. Honorable, let's go to the article under the review, or the article of which this review seeks to, in any case, members shall benefit from the works and moral support of the union as the situation might dictate. Okay, then the review needs clarifications about what? About the benefits of the works and the moral support of the union as the situation might dictate, especially in the case of NUGS shipment, where members had to pay shipping duty. So the member is seeking that if I am shipping with NUGS-CHINA, why should I pay a shipping duty if I shall benefit from the works and the moral support of the union as the situation might dictate? That is the reason he has given an instance, especially in the case of NUGS shipments. So we need a clarification from the shipping committee to know the benefit.
Honorable Chair,
please, Honorable,
I think that this falls under
Honorable Samuel Wuhan, please, there is a standing order that you have to follow. And I will appreciate if you respect that standing order by Congress. Thank you. So this clarification is given especially in NUGS shipment, and that is why he has given a case. It is not a plain suggestion. It's a case that is before us, and the case is the case of a NUGS shipment. So we have to address it from that perspective. We cannot think for the honorable member, but we can rely on the information available for us. And the information available is NUGS shipment. So what I intended to do is to let the shipping committee abreast us with the benefits of the shipping that members get, which members should get, and why the shipping duty, if they can explain to us, so that Congress will have an idea about it and take a decision. That is why I called the shipping committee, because that is what is written in the review. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, my hand is still up. Can I still come in?
Please, Honorable Samuel, let me call. I've seen your hands up, so let me give my next direction, please.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Benny, please let me invite you. Honorable Benny, I have follow-up questions for you. You talked about NUGS members paying duties, right? And we don't pay duties, right?
Yeah, I was talking about duty-free, Government of Ghana duty-free for NUGS shipments. Yeah, so I wanted to clarify that since the honorable member raised that. If you check the review here, needs clarification, especially in the case of NUGS shipment where members had to pay shipping duty. Before we embark on any shipments, we come out with list of Government of Ghana duty-free items, list of items that falls under the Government of Ghana duty-free. But there are a lot of instances where you will see members sending items that do not fall under the Government of Ghana duty-free list or items. So in that situation, whenever your container gets to the port and you have items that are not under the duty-free list or items, you will have to pay duty on those items. So this year, the shipping committee, we wrote a suggestion. You know, this year we didn't have shipment, but we made sure we will resolve some issues and make some suggestions to the next administration so that they can have a successful shipment. So we are recommending that they should make sure that is very strict. If a member send any item that do not fall under the government of Ghana duty-free list, that item should be rejected, or the member should be ready to pay duty on that item. Because mostly what happens is that when the container gets there and we identify like unprescribed items or items that do not fall under the duty-free list, it affects the whole container. So right now it's there. And you know, we are in China and the port is in Ghana. So what the bottom line is that, okay, then members should pay duty. So if the duty is 200 kwai, we divide it for everybody to pay.
Okay.
But going forward, we don't want to continue with that again. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the clarification. So actually, members have some benefits, but there is a criteria for that if we understood clearly. Honorable Samuel, please, which order of precedence are you raising your hands to?
Honorable Chair, my hand is still raised up for a point of order in respect of the review suggestion.
Okay.
Yes. What I seek to put across is that this is rather a case of clarification and not a review of the article.
Yes.
And therefore, Honorable Chair, can you please allow me to proceed, unless you want to hijack my statements and not want me to talk?
Okay, continue, then I'll give my ruling.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. What I am saying is that this is a case of clarification, and therefore it does not qualify to fall under the case of a review suggestion. So we're discussing this under a review suggestion of an article that looks very clear and is not ambiguous. It's somehow more like taking time that we can use to discuss other ones that need a review and then spending it on a clarification.
Okay.
Therefore, I am suggesting to Honorable Chair that this does not qualify for as a review statement, and therefore we need to proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I think what you mentioned, I also mentioned that, but we as congressmen can't skip this because it's a clarification. We need education on that, and maybe the honorable member who suggested that is in Congress. And I know that maybe someone, hello, honorable, please mute all those who, and maybe someone has learned from this. That is why we can't just skip it because it's a clarification. Please, these are suggestions, and even if it is not a suggestion, we need education on that. And that is why sometimes we give room for that. Thank you, and thank you for your point of order. Now Article 5, because this is a clarification and members have received comments on that. Thank you, Honorable Vice President. The rights of members shall not be violated in any way as long as they adhere to the tenets of the Constitution. The suggested review is that this article should be reviewed and revised, since no person's rights should be violated in any way under any circumstances. Good. This article, actually, we also thought about it, and it has all got to do with the word violated. Violated. I think the word violated as used here is not like the perceived, maybe, you know, when you read it like that, you might think it's maybe violating as in infringing on someone's right? But it was used in a context that, for example, someone should be a president, or someone wants to be a president, but the member has been found culpable of low moral standard, or maybe not being a member of good standing or something. That means that that person cannot stand for president, or that person cannot stand for vice president or any of the offices. So his right to stand for that position has been denied because of a condition in the constitution which doesn't allow the person to have an office. So what we were thinking is it's not like the violation as in intentionally infringing upon your rights, but it is based on a condition which is sometimes created or most times created by the members themselves. That was what we thought about. But yeah, Congress can also take a decision. Maybe we can rephrase it or find another word or something. Yeah, but this was what the NGC thought about. Any hands up for a suggestion? LOC, Honorable Clement, can I be heard?
Yes, sir, you can be heard. You can be heard.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Honorables, please, if you have any suggestion, I think today we are going at a very good pace, so we can cover a number of them. Okay, I think there's a hand raised. No comment, so let's vote. Okay, yeah. Okay, no comment, so let's vote. Honorables, okay. So no comment, so let's vote. I think. Please, one more time. Does anyone have something to say about this? Honorable Nancy, please, let's hear from you. Honorable Nancy, you said, I think the right word is rights of members. The key word, sorry. Honorable Nancy, Beijing, can we hear from you?
Thank you, Chair. I think what I wanted to put across was that the point was in relation to members, the rights of members. I think the person's review is more based on general fundamental rights, which should not be abused. But this is in relation to members. So I think maybe that's what I think. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So he said the article should be reviewed or revised since no person's rights should be violated in any way.
I'm talking about general person's rights, but this is members. If to an organization, say I'm a person, my rights should not be violated. It's mommy dinner for president.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Olivia Sian, delegate.
Okay, please. I think I would want to contribute. I feel like the wording should be changed. That's my suggestion, because violating someone's rights is a bit broad, in as much as we all could understand that if you do not qualify for something, or if you have committed yourself in a way or another, you could be prevented from enjoying certain rights and privileges you have as a member. That is all right. But stating clearly that your rights could be violated, I think the word violated is a bit too harsh, and we can rephrase it. Rephrasing it doesn't take the meaning of what already exists. That is my suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Olivia. So Congress, the decision before us, let's vote. When we vote that this word should be revised, then we find a word for that. Or we rephrase this sentence. So let's vote first. I, Samuel Ofosudo, move a motion that Congress should either accept or reject this review. And the review is, this article should be reviewed and revised since no person's right should be violated in any circumstance, in any way, under any circumstance. So Congress, I move the motion that we vote to either accept this review or reject this review. Is it clear? Please, is it clear? Before we vote, come again. I'm moving the motion that we either accept this review to revise this Article 11.5, or we reject the review to let it be the same as stipulated in Articles 11.5. Are we accepting the review to revise it, or we are rejecting the review that Article 11.5 should remain the same? Please, is it clear? Okay. Any seconder to this motion?
Seconded, Nash.
Please, Nash EC, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Honorable, good, very quick. Sorry, tech team. Can you please help us change it to agree and accept and reject, because that was the motion. Because I agree to the motion, I disagree to the motion, it wasn't it. So we are voting to either accept or reject the motion, please. Thank you, tech team. Please, honorables, let's be patient for them. Please, Honorable Olivia, voting is not over. The tech team is helping us to change the wordings to accept and reject. Yeah, because yeah. Okay, whilst the tech team is going on, please let's discuss Article 11.6. Okay, so that when they are ready, maybe we can even vote on 2 at a time. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, quick. So please, the first one is reject, the second one is accept. So please note the changes. Let's help them. Are we accepting or rejecting?
Hello.
Okay, so Congress has rejected. They've rejected the review that it should be the same. Please, can I be heard? Honorable LOC.
Yes, please.
Okay, so Article 11.5 remains the same as it is with the decision of Congress. Thank you. Now there's Article 11.6 actually in clause A, B, and C. Please let's read the C because there was a mistake somewhere. The review suggestion rather comes under C. We have two suggestions under C rather than the A. Okay, so let's leave the A. Let's leave the A. Now let's go to C. All members should work and act towards the promotion of the success of the union. In this regard, they should C, pay their, into brackets, both local and national, pay their dues, into bracket, both local and national, regularly and on time. So they should pay their dues, both national and local, into brackets, regularly and on time. Now, let's go to the review on top, okay, on top. It should be noted that the words in brackets, that is local and national, rather they obfuscate the import of that particular statement. And therefore, it was suggested that they should be omitted to make the statement very clear. So the honorable member is of the view that we should remove the bracket because when we put it in the bracket, it rather obfuscates the import of that particular statement. And therefore, it was suggested that it should be omitted to make the sentence very clear. So the honorable wants it to read like, both pay their dues, both local and national, regularly and on time, without putting them in brackets. If I'm right, I think. Congress, am I right?
That is it.
Yeah, thank you. So what do you think? The com skills, mamunya e ni nyina monkasa. Mimenya e.
Edi baba. Baba. I'm on.
But what is the meaning of obfuscate? Because meaning himself Vendesh doesn't understand, but that one I'm sure. Okay, obfuscate. Okay, obfuscate means render obscure, unclear. Okay, so it means it's not clear. It's kind of confusing. Oh, okay. So honorable, okay, honorable Millicent, who? Aspirant, honorable Millicent, you can go ahead, please. Honorable Millicent, you can go ahead. Okay, honorable Confidence.
Sorry, hello. I was talking, but not my mic was mute. Sorry, it was muted. Sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I was thinking that what the honorable meant was that those two words should be omitted, meaning they should be taken off, not only the brackets, because he said both local and national rather obfuscate the import of that particular statement, and therefore it was suggested that they should be omitted. So those two words shouldn't even exist by this statement.
Oh.
They should be omitted.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Please, that's what yes, that's what I understand.
Okay. Someone is saying the review suggestion is more confused than the article. Okay. Honorable Confidence, I saw your hand up.
Sorry, I think it was the same clarification I wanted to find out, whether the person means we should take the bracket off or we should take the words in the bracket off. So that was the same clarification I wanted.
Okay. Confusion has come. Okay, now if he said it was noted that the words in brackets, both national and local, rather obfuscate the import of that particular statement, and therefore it was suggested and therefore it was suggested that they should be omitted to make. Oh, okay. So the person is even looking at the words. So both national and local should be removed. But okay, Congress. So I think it's clear. The Honorable is seeking that we remove both national and local, so that we make it like pay their dues regularly and on time. Yeah. What do you think, Congress? Yeah, I said thank you for the clarification, Honorable Confidence and Honorable Millicent. What do you think? Yen both local and national in free or not? Yen living is because
yeah,
you know sometimes. Okay, let me give it from the NJC's point of view. Sometimes in certain cases, you know, the reason why sometimes certain things, especially in this case, I'm restricting myself to this dues thing is that let's take it that we are defining a member of good standing for an event or for something, and he said pay their dues regularly and on time. Now, someone will say, I've paid chapter dues, but I'm chair national, but the constitution didn't say that I should pay both national and local before I become a member of good standing. Yeah, sometimes people play around the articles in order to defend their case. That is why sometimes it's being strict on this is what it should be, so that the person's mouth is shut. Because sometimes if there are such allowances, someone can come and say, he said, pay my dues. There wasn't any specification. And they can defend it really well, especially when there are loopholes. Yeah, so that is practice. Honorable Francis Kwesi, Vetting Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the opportunity to share my view on as far as this article review is concerned. I was trying to go through the responsibilities of a member. It says that any member who has fully paid his or her local and national dues. If you go to Article 5, membership, okay, Article 5, clause number 3, any member who has completed, any member who has, let me take it 4, any member who has fully paid his or her local and national dues and takes active part in the activities of NUGS shall be a member in good standing. I thought there was this thing here already done. So the emphasis is that we all know that the dues component has the national and the local. And my concern is that we all know that the dues that we pay has two components, whether it's dues, whether the national is attached, whether the local is attached to the national, it has two components. We know that as component that goes to the national and component that stays in the local, goes to the local chapters, is also, as we know, that those two are concerned. So I think the reviewer here wanted us that putting those things together, because it already know that if you are paying your dues, we don't say that pay national and leave local. We all say pay your dues, and by paying your dues, you are making your both obligation. So the reviewer's concern here is that putting this together, putting those two words together at the same time here makes a little bit unclear. So he thinks that we should remove them. But I think I will side with her, I'll side with the reviewer and make it that pay their dues regularly on time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Francis. Thank you. Okay, any other? Okay, sorry, I see Honorable Amiao. Let me give you the chance because Honorable Amiao.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so for me, I feel like what a person is saying is
I'm in agreement with what the person is saying in the sense that I mean it should not always be should I say fine, it's made known, but I think usually we know that maybe when any amount of money is paid as dues, we split it to, you know, send it to both to the national, and then we keep our part for the local. But if it is stated here, like, you know, clearly that both local and national, I mean, we are telling them that, well, we have local dues and we have national dues. So somebody can, that's why we have issues where, I don't know, some people were saying that, oh, this person paid local dues. And this person, when we were doing the reviews, I mean, when we were presenting our reports, you know, we had some chapters saying that, oh, some people paid local dues and they didn't pay national, which shouldn't be the case. So it means that we are telling them that, okay, you can bring your money and tell us that this is for the chapter. This is not for national. You understand? So I think that it is in order that we should take out the pay their local their dues, both local and national, and just make it to pay their dues.
Okay. Congress, thank you. Let's move straight away into voting. Let Congress take a decision. Okay. Let's take a decision on this. Okay. Let's take a decision on this, and yeah, Congress. So I move a motion. I, Samuel, move a motion for us to either accept or reject this review that we. Okay, it is much clearer now. Okay, so I move a motion for us to vote to either accept or reject this review. And the review suggestion is that we remove both national and local and let it be like, read like pay their dues regularly and on time. So Congress, the motion is before us. Do we accept it or do we reject it? Please, is it clear? Congress, please, is it clear?
Yes,
is it
yes,
clear?
yes.
Okay. Any seconder to this motion, please?
I, Francis Kwesi, second to this motion.
Thank you, Honorable Francis Kwesi. Tech team. Okay, I think voting has started. Okay, 72% accept that we take this both national and local out. So honorable members, from this day forward, we read Article 11, 6C as pay their dues regularly and on time. The next one is just in line with, yeah, it's just in line with what has been said already. So we can move to Article 12. Let's move ahead. Honorable Clement, yeah, Honorable Clement. Okay, Honorable Clement, can you disable your sharing and see if my network can allow me to share my screen for members? The Honorable has to attend to something. Honorable Clement, please, are you here? Honorable members, if Honorable host or co-host, if you can disable the screen sharing of Honorable Clement and Let me see if I can share my screen for honorable members to know. Maybe some do not have the reviews. Okay, whilst we are waiting, the Article 11.7, Clause 7. Any member found guilty of embezzlement or misapplication of union funds shall, besides paying the sum involved, be reprimanded by the General Assembly, Senate, or Congress, as the case may be. I read again. Any member found guilty of embezzlement or misapplication of funds, of union funds, shall, besides paying the sum involved, be reprimanded by the General Assembly, Senate, or Congress, as the case may be. Review suggestion is that what happens if the person refuses to refund? The House further suggests that there should be a well-defined consequence of such persons who fail to refund. We also further suggest that this line should be added, Clause 7. The person shall be stripped of his or her status as officer of the union. What will the association use to enforce such a provision, especially if the member blatantly refuses to pay? Remember, the union has no legal personality because it has not been registered, whether in China or in Ghana. There should be some legal enforcement. After embezzlement or misapplication of union funds, the comma must come after fund rather than shall. Wow. This is a review suggestion. Okay, it's Honorable Benny, please can you make me a co-host so that I can disable Honorable Clement's screen and share my screen for members to see. So honorables, what the honorable seeks to achieve is that, or what the honorables seek to achieve is that we clearly define the consequence of a person who refuses to refund the union's money that is in his or her custody, and or if it's a property, money, or any other thing. And the honorables or the honorable further suggests that we should add this to Clause 7, that the person shall be stripped of his or her status as the officer of the union. And further suggests that what would the association use to enforce such a provision, especially if the member intentionally refuses to pay the monies that is with him or her? There should be a legal enforcement, but we are not also registered, so we don't have any legal personality. And the member also further suggests that there is a comma after shall, and it should be placed at fund rather than shall. So this is the review of Article 11.7. Honorables, can I be heard? Hey. Hello? Hello? Okay.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, you can be heard.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I have my hand up.
Okay, thank you, Honorable.
I think the issue of compelling when an officer is in breach of the law, the person has been reprimanded, the person is supposed to do some refund or otherwise, and then the person refuses. I think as a union, we can just adopt a simple strategy of naming and shaming. That is the way forward. Since now legally we are not registered, and then we cannot press charges in terms of going to the police or any other place. We can use the media. Social media is available. The mainstream media is also available, so that such images, such things are very, very indelible on our image, especially when you talk about naming and shaming, where a student's name is published in the national dailies for embezzlements of what? union's funds. So I think we can go on that direction, since for now we cannot use any of the law enforcement agencies to move ahead with this. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Demuyako. Honorable members, please, any other person? Honorable Confidence, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think to help the discussion, Honorable Chair, there are so many points over there the person is making. So if we can break them down and take them one after the other to help with the discourse. Because, for instance, the person began by asking what happens if the person refuses to refund. Okay, so, and then makes a statement that the person shall be stripped off. We should add that statement to 7. And I'm wondering, is that the suggestion the person is giving to the answer that the question that he or she has asked at the initial stage? Then the next paragraph is talking about legal backing and all those ones and the comma issue. So I don't know if you can break the points the person is making there into the different suggestions, so we can know which one we are tackling one after the other, so we don't miss anything over there.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Confidence, thank you. I agree with you. So the article is actually talking about no member shall be found guilty of embezzlements or misapplication of funds. So and beside paying, the person shall be reprimanded. And reprimand is something like in Chi, you say uchinenim, like rebuke, right? It's something like a rebuke something, or you chastise the person, or you reprove the person. So the Constitution is just telling us to either chastise something, but the person is seeking for, what if the person refuses to pay? What should be done? And the person is seeking that we should lay down well-defined consequences for such person. And one of the things that the person suggested, that the person should be stripped of his or her status as an officer of the union. Yeah, but one thing we must bear in mind, this particular clause is not referring to officers, it's referring to all members, of which the officer is part of them. Yeah, so I think, I don't know the position of the proposer of this review, but the person wants to give us a case that maybe if it is an officer, we should take the person from office. Definitely, I think removal of office, we have such a clause. I stand to be corrected, but I think removal of office, we have such a clause when it comes to an executive member. Let me refer, please, if honorables can also refer, so that we know that in terms of executives, this is done. Then we can think about members. Please, is it there something like an impeachment, removal of office? Honorable MJC members, you can help me with that. Well, I think we're 30 something. Okay. Impeachment. Good, yeah. Article 34, clause 2. Any officer of NEC or chapter executive may resign, vacate, be impeached, suspended, or removed from office on account of A, mismanagement of funds, infirmity of body or mind, gross misconduct, to have acted in violation to his or her oath of office, to have conducted him or herself which is prejudicial or inimical to the interest of the members of the union, to have acted contrary to the spirit and the letter of this constitution, negligence of duty, and or H, any act that is likely to bring NUGS-CHINA into disrepute, ridicule, or contempt. So for officers, there is no problem with that. If any officer is caught in such a trap or engages in any of these acts or embezzlement, misapplication, and all that, I think there is I stand to be corrected, but according to what I read, I think we have a provision for officers. So the clause that the Honorable is seeking for us to add actually is already in the Constitution, if I'm right. Yeah. So I don't really know, because if the Honorable wrote it like a member, unless of course we want to say a member will no more be a member if you are found in this trap. But for officers, it has already been taken care of. Yeah. So let's go one by one. Yeah. So what happens if the person refuses to refund? There should be well-defined consequences for such persons who fail to refund. So for executives, it's already taken care of. So if the person is a mere member, not an executive, what do we do? I don't know what, I stand to be corrected if that is what the review seeks to achieve. But in terms of officers, it has already been taken care of. Congress. Let me see if someone's hands is up. Honorable Confidence, yes, please. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think for members straight ahead, it's already stated the reprimand is already there. We can't sack the person from being a Ghanaian or from joining the association. Reprimanding the person it's there. So for members and for officers, it's taken care of. So I think looking at what the person has written, I don't see what we should add again. So basically, I think for members, it's already there. The person will be reprimanded. Okay. And just to add to what you said, reading again what the person has written, I think I see only two proposals over there, which perhaps maybe we can move to vote on it, is that statement the person is asking us to add, and also the comma issue. The middle paragraph, the person is only asking for, it's more seeking for clarification like the others. What would we do? What would be done? This. And so I think there are only two things over there, which if I'm to move, we'll move to vote on that statement and also the comma issue. And with the statement, as I said earlier, I think reprimand is also there for officers is taken care of.
Yeah, true. Actually, there are only two reviews there, though it's like we see three suggestions there, but it's only two. Yeah, thank you. Congress, any hands up before we vote? Honorable Ameyao, you can go ahead.
Yes, I don't know. I think the fact that the union is not registered is really has really handicapped us with regards to some of these things, because I don't think taking someone out of office is enough punishment for embezzlement of funds. For instance, are you telling me that if somebody just assumes office as, for instance, a financial controller, and then he spends, let's say, 20,000 of the union's funds, then we just say that, okay, you are no longer a financial controller, and it's enough punishment for the person? I mean, I think that it's a little dicey, but I think we should think deeply about it and really think about how else we can, really mete out punishment to such people, because I don't think taking the person out of office is enough punishment for such a crime. Otherwise, someone can just come in, do it, and then say, oh, after all, me from Kramasa. And that is it. So, and sometimes too, as someone mentioned, the naming and shaming too. I mean, we've been seeing things happen. I mean, after 1 week or 2 weeks, it's dead and it's gone.
And sometimes we might even forget that something like that ever happened. And so I think that, as I said, the fact that our union is not registered is really making it difficult for us to reinforce these kind of laws. But I don't think what we have so far is enough punishment, I mean, to deter people from engaging in such practices.
I strongly agree with you. Our non-registration, I wish, I pray that the next administration will really make this their highest priority, so that we can take legal actions, and even NUGS-CHINA can even have a legal personnel to really deal with some of these issues. But as it stands now, we have to vote on this. Now, in terms of executives, we already have it done, right? But in terms of members, what do we have to do? The Honorable suggested for members reprimanded is okay, because we can sack the person, send the person to court in China. I don't know, but yeah, Congress should decide. Okay, Congress, are we accepting or rejecting this review as it stands now? Let's vote on that first, and also we vote on the second option, where the comma should be. Okay, Congress, so I, Samuel, move. Honorable Clement, please move up so that honorables can read the review, okay? I, Samuel, move that Samuel move for Congress to either accept or reject the motion or the review, for us to clearly define the consequences of people who refuse to refund the union's assets. I use assets in context. It can be money, it can be anything. So I, Samuel, move for us to either accept or reject the review by the honorable member, for us to lay down well-defined consequences to people who refuse to refund our union's assets that has been in their custody. So if you vote accept, it means that you want Congress to clearly define the consequences. If you vote reject, it means that you want Congress to reject this review and stick to what we have in the Constitution. Please, is it clear? Honorables, is it clear?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Ameyao. Good. Any seconder to this motion, please?
I, Suleiman Army, second.
Thank you. So, third team. Yeah, for a member. Yes, please, for a member. For a member. Please, did you see the results?
Yes.
I think Congress has expected
Yes.
that we clearly,
Yes.
clearly define the consequences. Am I right?
Yes, that's
okay. So Congress has decided for us to define the consequences of such actions. So please, what should be the option? We already stated that for officers, it has been made clear, right? You can impeach, the person can leave office or anything, unless of course we want to add others and also members. So the Congress has the floor. Honorable Amir, you can go ahead.
Sorry, I always forget to drop my hand after I've spoken. That's sorry.
Okay, thank you. Honorables, what should be the consequences for such actions? Honorable Demuyako talked about naming and shaming. Yeah, so we can name the Honorable Demuyako, you said through the media, right? Honorable Demuyako of Beijing.
Yes, I said you can use both the new media and the traditional media. But what you must always understand is that someone was talking about within the matters of days, the import of whatever you want to do to the person is gone. But we are talking about lifetime images where an accusation has been made against you at this point of your life. And who knows, you are taking an appointment in the next few years. People are asked to bring memorandums and other things. So there are a lot of things. People just feel that, oh, they discuss it a day or two, it is gone. It doesn't go. Some of these things can follow us to our graves. So I think that is one of the means by which we can adapt.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Demuyako. So Honorable Demuyako is talking about naming and shaming of such individual aside reprimanding. That is if the person fails to refund, right?
Yes, please. When the person fails to refund, that is the angle. After you have gone through all the series reprimanding, going through all the series of procedures, and then it should be a last resort. Just recently, if you could read one guy, I think a union member in UK was sacked because he went into this fraud scam and other things, were picking people's money for pig business and other things. And it was publicized. So such a person, he was withdrawn for his PhD program. He was reported to the university, he has been withdrawn. And so the name has also been publicized and it's all over. Now he's giving the defenses left, right, and center. But at the end of the day, your image is out there and people are going to watch out when they are dealing with you.
Okay. Okay, but honorables, let's take note of this because of what Honorable Demuyako mentioned. In the case of when the person refuses to refund, that is the preamble, refuses to refund, because our constitution has already given provision for when the person, besides paying the full amount, shall be reprimanded, full stop. But if the person refuses to refund, then these are the additional consequences to it. Please let's bear that in mind. Any honorable again, aside naming and shaming.
Honorable Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, you can go ahead.
As we've all said and then laid emphasis to, unfortunately, our union is not registered. So going forward in reporting such a person to the police and the likes, or for the authorities to apprehend such a person, would be, I don't know why it's possible, but then if it's possible and we can do it either via our embassy with, and if the person is back home, if you can have a way go around it. I think as in involving the police, I think it could also be looked at, and if it's feasible, we can apply that. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Just a little bit understanding on that. In business, according to the business entity concept, the organization is different from its owner. Am I right? Honorable Aspirant Vice Secretary, Financial Coordinator. If I'm right, so if NUGS-CHINA is to report a member, that means you are reporting the person as an entity. Honorable Ben, how many months or years are we allowing for refund to be made? Okay, it's also, let me note that down. Okay. Okay, Honorable, so we have two suggestions. Naming and shaming, reporting to police, right, through the embassy, or reporting to authorities through the embassy. Okay, good. And also, someone is asking how many months or years. Honorable Eben, how many do you suggest? Honorable Eben Chindu. Honorable Eben Chindu, please, are you here? 6 months. Okay. Okay, Honorable.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please. Honorable Demiako.
I think just like what the person reads, the timing is very important. Assuming somebody squanders a union, a chapter's money, and it is money we use for activities. So if such a person has carried away the money, we are going to give the person the luxury of time. Some of them even pick the money to go into business, make profit out of it. We are not even talking about interest. So we need to be very strict on the timing. We don't give any loose timing where the person will have the luxury of time to go around and go around. And we have to be very swift in dealing with this matter. So if somebody is found of misappropriation or embezzlement or whatever, and it's brought to the notice, the maximum I would suggest we give the person 2 weeks for refund, then another 1 week of reminder. We'll give another reminder twice, after which the sanctions will start following. So that is my suggestion anyway.
Sorry, Honorable Demiako, please, you said 2 weeks of what?
I said we can give the person a 2 weeks ultimatum to refund the money.
Okay.
Then we can do a reminder twice each week for another 2 weeks. So maximum 1 month. If one is caught for embezzlement or misappropriation of funds, the person has a maximum of 1 month to revert the money, to pay back the money to the the union's chest. Other than that, the actions will start following. The recommendations that have been detailed in the Constitution, will start applying them until we get to the latter. Because my premises is that we should not give the people the luxury of time to pick money, go and use it for their businesses, while the activities of the unions are at a standstill, because we need money to run those unions. So we have to be very strict in terms of the timing. But I think 1 month duration will be okay, after which we start applying our activities, what do you call the sanctions.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Demiako. House, in order for us to not spend time on this, more time on this, I suggest that we make it a clause 8, rather than adding it to clause 7. So, for example, okay, so clause 7 reads as any member found guilty of embezzlement or misapplication of funds, union funds, shall, besides paying the sum involved, be reprimanded by the General Assembly, Senate, or Congress, as the case may be. Maybe clause 8 or clause 7A or something. any member who refuses to refund shall be given maybe a blah 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 notice of this and blah 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 reminder of that, and shall within a space of 1 month refund the amounts involved or the item involved. Then refusal to refund will amount to naming and shaming, reporting to authorities, or something like that. I think it should be a standalone clause on its own. That's what I'm suggesting. What do we think? I think it should be a standalone clause so that Article 7 doesn't become a bulky something, a bulky article. We can, maybe Article 7A or Article 8, Clause 7A or maybe Clause 8, something like that. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know if honorable members have different views, so that we don't load Clause 7. Honorable Stephen said, I second. Okay, so Honorable, how should we write it? Honorable NJC members, please, are you here? Honorable H, Honorable Muhyiddin, Clause 8. Pius Amwe says Clause 8. Honorable Muhyiddin, Honorable Cephas, and please, any student of law here, please help us. 7A or a standalone clause, or how do we put it? Honorables, please, let's hurry up because I have, I think, 28 minutes per the time LOC gave me.
I think if we should do it 7A, it would be okay, because it's more or less like idea kind of thing, but from grandma.
Like a follow-up, something like that. Like,
praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Why are they? What can you know? Why are they?
Yeah, someone, Stephen Osaya, how about we leave it to the NGC to decide? Hey, Honorable. Yes, yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just see a Congress. I'm here hand you over and yet me arrest kakra. And that was just by the way, but yeah, 7A is fine. Okay, honorables, to make things fast, I move the motion that since the issues have been already made available to Congress and has been suggested, okay, Honorable Samuel Wuhan, you said your hand is up. I was going to move a motion. You can talk before, please.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. So I have a suggestion for this particular article. I suggest that we make it as any member found guilty of embezzlement or misappropriation of union funds shall, besides paying the sum involved, A, be reprimanded by the General Assembly, Senate, or Congress, as the case may be. Then the next one becomes B, as the previous suggestion was given in respect of the refunding and the procedures that can be listed in that order, so that it becomes A, B, C, D, all of them under the same provision that talks about punishment for those who have embezzled union funds.
I second.
Yeah, thank you. Let's go through the Honorable's decision again. Before, Honorable, I understand your seconding, but let's go through it to see. Again, please. Any member found guilty of embezzlement or misappropriation of funds shall, beside paying the sum involved, A, be reprimanded by the General Assembly, Senate, or Congress, as the case may be. B, maybe, you see, when you use the preamble, any member found guilty of embezzlement or misappropriation of union's funds shall beside the payment involved. That means that we are talking about beside the payment involved. So if you say A, everything is coming under beside the payment involved. But the discussion right now is under when the person refuses to refund. So it can't come under the clause, it can't come under a preamble beside paying the amount. You see, because the refund is different thing. Now, the first one is the person has agreed to pay. Now, the second one is the person doesn't agree to pay. So we can't pack these two clauses under that preamble, if you get it. Yeah, so we can't pack these two clauses under that preamble beside paying the sum involved. So that means that we have to separate them, because one is the person has agreed to pay, and the second one is that the person hasn't agreed to pay, but we are trying to force him or her to pay the money. Yeah, Congress, I was suggesting something that we leave it to the NGC to decide on this case, but Congress must agree on this. Hello? Congress must agree on this. First, do we agree to 2 weeks of refund, reminder twice, maximum 1 month, or we are going by 6 months? Yeah, so if we make the options clear, I suggest that we let the NGC work on the decisions by Congress, but we must know the decision by Congress first. Are we going by 2 weeks refund, giving reminder twice? That is 1 week, 1 week, 1 week, if I got Honorable Demiako, and a maximum of 1 month for the person to refund the amount. Then we take the actions, or we are going by 6 months. What is our decision? So let's say maximum 1 month or maximum 6 months. This one can be a motion and a seconding. If there's a counter motion, we go. Honorable Ameyao.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear.
I think that for the time frame, I think it could be informed by the amount involved, because if someone has embezzled like 1,000 and then you give the person 6 months, I mean, I feel like it's too much. But there's a particular amount too that the person might embezzle that maybe you give the person only 2 weeks, and you know it is not feasible, seeing that the person is a student too. So I think that it could be, I don't know how we could frame that, but I think that it should be informed by, you know, the particular amount that has been embezzled or the person owes. That's what I think.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Honorable Demiako.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think my point is we are enacting laws to make sure that we deter people from committing certain, mishandling themselves in terms of managing state, union resources. That is our motive. So in the first place, the general practice is that you shouldn't even find yourself in that situation. But we are humans. Now, if you find yourself in that situation, should we still go ahead to give you the luxury of enjoying what you have taken? It has to be very swift. Other than that, we've been chasing some monies, nose marks for over 1 year now. The person you don't know what the person has done with the nose mark. Maybe I stole it, enjoy the interest and do it and so forth. So we don't give people the room to operate when it comes to just making sure that we reprimand people to serve as a deterrent to others. So the luxury of time, we must not joke with it. If we give them, it doesn't matter if it is one choir, and it's 1 month. One is 10,000, it is 1 month. The time is fixed so that we don't select people. So I can, after all, 6 months, when I steal 10,000, I can do business in Ghana. 6 months, I can pay it to them. So we shouldn't give them the luxury of time to even have the benefit of enjoying that money. That is the impulse of what I'm trying to say. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Please, can someone move a motion on the 1 month and 6 months and for any of them, and if it's been seconded, we go by that to save time. Thank you. Okay, Honorable Demuyako, you have the floor.
It's okay. No, it's not me. It's just like when I raised, I didn't lower my hand. Sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry. Please, anyone to move the motion on any of the times, whether we should go by 6 months, 1 month, according to the debate on the floor of Congress.
Honorable Chair,
okay.
Okay, Honorable Clement.
I, Honorable Clement Eniomin of Nanjing Chapter, do hereby move for the motion that Congress should accept that we a deadline of 1 month duration if any officer violates the law under the said article under review. Thank you.
Point of correction, please, is any member. Any
member. Okay. So should I have to repeat the whole thing again, or it's okay?
Yeah, please repeat it for the avoidance of doubt, please.
All right. I, Clement Eniomin, a member of the Nanjing chapter, or a delegate of the Nanjing chapter, do hereby move the motion that any member, right? Any member who violates the article under review should be given a duration of a 1 month, a 1 month period for him or her to pay such or to refund the said amount. Thank you.
I second. John Demuyako, Beijing delegate.
Thank you. So, honorables, 1 month has been seconded. Yeah, thank you. Now we go by naming and shaming. Should we go by naming and shaming, and also reporting to authorities? Please, are we going by these two options? If there's someone who can move a motion to that before I move my motion. Please, honorables, let's be quick. We've already taken a decision on this. Please, honorables. Naming and shaming, reporting to authorities. These are the two options before us. About your way emotional Congress. Meaning say I understand. I'm also tired. My waist is very it's hurting now. And it shouldn't be. Okay, Honorable Farmer is going by naming and shaming. I'll say, ow. Are you going for it or you are sympathizing with it? Honorable Farmer, Jansu PC.
Oh,
okay.
Hello, please, I'm Farmer.
Yeah.
You said your waist is spinning you, so I said, ow, but I'm going for the naming and shaming.
Famadi say yeah, or Famadi say yeah. Oh dear, you been on floor, move for the motion, let's go. Why? Being on floor, move for it, because it's been a while we heard a lady's voice.
Okay, I, Belinda Obin Farmer, move for the motion that naming and shaming be the alternative to members who do not pay back any money embezzled or taken from the union.
Okay.
Yes.
Any seconder to this motion, please?
Seconded by Pius 30 and we delegates.
Thank you, Honorable. So in case a member refuses to refund, according to the amendment, the person will be given a maximum of 1 month to pay. And also, if the person still refuses to pay, please, we are not voting on this. The vote has already been casted. This is to fasten the process. We are only making it, we move a motion and someone second. And also, we are going by naming and shaming as determined by Congress. Honorables, I move the motion that we give the NJC the work to write this article, whether it should be a separate article or a sub-article, a sub-clause, or it should be a main clause. I move the motion that we should give the NJC the work for them to sit down and write this clause and present to Congress during the final review of the amended Constitution. Any seconder to this motion? Any seconder? Okay, okay. Honorable Yishan, please, can you unmute and second so that Congress can move on?
I, Aisha from Chanjo, second the motion.
Thank you, Honorable. I like your voice really well. It means energy.
That voice can massage it.
I tell you. Okay, Honorables. Honorable Payo says we need this voice. Thank you. Honorable, there is a comma issue. After embezzlement or misappropriation of fund, there is a comma. And Honorable says the comma must come after fund rather than shall. Hey, comma, say me even shall have you. The comma must come after fund rather than shall. Please, the grammarians, the native speakers, any member found guilty of embezzlement or misappropriation of union funds shall, comma, but the member says it should be any member found guilty of embezzlement or misappropriation of union funds, comma, shall beside paying. Honorables, please, the native speakers. Momoe. Honorable Vendesh. Honorables. Honorables, please, let's correct this fast. Now, I can't 13 minutes. Oh, come skills teacher. Yes, I say Munshia, boys, the Baba, the cultural exams, no. Once it's just at what you are.
Mambo, inkwa, boy, and so they
Gogovisti is here somewhere, Wuhan.
Yes.
Gogovisti, UCC Gogovisti. Somewhere.
Somewhere, Wuhan.
Okay, just wondering, where are our good honorable members who submitted reviews to help our understanding about food?
Don't do obfuscate you buy incubate me.
Honorables, where to place this comma?
Display what you are reading. Some of us cannot see it. You have to look at the sentence structure. You know, look at how we can diagnose it.
I can see it. Please, anyone who cannot see it.
I cannot see it. It's just something small hanging on top of my Zoom. I can't read. Or what did I do to my
your network?
Maximize your Zoom. Maximize your Zoom. Because I'm using 2 devices. I can see the document on all of them. Yeah, make it big on you. Okay, please, I think the comma after shall is okay. Okay, so Honorable Nancy Beijing. Honorable Nancy, do you have any explanation so that why? Honorable Nancy Beijing. But I think our ladies are doing well. Correct, especially with the control.
Mr. Chairman, I think based on the sentence structure, the shall, the comma after shall is correct, because the main point is that the member shall be reprimanded. But besides paying the sum involved, it's like if more additional information. So I think the comma after shall is correct.
Yeah. Because in ComSkills, they told us that if you have two commas, it means that there is less emphasis on that particular sentence in the middle or something. So we can also read this like any member found guilty of embezzlement or misapplication of union funds shall be reprimanded by the General Assembly. Like it can also be read like that, but that's what, so that is why sometimes we put comma so that you can also read it in different ways. Okay, I think the comma should not be a comma at all. Hey. And I am Hebrews. Honorables. Okay, silence. Let's vote. Okay, let it reflect in your votes. Now, I don't know whether we have to seek for a special advice on this. I don't know. I'm not sure, but yeah, we should throw away the comma. Honorable Morat, Jinjan, please, can you explain so that Jinjan province, sorry, Jinjan chapter, sorry. Honorable Morant, am I right? My background is, oh, okay. The comma just emphasize on the very essence component in the sentence. Do I think it's, I do think it's correct. Okay, Honorable, let's vote on this. So let's vote to see, because we have different opinions. Should we maintain the comma or we should, but this one, because there are three motions right now. People are saying we should remove it. People are saying, the review is we should put it at the end of SHA.
Please, my hand is up.
Okay, Honorable Amir.
Yes, I think that the construction of the sentence is forcing us to put a comma there anyways, because I feel like even without the comma, when you read it, you realize that without, for instance, when you take out the comma, it reads, any member found guilty of embezzlement or misapplication of union funds shall, besides paying the sum involved. So you see, it's a whole sentence on its own. So I feel like the comma should not be there in the first place, because the comma coming there will be forcing us to break it, which is not necessary. It's not necessary to break the sentence. When you read it, it's a complete sentence.
Okay.
There's no need breaking it.
Okay. So now we have three options. Number one is put it at the end of fund. Number two, put it at the end of sharp. And number three, remove everything. We don't also have three options for the voting. Okay, it appears the comma must be removed because the comma is between the auxiliary verb shall and the main verb besides. Honorable Boamajenjo,
I think, Honorable Chair, the media team can give us three options if they can.
Okay, Honorables, regarding this punctuation and this, is it possible for us to seek for special advice?
Yes, please, can I talk?
Yes.
Yes, I think that this is not something that should be voted on, because if majority votes on the wrong English, I mean, I think it's something that we should consult with people who really know the English. Well, I say they are growing, you know.
I was thinking so, because if we even vote,
please, my hand is up.
Oh, Honorable, okay, you can talk.
Yes, sir. I think the SG can just type the sentence, insert it into Grammarly. I did that, and then like that was what he gave me. So Grammarly was able to correct the sentence by taking off the comma. I think if we all use Grammarly, we would understand that it is something we can lean on and accept, that Grammarly took off the comma. But notwithstanding, let the Secretary General type the sentence into Grammarly and it can correct to save us all the time of voting and all that. Thank you.
Oh,
Grammarly,
nice. I like this. I like this suggestion. Honorables, should we leave this to a specialist, like someone who can help us with this? Can we leave it to them to correct some of these things? Or what do you suggest? Because if we are to think about comma and star and this, yeah. So I would suggest that when we meet any comma issue or something, we should leave it and refer to the experts, yeah, so that we can, in the final draft, it will be available in the final draft. Then before we present it before Congress, I think it's in order. As I better about me, I got the wrong thing. Yes, it looks China, 33rd Congress, no more bomba. Okay. Okay. So I, Samuel Ofosudonina, move the motion that all grammatical error and comma error. All punctuation errors. Let me be emphatic. All punctuation errors should be referred to a specialist for them to correct it rather than debating it on the floor of Congress. I think we can just second on this, or we should vote. Yeah, let's move the motion. So I, Samuel Ofusudogina, suggest that all amendments, honorables, please, a point of order, sorry, a point of correction. These are amendments, so let's vote, okay? When we vote, it's okay, because it's equally amendment. It's equally amendment, so that just like we vote for amendments. So let's vote on this to cover all the punctuation amendments, okay? So that when we meet such, we skip it. Then we refer to the experts, please.
I think it should not be just punctuation amendment. It should just be anything that has to do with grammar, punctuation, anything that we can, correct. We need grammarians to correct. I mean, we can just skip that one and correct it later.
Okay. We refer to the expert, right? Rather than we doing it. Yeah. So I, Samuel, move that any amendment with relation to grammatical constructions and punctuations should be referred to specialists for them to help us in the correction rather than debating it on the floor of Congress. Any seconder to this motion, please?
I, Boama, second the motion.
Good, thank you. So please, if you vote accept, it means you are accepting the motion. If you reject the motion, it means you are rejecting the motion. Sorry, if you vote reject, it means you are rejecting the motion. You want Congress to correct it, okay? Tech team, yeah, to save us some time, because come on, need come skills in the tech team, please. We have 2 minutes. Then we hear from the LOC if they are. But if LOC will give us an extension, please, I would like us to take maybe a 5 minutes break to stretch, okay? Because my waist is really hurting.
Don't worry, Farmer, I will see you. Go.
Mrs. Yemi, I don't know why.
Wait. Honorable NJC, you said you needed 5 minutes to stretch.
I said if there is a suggestion by the LOC for us to continue, I would request for us to stand up and stretch for some time and resume, because people have sat for almost like 3 hours, 4 hours. Yeah.
Okay, the LOC would quickly meet and then have an agreement on that and let the House know. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Tech Team, are you ready? We are voting on a motion. Honorable Benny. Honorable Benny.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please, are you ready for us? So please, honorables, if you accept the motion. If you reject the motion. The motion has already been seconded. Honorable Benny, please hurry up. Sorry, help us with it. Sorry. Okay, so please, you can vote to accept or reject the motion. That you should refer to a specialist.
Honorable Son,
Yes, please.
please, as you take your break and as the LOC also converges and have its Kumkum's Kankams meeting, I would want the EC to come and give a bit of an announcement as we rest and then make a decision on whether to continue with the constitutional review.
Okay.
If that is okay by you.
Yeah, because it's already like 5. I think that is the time you gave us, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Just to the results are ready. So honorables, wow, 96% and 4%. So 96% agrees that we refer all grammatical, punctuation, and everything, which has to do with grammar, to specialists to help us. So that is the ruling. Honorables, we've read Article 12. We were supposed to close at 5. So we will wait if LOC will take a decision for us to continue or not. But in with respect to that, I, Samuel Ofosudo, now would like to adjourn the present meeting to a specified time that LOC will make us aware later. Any seconder to this adjournment, please?
I Boama second this motion.
Okay, thank you. Honorable LOC, you can go ahead. Thank you, honorables, for your time, and we really respect your conduct and what you've done today. God bless you all, and God bless our union.
Okay. Thank you very much, NJC, for the time you've given us and then the time you spent with us in reviewing this constitution. So on that note, I'll quickly call upon the EC of the House in the person of Honorable Eben to take over. Thank you. Honorable Eben, if you're online, please, you can take over. Honorable Ebenezer.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, sir.
Oh, okay. Sorry for that. It's not been easy, but we've been able to get this far. The system is ready for us to get started. Let me share my screen for, as usual, transparency. As you can see, the pictures are there. Everything is 000. I hope you can all see. Yeah, so it's been reset. Yeah, oh, my screen is just, my fingers cannot even roll my screen. Oh, okay, yeah. So I hope you can all see my screen as I've shared it.
Yes, please, we can.
Okay, so we can all see that everything is 0 there. So transparency and accountability. So now we are good to go. Know that we've set, just giving you a little tour. If you can see, the time now is 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. So at 8 p.m., if you try, the system will not allow you. But as we speak, because it's 5, when you start voting, you'll go on successfully. So that is one part. But what brought me here today was that I was told LOCs cannot vote. I've been busy really dealing with this thing, so I've not been on Congress. Is it true that LOC cannot vote? That has been an issue on Congress? Because as the EC, I need to be clear on certain things. I need response, please.
Honorable NJC. Honorable Sam, are you here with us?
Yeah, we are here. We are here.
Yes, Honorable NJC, please ask me what's the EC
Yes, a
Act?
question. Let's have a quick interaction. Other than that, I'm going what I know. Is it true that it's been debated that LOCs cannot vote?
Yes, the issue came up during our review process. And then the question was that most of the times, LOCs are executives, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if LOC are executives, and then they have been nominated by their chapters as delegates, definitely they can vote. Somebody can be an LOC and he has not been, designated that delegateship to vote. I hope you are getting me.
I don't understand because LOC is a national committee, right? So we are forgetting about the fact that they are executives. It's a national committee, and per the constitution, if the members of EC are voting who are national committee, LOC and national committee members should vote.
Definitely.
So we are using the constitution. So we have to be clear.
The argument was that they were asking whether the LOCs were executives. From their chapters.
No, I just wanted to be clear for future reference, because in future, the LOC may not, an LOC member may not be an executive, and we will deny the person. The fact that we are reviewing constitution, the law is very easy and simple. All committees members should vote. So let's forget about whether you're executive. He is a committee member. He should vote so that next year, this wouldn't be an excuse. So can we all agree that all committee members are voting? Simple English.
But LOC membership, no, LOC committee is not well defined in the constitution.
So
when you go to Article 22 on committees, on commissions and committee, you realize that we have everything spelled out. And I quote, NUGS-CHINA shall have the following committee: Judicial Committee,
Article what, please?
Electoral, Article 22, Clause 1.
Okay.
I'm saying that it is well stated that is Chapter 8, Commission and Committees of the Union. That one, when you look at it, we have from A to F, but LOC is not captured. LOC is not captured as a designated committee under this particular NUGS amended constitution. LOC is often formed by Senate under the maybe supervision of our Congress. For that matter, it is not well designated in the constitution. That is the reason why the argument still stands that they must be executives of a chapter who are given the voting rights to vote, else they cannot.
So the fact that this is an emergency ad hoc committee, right? So we are using both the common sense and then the common law. How can someone come to supervise the whole thing? The LOC is the one supervising the votes, and then he cannot vote. Where does it fall? So the fact that the constitution doesn't state it, the constitution doesn't say they can vote or they cannot vote, so then we cannot take them out.
In this instance, let me make something clear here. Unless otherwise, Congress being the higher decision-making body decides that any LOC that has been chosen who doesn't have the voting right should be allowed to vote, then it can stand. But as it stands now, the common sense we are talking about doesn't work in this situation. Otherwise, somebody can use it against us. So unless Congress decides.
Good. Like I said, sorry, I've been busy really working. So other than that, I wouldn't have gotten this far. I wasn't there to place my argument for Congress to support, because I was the EC last year and everyone voted. So are we going to correct that?
Honorable Nixon, last year, I asked the LOC chair and he said LOC members didn't vote. I also made an inquiry for former SG and he also said LOC members didn't vote last year.
I have to check the system because I work with the
Honorable EC.
But then it's okay, just like you are saying, we are all making an argument on Congress for Congress to decide, right?
Yes.
So then, let's put in a motion for Congress to decide, because how can people come and work that much? LOC is working equally just like the Electoral Commission. LOC is working equally just like the vetting committee. Why shouldn't they vote? So let's put it in motion for them to, because probably no one was there to argue for the committee. And like I said, forgive me, I have been really busy. The secretary will tell you, I've been talking with people just to get the voting. So please, let's have a motion for Congress to listen and vote. Then,
Honorable
because, yes, sir.
If you can permit me to make something clear for you, what you need to understand is that if you were busy doing other things, we were equally busy doing the review process of which you were supposed to be present. This is not this is not the basis of which you can drag us back to discuss the issues. What we need to make clear for you to understand is that, as far as this constitution is concerned, the various committees that have been mentioned in Chapter 8, Article 22 is what I mentioned to you. And that one is very clear. LOC is not mentioned in that particular instance. That means that they are just an ad hoc committee.
Good.
And as far as this constitution is concerned, the constitution did not spell out those ad hoc committee of LOC being given that particular right to vote as far as their ad hoc standing committee. So the issue now you are bringing is you want us to bring a motion that will request. And previously, we have not seen what you are saying to manifest as far as the NUGS amended constitution is concerned. I hope you get me right.
That is what you are saying, and you use a statement that, well, I will take it likely, that you said, in as much as I was busy, you are also busy doing your own thing, doing your work, which is true. But then,
yes,
if I don't want to tell you what is going on in the background. If my people, I'm mostly doing everything. You get me? You get me? But what I'm saying is that we are amending the constitution, right? So when someone brings an error, just like you said, my honorable people brought this issue and it was said, if I were there, you get me? Probably I could have added my voice and then we will know how things went. You get me? But I wasn't there because of whatever excuse that you are not accepting. In this moment that we've been talking, if we started something with the process I was saying, I believe we would have gotten somewhere, because what I'm looking at is that, are we going to consider that and even work on it into the constitution so that in the future, people can know that if they want to dedicate themselves to the LOC, at least if they are not executives, they will have the right to vote. That will encourage people to come. Other than that, how would people, you get my point, how would people even volunteer to come and work for the nation and look at other people chop in front of them?
Okay, may I invite,
so we are human beings in as much as the law is. But then, you get, so if you understand me, because
thank you very much. Let me let Honorable Sam come in to also speak on that issue. Honorable Sam.
Okay, honorable Chair for this session. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, I think my honorables are here because I have to really stretch. Honorable, I like your suggestion. I like it so much. And this year is our year of constitutional review, right? So I think that we can consider your review. I like the point you made, and this is we give the various committees also the ability to also give their suggestions, right, to the input of this constitution. But unfortunately, like some of the committees, I stand to be corrected, but we we didn't receive much. So I think for what it stands now, the operations of the EC must still be guided by the constitution that we have now. So I will suggest that EC goes by what we have now, pending amendment by Congress. That would be my suggestion.
No problem.
Yeah.
Okay. If you will seek to rectify it,
Thank you very much.
if you
Yeah,
seek to rectify
Please,
it
let's listen to
in the future,
let's listen to Honorable Benny. VP, please kindly come on.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I want to draw our attention to something. Article 12, no, Article 13 rather, sorry, Clause 2. It says Congress shall comprise of the National Executive Committee, the National Senate, members of national committees underlined, and commissions. What I want to clarify is that this article do not state that Congress shall comprise of members of national committees and commissions under Article so and so. It is not there like that. So any national committee that has something to do with Congress, it did not also specify that LOC will be an ad hoc committee. If you check Article 17, it defines what an ad hoc committee is and who should chair ad hoc committees. But here, the Constitution mandates the LOC to have the provincial coordinator, or in a situation where they don't have provincial coordinator, a chapter president to be the chair of the LOC, which means once they are approved by Senate, they become a national committee, which means they should have a voting right during Congress because they are part of Congress. Thank you, sir.
I have my hand up. Can I talk? Hello? Hello?
Yes, you can come on. Please talk. Go ahead.
Okay, I think the Vice President Benny has. I was going through the provisions, and then it's like it fit in. My thought of it right out. It fit in with how Benny has just interpreted it. It is not specific. It is not making reference to the previous committees. So any ad hoc committee that is formed specifically in line with making sure that this Congress goes on, any committee that is formed is eligible to participate in the voting. It is not clear. Unless we go back as it is now, we can make reference, if we can amend the Constitution and make reference to the committees that have been made or names of committees that have been indicated in the Constitution, then we can have a point. But as it is now, we must allow all committees, including ad hoc committees, emergency committees, in relation to this present activity to vote. That is my take. Thank you.
Thank you too. Please, Honorable Sam, are you still having your hand up? Honorable Benny. Honorable Benny, are you still having your hand? Okay. Honorable Sam.
Sorry, I didn't put it down. Sorry.
Hello, Honorable.
Yeah, you can come on.
Sorry. Honorable Sir, I don't know if the chairperson of the Electoral Committee it's referring this case to Congress or to NJC. I think he's
Honorable
no,
Sam.
I was told
he said that the chairperson of EC said that he was absent on other duties. So when the issue came up, and then about LOC not having the right to vote. So he
I understand that. What I'm saying is,
so I'm referring to Congress. I'm referring to Congress to decide.
Because I wanted to be sure, because if it is not the NJC, if you are seeking for us to give our decision on this, fine. But if it's Congress, then Congress can debate this. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
I think actually I also made it clear to our EC chairperson that this particular issue is before Congress, and Congress is the high decision-making body. Because previously we have had experiences where the LOC were not given the right to vote. So if this argument is coming, so be it. We just put it before Congress. They agree or disagree, then we move on. There's no argument about this.
Okay, so let's please work on it quickly and then let's go.
But,
Honorable Sam, kindly take over.
Nixon, please, if I can come in. When it comes to the interpretation of the Constitution, is it the mandate of the NJC or Congress?
We are looking at a decision-making body, right? So NJC has the authority, but then their supervisors are the Congress. If
Congress is the
wrong.
overall.
Very good. So if there is no Congress, we will go to a judiciary. But now that there is Congress, together the judiciary with the General Assembly will come to Congress, if I am not wrong. So we have come to Congress.
Okay. Hello, Honorable Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So if Congress wants, that's why I want to be clear. If you are seeking for interpretation of the Constitution so that Congress can take a decision, then we know that NJC is going to seek for the interpretation, then Congress will take a decision. But as you rightly mentioned, you've put it before Congress to debate. So that is why we want to be clear on this. So Congress is debating, or we want an interpretation of that Constitution.
No, I'm putting it to Congress because NJC will take us to Congress. So let's go Congress.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
So as it stands now, Honorable Sam. Honorable Sam. Honorable Sam, can you hear me?
Honorable Muhyiddin.
Yes, I think this particular issue is because it came up. That's why he's bringing. So what do we do now? Do we put it before Congress?
It's already before Congress. I think we have to just vote because the previous.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, when I said put it, I'm talking about moving a motion.
Thank you.
You understand? Yes. Yeah. Moving a motion on it. Honorable Sam.
Honorable, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
You can go ahead, please. Are you talking to me?
Honorable EC Chair, please move the motion so that Congress will decide on the issue of LOC. Honorable EC Chair.
Honorable EC Chair. Yes,
please
kindly move.
I'm saying that this motion you have brought, kindly move the motion. We'll get a seconder, then Congress can vote on it.
Oh, okay. I, Ebenezer Nixon-Nikwe, EC Chair, wish to refer to Article 12, that which says that NUGS-CHINA nationals, Article 13, I'm a little bit, Article 13, Clause C, if I'm right. Members of national committee say what? There shall be a Congress which shall be the highest decision-making organ of China. Congress shall comprise of, then I go to C, members of national committees and commission. In reference to that, I believe the LOC is also a committee for national. And the fact that they come to work at Congress to make sure that everyone gets the right to vote. They deserve to vote. They cannot just come and look at people to vote without. And if we don't rectify this, it is going to discourage other individuals in the future to volunteer to come and form this committee in order for us to have Congress. So I move that this be set in motion that LOCs should be accepted as national committees and they should be allowed to vote. Thank you.
Seconded by Pius Tete and Hui Province.
Hello, there is a hand.
Let me.
Hand up.
I have a hand
Honorable
here.
Dennis.
Honorable
Please
Chair.
wait, please wait. Honorable
Honorable
Dennis,
Chair.
please come in. Yes, come in. Honorable Dennis, you may speak. Honorable Dennis, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Yes, you are loud and clear.
Please, I move for a motion to counter the motion that the Honorable Electoral Commission just proposed.
May you tell us what the counter motion is about?
One, I don't. What my debate is on the fact that the LOC is not a national committee, but it's a local committee. NEC is the national committee for Congress. The Constitution states that the chairperson of the local committee should be the PC, and then his committee. That committee should come from a province. But then here lies the case: this current LOC is not from a chapter. Excuse me to say, from a chapter. So they were handpicked. I don't know if Senate approved it before it was organized, because as a member of the NJC, I don't believe such a letter came to our committee. The LOC is not a national committee, but a local committee, because if we are having this voting right argument, because one, the chairperson, who should have been the PC, would automatically have had a voting right because he's a Senate. The president, who should have been a member from a chapter, would be a delegate and would have a voting right. The secretary would also have. The financial secretary would also have. So there would have been no need for us to have this debate about LOC members having voting rights. I believe that if NEC had put across, which I stand to be corrected, I don't know if Senate sat over or approved the LOC, the members of the LOC, because as far as I know, the NJC did not have any such letter come to their committee. I believe if NJC had seen or received such letter, we would have debated on this issue and probably advised on what to do, advise Senate or NEC on what to do. So I counter the motion that the LOC should be allowed to vote. But if a member of the LOC has a voting right, is on any national committee, then he can go ahead and vote.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dennis.
My hand is up.
Yes, I've Honorable Dennis, may you put your hand? Honorable Pius, please, you may come in. Honorable Pius, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry, my hand was up to second the motion, but
okay. Then you may put your hand. Honorable Francis, you may come in.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the. I've been listening behind, and then the arguments being put forward by the EC sounds clear, because one, members of the LOC are working for the success of the Congress, and if they have a voting right, let's say if they are even delegates or they were even handpicked, And then they also been a delegate from the various chapters. We can't disenfranchise them based on the fact that they are working behind the scene to ensure the success of this Congress. So if by the Constitution, there's nothing there for them to be able to exercise their franchise, and we as a Congress have the right to fix it, because this is a constitutional review. So I actually want to go by the suggestion being put forward by the EC, if Congress can work on it before we start our voting, so that the council exercise their franchise, because they can't be there and be watching where people are eating. They are being part of the party, putting chairs together, and they are eating, and they are just observing. Thank you very much.
Honorable SG.
I have my hand up, please.
I have a point to make very clear for the understanding of the general public. You see, when you go to Article 14 about organization of Congress, you would understand that, like Honorable Dennis said, if this particular LOC, the current LOC we are having, were to be coming from a chapter, that wouldn't have bring any argument. But in this instance, Article 14, Clause 2 says that the national executives, in consultation with National Senate and the chapter hosting the Congress, shall form a 7-member local organizing committee. 3, the 7-member of the LOC shall include the local president, secretary, financial secretary, members in charge of accommodation, feeding, transportation, and publicity. If this was the case, I think this argument wouldn't have been here. But in this instance, we are confronted with an issue where this particular LOC were handpicked just for the organization of Congress. So if they do not fall within this category as mentioned in Article 14, 2 and 3, then that is where our Constitution comes in to deny them the right to vote. That is the issue. And that would be only applicable to this current LOC, but not previous, but not subsequent ones. Thank you.
I have my hand up, please. I have my hand up, please.
You may speak.
Okay, I think we need to understand that we are not in normal times. And this is an opportunity for us to make the necessary adjustments to make sure that things don't repeat themselves. I remember that the hosting right of Congress was advertised. And unfortunately, no chapter applied for it. So now it means that we are going to be experiencing instances where advertisement will be made for local organizing committee for chapters to apply, and no chapter will apply. We'll still come back to this same issue where the NEC have to be compelled to call on people to apply to come and participate. So we need to institutionalize this to make sure that in case a chapter does not apply to host a Congress and we are handpicking, those people who are put in place to handle the occasion should be recognized as such, just like the way we recognize the chapter people. So if we are correcting the mishaps, let's correct it from henceforth, because it's not going to be the first time. Advertisement can be made in future and no chapter will apply for it. It has happened, they did it. So please, let's look at this issue, address it, and we'll go back to the clauses that we've read so that we make emphasis on the committees and the commissions, because it is very, very, very ambiguous. It hasn't made any reference to any of them. So if Mr. Eben is saying that his committee has a right to participate in it, I think I support him. But we need to also understand that this status quo will not remain. The court of us getting chapters and automatic, us getting provision coordinators, automatic participating, local members happening with. Let's do the necessary. Thank you.
This is what I am doing.
Yeah, Honorable, can I come in respectfully to rectify something? Hello, Honorable, can I come in to rectify something? I don't know if I can be heard. Hello.
You can be heard.
Oh, okay. You see, my argument or my motion I put across, my counter motion person, I think, misinterpreted me. Just like the immediate person said, everything I am saying, I am not dwelling on the current LOC. I am dwelling on LOC in general. So if the current LOC has people in executives and other things, actually, I have a problem with the current LOC. Is it constitutional? I don't want to go there because I have to talk to people background before I have to let it go because we need to work. So if we have to go to constitutional, is this LOC formed under constitutional mandate? So we close the whole and then we go and argue. But that is not what we are arguing. We are looking at the word LOC. Let's forget about the positions within the LOC currently. Let's look at future individuals who will be coming to set table for us to eat, just like my brother said. And we are referring to you in the Constitution. The Constitution says, let me quote it again, so that my brother will also quote from the Constitution. Then we can vote. It says what? I'm reading again. Congress, Article 13. Congress shall be, there shall be a Congress, which shall be the highest decision-making organ of NUGS-CHINA. Congress shall comprise of, then I jump to 13, members of national committees and commissions. So we have to argue today, if this LOC is not a national committee, then we have to dissolve Congress because they don't have no business organizing Congress. I'm adding to my argument now. If this LOC is not a national committee, how can they organize national events to rectify such a big constitutional review? You get me? So that is where, so that is one. Two, my referral to LOC is not the current one. I'm looking at just the word LOC, which may include ordinary members who may not have positions to in any other people, but then with the desire that, okay, they will also chop, let me use the word, at the table. They will also have the right to vote. They will volunteer themselves to come and set table for us. So together. So just like I was referred last year, okay, I told everybody they should include all, but probably they were this thing. I was also in charge of Nanjing 2013. LOC members voted because that was manual. Who can then refer me that they didn't vote? Because that was manual. I was standing by a ballot box over there and I saw whoever voted. LOC people voted in Nanjing 2012. Sorry, the date there. Nanjing, which date was it? Is it 2019 or whatever it is? So honorables, let us look at, excuse me, allow me this thing. A friend of mine said, sense is the man, the book is nothing to the brain. Let us look at what we can do today to attract people in the future to come and work for this committee. Other than that, very soon, if we don't find executives to form the committee, you will not have committee because ordinary people will not just come and serve us for us to eat in front of them. Thank you.
Honorable House, please. So what's the decision? Honorable Confidence, please, would you want to say something on the matter?
I think I just wanted to say we've been going back and forth. A motion was raised and it was seconded. Someone raised a counter motion. I don't even remember whether the counter motion was seconded or not. But because I did not even hear the second, someone seconding the counter motion. So since these two are on board, if someone did not second the counter motion, then we go ahead and go with the motion. If someone seconded the counter motion, then let's go ahead and vote. We've heard all the arguments back, the debate on the floor. And as far as I'm concerned, I've been listening. I didn't hear anyone seconding for the counter motions, which means the initial motion still stands. So we just proceed. If there is, we just proceed with the motion that was raised. Vote.
I second the counter motion.
Okay, if it was seconded,
thank you.
then we go ahead and vote between the. We go ahead. We've now had the debate on both sides. Now let's go ahead and take a decision.
Before we take a decision, I want to remind the one who raised the motion, that is the EC chair, that the fact that nobody came in for for this year's Congress. And remember, after Congress being the higher decision-making body, Senate is next. Any decision that has been taken by Senate binds everybody as far as the Constitution is concerned. And for that matter, if the LOC were constituted by Senate, it presupposes that Senates have the right to do that on behalf of the whole union. So that doesn't make it unconstitutional, like you stated. The Constitution gives them the right. Senate, after Congress, Senate is the next decision-making body for.
It gives them the right to constitute individuals as LOCs, but not chapters.
This is an ad hoc committee. No, I'm not talking about individual committees. It's an ad hoc committee.
Honorable.
Anyway, my argument is that I have seconded that counter motion. Let's move on and vote.
With that being said, and this being something to which it has been called to a vote, I would call the Honorable NJC to chair this, since it's a vote, whilst he calls for the proceedings of the vote. Honorable NJC Head, Sam, Secretary. Sorry, Honorable NJC Secretary Sam, can you please see to this vote? Thank you. Oh, if Sam is not available, Honorable Nuruddin, can you see to the proceedings of this voting?
I think I cannot proceed on that because looking at the issue, we have the SG, because Honorable Sam did his work as an NGC representative and he left the scene before this motion came. And I don't have the right to chair this particular meeting at this moment. I think the one who takes over can do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Honorable Confidence, please, do you have any other thing to say? Because I can see your hand still up.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to do one.
Honorable Sam, sorry, that's okay. Honorable Confidence. Honorable Sam, please, there was something to which was being discussed. Yes, I can see your hands up. Please, you can go. Honorable Sam, please, you can speak. NJC Chair. NJC Chair.
Honorable Clement, I think, Honorable Clement.
Yeah, please, I'm all ears.
I think when it comes to a matter of vote, we don't necessarily need the NJC to be able to vote. It's the chair for that section. It's a debate on the floor. JC members are also here. And it's the chair for that session who leads the proceedings within that session. So whoever is chairing this section should lead us to make a decision on the debate on the floor.
Okay, so on that note, with me being the coordinator of this very session, I would ask the technical team to help us with such a poll, so we vote on it. Thank you.
Hello, honorable members, please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I was waiting if maybe Congress will hand over this issue to NJC to work on it and revert back, but let me also, from the NJC point of view, make some specifications to the Constitution and leave it to Congress, like the interpretation of what our Constitution says. Honorables, let's go back to Congress, Article 13 of the Constitution. Right now, the bone of contention is not who, hello?
Yeah, we are listening. We are listening.
Okay, the bone of contention is not what constitutes Congress, but the bone of contention is who is eligible to vote. Please, am I right?
As per
yes, exactly.
as it concerns LOC, yeah.
Okay, great. Now let's go to Article. I think there is a simple sentence which explains this. Article 33, Clause 7. Article 33, Clause 7. Please, are we there?
We are there. We are there.
Good. Only delegates of good standing from each province will qualify to vote. Only delegates of good standing from each province will qualify to vote. So every chapter was requested to submit list of delegates. Now, LOC are members of the union who have been mobilized, but at the local level, if we have a physical setting or something, to help with the work. Peradventure, someone in the LOC can also be a delegate. And the person, according to our constitution, is eligible to vote. But with our constitution now, the list of delegates that were submitted to NEC are those that should be used for voting. But if there is an LOC member who falls under Article 33(7), the person can vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable NJC. I can see the Vice President of NUGS-CHINA hand up. Honorable Benny, please, you have the floor. Honorable Conference, please, do you have anything to say before Honorable Benny comes in? Okay, Honorable Benny, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Clement. Please, I wanted to seek some clarification. If you're going by the article that the Honorable NJC Chair quoted right now, it means national executives and senators cannot vote. If he's saying those who can vote are delegates submitted by chapters, it means NEC, senators, the other people here cannot vote. I think voting is Congress. When we say decision making, Congress, so we go by, we define the voting here by the people who formed the Congress. Since we are saying Congress is the highest decision making body, the people here, the people who form the Congress, are the highest decision making body. So they should make decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Clement, can I come in just a minute? In support of what my honorable said, if the former SG is here, this clause was used for Congress voting, not for national voting last year. Every time we had a problem at Congress last year online, we were told only delegates could vote. So I never voted during a deliberation on Congress issue, but I voted during a national issue because I was the Electoral Commission. So this clause has been used mainly for only situation which we are going to vote now. Delegates only vote on debating issue. But when it comes to national issue, We've never used this clause before. Thank you.
Honorable Benny. Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard. Honorable Nordin, you can be heard.
Yes, I just want to remind
yes, sir.
Honorable Benny about this particular issue you brought, encountering Article 33, 7, which is talking about only delegates of good standing from each province will qualify to vote. Quite apart from this particular article, remember we were talking about committees, and I did mention the committee at Article 22, which this particular constitution has spelled out clearly. And we were saying that the LOC of today, it isn't that we are not, considering them for the fact that they are doing a lot of work for the association, that they are not significant to the association. But the point we are making is that we are not in normal times. And for that matter, we are considering the fact that they are not representing a particular chapter that denies them the delegateship. And then we have to work on without those two. I don't know. I think there are 5 members currently instead of 7. There are 5-member committee that makes up the ad hoc committee of the LOC as it stands now. And out of 136, I stand to be corrected, who are presently the delegates of Congress. Out of this number, I don't think five people absence can affect the elections as far as this particular election is concerned. For that matter, we can still go on as Congress. Congress can still go on to vote on the 2 motions, but we can still move on without these 5 members not voting, and then it will not affect the percentage outcome of this particular election. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chair, can I please come in again?
Honorable
Sam,
yeah,
please.
Honorables, I think that, okay, actually, we shouldn't go back and forth on this. That is why when the argument started, I asked a question. Is the House seeking for for NJC's interpretation of this matter or to debate it? Because I see a lot of back and forth about it, though the decision is very clear on this. Now, I will suggest that if Congress can refer this matter to the NJC.
Honorable Benny, please, you wanted to make a submission while
I wanted to, but looking at the back and forth, I think maybe we should go by what Honorable Sam is saying, so that we can just finish this once and for all.
Sorry, guys. I brought a motion. I brought a petition to Congress, and I'm hoping Congress can handle it now, so we can have a better precedence. Because it seems we are very mindful of the law. So and the protocols. So if Congress has to handle it, let Congress handle it without referring to anybody for us to come later. If we refer to NJC, they have to go and deliberate. If by the time they finish deliberating and voting is over, and it happens that LOC needed to vote, what are we going? Are we going to open again? Please, let's do the right thing. Let's vote immediately and resolve this issue. It's been over how many minutes? Almost getting to an hour. We are young people. Let's do the right thing. Let's vote, please. Get it done with.
Okay. Honorable Confidence, please, can you mute yourself? You're on another call whilst your voice is also.
Yes. My hand was up. So.
Yes, so you can also put your hand down if you don't have anything to say.
No, I just wanted a bit of. It was up. It was up because I wanted to say something. I wanted a clarification.
No, Honorable Confidence, please hold on a bit.
Okay.
No, please hold on. Honorable Morans from Jinjian, excuse me if I didn't mention the name well. Honorable Morans, please, if you have the platform to talk, just unmute yourself and talk.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My humble rhetorical question is, at what time are we going to finish with this pull and push debate? It is simple. We all agree to the fact that Congress is the highest decision body. And there is a motion that has been brought to the table. We just have to go ahead and do the voting. If we are in support of it, the results will prove it. If we are not in support of it, the result will prove it. I don't think we have to do this pull and push debate here. The motion has been brought to the table. We have a seconder. And I think the right thing has to be done. We should just go to the polls and do the voting. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take the last submission from the president of NUGS-CHINA, in the person of Mr. Colin Say. Then after, we take the last one from, Honorable Sam. I think you've had enough to,
Honorable, my network ended. Actually, I was making a submission, but yeah. Actually, I was making a submission and. Hello?
Honorable Sam, we can hear you. Just go on, sir.
Yeah, I was making a submission in my network. What I was saying is, the Honorable Chair is saying the right thing has to be done, and that is, I think, what Congress is seeking to achieve. There are a whole lot of explanations we can make about this, but what is going, the back and forth is because we've not had a concrete, we've not given the right opportunity for the appropriate bodies who should interpret the Constitution to do it. And that is why I'm saying that if the EC chair can refer this matter, which is now the bone of contention, to the NJC through appropriate means, and we make the relevant interpretation available, so that we can solve this once and for all. Because if we are to go back and forth and saying that the right thing has to be done, maybe what Congress might decide on may not be the right thing. And secondly, we use the clause, Congress is the highest decision body. But Congress is the highest decision body doesn't mean that they can amend a part of the Constitution when it is not due to be amended, or they can change a clause of the Constitution which shouldn't be amended. If not, we will kind of change a lot of things because Congress is the highest decision body. But anything that is amended is for precedence.
Honorable Sam, thank you very much. It looks as if your point has been well made.
Honorable Clement.
Honorable Eben, the EC chair.
Please.
The EC chair.
I made my submission and quoted the Constitution. You get me? In the reference of Constitution. None of their their submission have been able to
The EC chair, your point has been well noted. We wanted to move
please,
forward.
Let's vote. We are setting bad precedents here.
But that is why I'm saying that we want to hear the last submission from the president. Then we decide on what to do. Thank you, sir. Honorable Colin Say, please, you have the platform. And sorry for the you have the platform.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Clement, and good evening to everyone. I'm most grateful. I think we have to make a quick decision. I think this issue, it's something that it's kind of like something that has cropped up over the years. LOC has been formed at a local level, but this time around, the LOC, this is the first time something of this kind is happening, such that LOC is being formed at the national level, and it's raising this confusion. So in as much as this is creating a lot of confusion now, we are Congress, and we are the custodians of the law. So in as much as we are the custodians of the law, what we decide, that is what happens. Collectively, our voice is what we are going to work with. So in as much as we have all the bodies, we have all the entities involved in decision making and everything, the Congress, the full Congress, is what stands. So whatever Congress decides is what stands. So the way forward to just make things clear, and then for us to know what the voice of Congress is saying, is just to allow Congress to speak, and Congress speaks through the voting. So I think we just have to put the motions forward, and then just vote. And I think that will just make the submissions very simple. So quickly we can just reiterate the motions, and then we just get going. Thank you. So with that said, I think Honorable Eben, the EC chair, can come again with a motion, and then the counter motion that we have, we can also put it forward, and then we just set it to vote, and then we just see what Congress is going to decide on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Collins, dear President, able President. With that being said, I would call upon Honorable AC to reiterate on on the motion, and then we would call upon Honorable Nuruddin to again reiterate on the counter motion, so we put it to vote. Thank you. And as the motions are being set in play, Honorable the tech team, Honorable tech teams, please please be ready for us as we set the motion in play. Honorable AC Chair.
Thank you very much. Good evening once again. It's been a long day. I, Ebenezer Nixon Nikwe, EC Chair, would like to refer to the Constitution, Article 13. There shall be a Congress, which shall be the highest decision-making body of organ of NUGS-CHINA. Congress shall comprise of C, members of National Committee and commissions. We know we are in challenging times, and this committee has been formed out of the normal. But then it was formed by our Senate in conjunction with all those they have to consult, which makes it a national committee. Making it a national committee, then they fall within the clause that says members of national committee and commissions. And if all committee members are allowed to vote at Congress, then it is only wise, or it falls within the range that LOCs are allowed to vote. Coming to interpretation of what you call common sense and law, how can we motivate people in the future to dedicate themselves to come and serve, only to come and look at people vote right in front of them? Who would do that? No one. So my motion now is not referring to the current committee. No, I'm referring to LOC or whatever VOC we may refer. A committee that is organizing Congress is a committee. And as such, irrespective of their positions, they should be allowed to vote, so that in the future, if any member of the committee doesn't have any national position, that person will be allowed to vote without being referred to today's instance. And my referral is to Congress that we vote on it today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eben. Any seconders to this motion?
I second. My name is John Demuako, Delegate, Beijing.
Thank you very much, Honorable John. Now the counter motion, Honorable Nuruddin.
Yes, can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Okay. The counter motion, even though I was not the one who brought, I seconded it. But because I seconded it, I also have the right to talk to bring it on board. The counter motion on this particular issue is that, according to the Article 13 that my brother has read, and it is talking about Congress shall comprise of the National Executive Committee, the National Senate, the members of national committees and commission, and then I refer to Article 22 that comprises of National Commission and committees that is made up of Judicial Committee, Electoral Commission, Vetting Committee, Finance Committee, Audit Committee, Welfare Committee, LOC is not mentioned here in this case. And again, Article 14, Clause 2 also stated that the national executives, in consultation with the National Senate and the chapter hosting the Congress, shall form a 7-member LOC, that is Local Organizing Committee. And in this case, those LOC shall include the local president, secretary, financial secretary, members in charge of accommodation, feeding, transportation, and publicity, who are definitely going to be delegates. But in this instance, the current LOC, I stand to be corrected, are not from any chapter. Even if they are from any chapter and they have the right to vote, so be it. If they don't have the right to vote, then there's no need for them to vote. That is my counter motion.
Thank you, Honorable Nuruddin. Any seconder? Please, we need a seconder for the counter motion, so we vote for.
Honorable Clement.
Yes, sir.
Good. I think, wow. Honorable Chair, the problem right now is because, you know, this year, the selection of the LOC was totally different.
Honorable Sam. Honorable Sam.
Please.
Honorable Sam, this cannot be allowed. Honorable Sam, there is a motion.
Honorable
I
Eben.
can't allow you, Honorable Sam.
Honorable
Either
Eben.
you support the motion or you get off the platform.
Honorable Eben. Honorable Eben, please let's mind our language whilst we speak to each other.
If you say,
Honorable Sam.
Clement.
Sam, it's
I'm
either
not.
Honorable
I'm
Sam,
not,
it's either Honorable Sam, please. Can I have my platform, sir?
Okay, you can have it.
It's either you are seconding the counter motion or you allow Congress to proceed as it is. Thank you. Honorable Confidence, please, I can see your hand up. Please, you can go.
Okay, Honorable Chair, I don't know whether to call it a point of order or point of information or another counter motion. Because the motion that was raised was very long and it had so much in it that some of them is against our constitution, which we should not allow it to pass. For instance, the one who raised the motion mentioned this should be not only for this Congress, but also for other LOCs that will be formed, which I think if we are going by that, which means it should go through constitutional review, then we should review it in the constitution before it can pass. However, if that motion is seeking for us to consider just this LOC, then fine, fair enough. But if the first motion he raised, he is saying we should do it for further LOCs, then I think the right channel should go through constitutional review, but not come here as a motion for us to vote on.
Thank you very much for the point of information, and thank you very much.
Honorable Clement.
Honorable Sam, please, I've seen your hand up. In just a moment, I'll give you the platform to talk. Thank you. Okay, so I would call upon Honorable EC again to come again with his motion, so that, because as the point to which Honorable Confidence raised is that to which needs to be looked at. So I think Honorable Chair, if you can come again with your motion.
I'll keep it short and refer it to.
And Honorable House, before Honorable Eben comes in, this is to say that his motion has already been seconded, and that this is just to correct his earlier motion. Thank you.
I'll keep it short. We are working currently, so I refer to the current LOC. I'm referring to the current LOC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any seconder to the counter motion? Any seconder to the counter motion? Please, any seconder to our counter motion. Okay, I can see Honorable Sam. Are you to second it, or you want to have a submission before you second it?
Honorable, I just have a point of information, not even anything, because of clarification. Yeah.
In the next 1 minute, can you have it summarized in the next 1 minute?
Thank you.
Thank you. Please go on.
Okay. Honorable, with reference to this case, okay, it's kind of a special case because we are not in a physical location where we have the hosting committee, okay, going for various members to come and help. To the best of my understanding, Honorable Collins can correct this. This NEC was formed by the National Senate, right? Honorable Collins.
Point of correction. This
the NEC wasn't formed by the current Senate.
It's a slip of tongue.
Please,
okay,
NEC wasn't formed by current Senate.
No.
Sorry, I mean LOC
Sam,
was formed by the current Senate, right? Honorable Collins.
Yes.
Senate formed the LOC.
Yes.
Good. Honorable Clement, you can go on. This was what I wanted to verify, because we want to see the position of the current Senate, the LOC now. This LOC is a special case to arrive at a concrete decision. That is why I was intercepting, not because of any of the motions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, I saw another hand. Honorable Olivia, please, I see your hand up. Are you here to second for us?
Yes, please. I'm here to second the third.
Thank you very much. Please do second so that would have.
I, Olivia Adebankar, delegate from Sian Chapter, second the motion that if this particular suggestion to allow the LOC vote is going to be applied to subsequent LOCs, then it should go through the proper channels that every constitutional review does. But if for this current one, then it's okay for it to be voted on as we speak. Thank you.
Honorable Olivia, I believe.
Please, was that not the third motion? I stand to be corrected, though.
The second motion is to counter the second motion was to count it all out. Like the second motion was raised to not even allow LOC vote at all, according to the current constitution. So we needed you to just
second. So we are back to the second. Okay, still I second the second motion. All right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Olivia. Now to the tech team, please. If there is no any other question, Honorable Sam and Honorable Olivia, I would honorably urge you to put your hands down. Thank you very much. To the tech team, please. Can we have the polls to let the LOC vote this year or not to allow them vote based on our constitution on both points being raised, backed by our constitution? Thank you. We are waiting for you, LOC. We are waiting for the tech teams. Tech team, please, are you ready for us?
The result has been displayed.
They posted a result already, 77 to 23%.
Hey, I just know.
Ya tueja okra, yeja hoko okra.
Onyen delicate. Onyen delicate. Okay. Okay, so I have the results here. So as it stands now, it means that Congress have agreed that LOC vote. So with Congress being the highest decision body of NUGS-CHINA, I, being the coordinator and chair of this very platform as of today, 25th of July 2021, do hereby say that Congress have decided that this year LOC should have to partake in the voting system. Thank you. Honorable Honorable John from Beijing. Honorable John.
Thank you. Simple. I think say there's one other very there's one other very important aspect of what we have just done that I think we have to refer to the Judiciary Committee to deliberate on it. Whether there will be the possibility of us going through a constitutional amendment as soon as possible, because we are not in normal times. In future, advertisement can be made. No chapter will be applying, and we need to call upon people like this so that we can make provision for this alternative. And when it happens, what we must do to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable John, for the submission. On that note, as voting goes on from the LOC's office to the NJC's office, as voting goes on, the LOC have decided to give the platform to the NJC to continue with the constitutional review. So we actually make some catch up, because at the end of the day, they'll say to me, then we will use it as our handbook for the next 5 years. So without
Honorable Clement, if I may.
Oh, but you never gave me any alert.
Oh, like I can't raise my hand with my laptop, that's why.
I can't raise my hand, you Mate. Okay.
Okay, so NJC, we have to finish the constitutional review today. So we are giving you 3 hours. So from now till 9. And then after 9 o'clock, we will declare the results and then we will hand over. So hopefully, congressmen and women, we are hoping that we will be able to finish Congress latest by 10:30. So that is the plan. So by 9, NJC, we beg of you, please, the motions and the counter motions, try as much as possible to finish on time for us, okay? And then we can declare the results after 9, and then we continue with the handing over ceremony, and then we close Congress. So thank you. Over to NJC. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Honorable Sam, Honorable Nuruddin, please, you have the platform. Honorable Sam, please, if you can hear me. Honorable Sam, NJC.
Hello, please, can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard.
Okay, honorables, let's make this clear to honorable members. There is a common statement that we are making right now. As we said, which per precedence, we have to correct that. Congress is the highest decision body. Doesn't mean that the interpretation of NJC in future works is not necessary. And what Congress thinks that is good to be done at that point, irrespective of interpretation, it shouldn't be carried out. Please, I think we have to correct that, because the issue which was under discussion is a pertinent issue, very important issue. But in order for precedence and for better clarification and explanations, especially for precedence, I think that we have to give the appropriate body the permission to give some advisory, some advice to what should be done in future generations or in future meetings, so that if Congress wants to agree or think otherwise, but because the comment of we shouldn't give some members the opportunity to talk, I think it didn't go down well with us. And in future, we pray that even if Congress disagrees with the interpretation and also the practice of the union, we should allow the appropriate body to give the advice. Highest is the decision body. Yeah, we have 3 hours to go, I know that. Highest is the decision body, but the interpretation of the Constitution by the relevant body as it stands now is also important. And the amendment of the Constitution is also important. So please, Congress is the highest decision body, but please, the interpretation of the Constitution is also important. And if Congress thinks otherwise, that is why we are amending the Constitution. They can amend it, because the issue which we are discussing right now is still a sensitive issue, and we must be, into brackets, in quotes, kind of careful with some of the decisions, especially when it's a rare case. Yeah, but Congress has taken the decision, and we can't overrule it, and we respect the decision by Congress. We continue with Article 12 of the Constitution. Honorable Clement, if you can share your screen, and we go ahead. Thank you. Okay.
Honorable Sam, please, can my screen be seen?
Yeah, I think I can see it now. Okay.
Article 12, right?
Yes, please. Okay, Article 12, composition. The NUGS-CHINA national shall comprise of yeah, I think Article 12. Okay, the NUGS-CHINA national shall consist of the following organs: Congress, National Senate, National Executive Officers, National Committees and Board. And the review suggestion is there should be consistency in the use of officer and council. Congress, your decision to that, your opinions on that there should be consistencies in council. I think actually what this honorable was referring to was in conjunction with Article 1 and Article 2, which is chapter executive council, because in the chapter level we have chapter executive council, and at the national level we have national executive officers. So Congress, your opinion on that. Thank you. Hello. No response to that, please. Congress. Can I be heard, Honorable Clement?
Yes, let's vote.
Yes, you can be heard.
Let's vote on what, please? Because it doesn't tell us to vote for anything. If I'm right.
Honorable Chair, if I may.
Okay, you can go ahead, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As per the review suggested, it asks if there should be a consistency in the use of officer and counsel. I don't know whether it's in the, as in at the Article 12 clause 1 or something, but looking at it, if you want us to use National Senate officer, I don't think it's quite, I don't know how would that sound. I would say that the use of officer and counsel wouldn't change anything from the said portfolio to which had been described in the kind of say subsequent chapters we had to read. So if this wouldn't change the said description, I don't think it is necessary for us to ascribe such adjectives to the said portfolios. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Francisca, SG.
Thank you, Chair. So I think this review suggestion is in line with Article 12, Clause 1C, National Executive Officers. But if you go through the Constitution, there are sections where it's National Executive Council, National Executive Officer. So the person is requested for consistency. If we are using officers, it should be officers throughout. If we are using council, it should be council throughout. So that is what it's not the suggestion is not in line with Article 12 clause 1B. It's 1C, National Executive Officers. Thank you.
Okay. 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 So officers and council, but Honorable Francisca, if I'm right, it is referring to national, right? Not actually
Yes.
chapters, right? Okay. But it should be national executive officers. Yeah. Personally, I've not come across where we have National Executive Council. Personally, I stand to be corrected, but I have not come across that in the Constitution. But let's see, when we run through and we have council, maybe we can consider this. Yeah.
Yes, then we just change
Yeah.
it.
Let's go to the next one, which talks about the review. I don't know which one, but he said the committee shall composed of chapter committees and boards. And the review is with reference to this article, there is lack of established relationship between NUGS-CHINA and NUGS-CHINA National and NUGS-CHINA chapter or province in terms of organizational structure in the Constitution. It is therefore suggested that an organogram which establishes a relationship between the two entities should be drawn. The organogram will entirely help specify the percentage of chapter funds which goes to national coffers and the programs at the chapter level which will be supported by the National Union. Organogram. Okay. Congress, the suggestion is before us.
Honorable Chair, please, if I may.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Honorable Chair, I would agree if we stick with the officer, not the council, throughout the composition. Thank you.
Okay, I said let's leave that one for now, and if we come across somewhere that has National Executive Council, because as it stands now, we've not seen anywhere that has council, but it is officer that we see now, right? So maybe as we go through, we see of council. It can be an aftermath amendment that we can consider. Okay, that's why I suggested that we leave it for now, because we have officers right now before us. So we can go to the ones that I read right now, then we can consider the council and officers later. I don't know if it was clear. Yeah.
All right, sir. Probably I heard you wrong. I'm sorry.
It's okay. The Honorable suggested that we have what? Organizational structure. There is no established relationship between NUGS-CHINA National and NUGS-CHINA chapter in terms of organizational structure in the Constitution. It was therefore suggested that the organogram which establishes the relationship between the two entities be drawn. Okay, Congress. Okay, confidence, honorable confidence.
Okay, Honorable Chair, I was wondering when you were going to see my hand though. Anyway, Honorable Chair, I think with this review, I personally don't side with it because I don't see the relationship between organogram and funds allocation. Organogram does not tell us anything about how funds are allocated in the various organs. No, it doesn't tell us anything about it. And so the two are distinct. Organogram and funds allocation don't have anything in common over there, what the person is stating. And so drawing those two points, I don't agree with the review. And again, this article is talking about composition. So it's just telling us about the various offices, the various units that exist within the organization. And I don't think it would be appropriate for us to draw an organogram over here. And in the Constitution, I also don't see the reason why we should draw an organogram, because organogram has various parts which will be determined by the administration which is operating. So they can bring in some units that will add up to the structure that is already there. So I don't think we should draw an organogram in the Constitution. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, good. Congress, let's vote on it, whether we accept or we reject it. So I move the motion for us to vote to either accept or reject this review. Any seconder to this motion, please?
I, Stephen Asiapia, second the motion on board. Thank you.
Okay. So, Honorable Tech Team, you can make the voting available. Okay, please, Honorable Tech Team, if you are ready. Please, can I be heard?
Yes,
Honorable
please.
Clement.
Yes, you can be heard. You can be heard. You can be heard.
Please, are you hearing?
You are very loud and clear.
Please, I have a time limit, so please, if not, the LOC will, and I.
Honorable Sam, please, I think the tech team is having some difficulties, so they need some few minutes. And they are saying that you can continue if without the post for now, and then maybe they will come in later.
No problem. I can go ahead. Okay. Article 13. I think the Honorable is seeking to address Congress. There shall be a Congress, which is the highest decision organ of NUGS-CHINA. Congress are comprised of the National Executive Committee, the National Senate, members of the National Committee and Commissions, 5 delegates from each chapter. Aspirants of national office who are not members of the above bodies and any other persons invited by the National Organizing Committee. And Congress, before I move on, clause, we were debating about this, but we forgot clause F. Now, the question that I was asking myself, if someone was invited by any person, is the person eligible to vote? We can think about that later. So if someone was invited by NEC and the person is a guest, can the person vote? Because we were making our suggestions as to the composition of Congress, and we stressed on committees only, but we forgot clause F. 2F, if someone was invited by NEC as a guest in our midst right now, can the person vote? So we can ponder over this later. Okay, but it's not a review. Let's go. Review suggestion. 5 delegates from chapters with 50 members. And the person who is talking about 5 delegates from chapter with 50 members and up to 10 from chapters with more than 50 members as far as chapters can sponsor. So this is the review suggestion. Congress is before the House. We can deliberate over it. Okay, please, do we have any suggestions about this? That Congress should constitute 5 members from 50, 5 delegates from chapters with members up to 50, and if they are more than 50, we have 10 delegates.
Honorable Sam, please can you come again with your submission, because it looks as if your line was breaking while you were talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Initially, your line was breaking.
Okay, please, which one didn't you hear so that I can?
The whole shoe.
Oh, sorry. Congress, it says there shall be Congress, which shall be the highest decision-making body of NUGS-CHINA. Congress shall comprise of the National Executive Committee, the National Senate, members of the national committees and commission, 5 delegates from each chapter, aspirant to the national offices who are not members of the above bodies. F, any other persons invited by the National Executive Committee. And I was asking a question with relation to the debate, which we gave our suggestion that now Congress took a decision based on the composition of Congress. Now we quoted every other thing apart from F, and I was asking if someone is a guest in our midst because the person has been invited by the National Executive Committee, is the person also eligible to vote? Like the ambassador, if the person is invited here, can the person vote? But that is not part of the review. It was just a question since we were looking at the composition of Congress. But let's go to the review. 5 delegates from chapters with 50 membership, and if the members are more than 50, the honorable member suggests it should be 10 delegates. So any suggestion about it? Thank you.
Honorable Sam, I think we should still maintain it to the 5. I think we should still maintain it to 5.
Okay, thank you. Please, any other view on that?
My hand is up.
No. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, so I also think that we should maintain the 5 despite the number of members in a particular chapter so that we can have each chapter can have the same voting rights when we come to Congress. Else there will be something else. So we should maintain the 5 delegates.
Great. I like the submission by the Honorable Francisca, and that is the sensitivity of the debate which was on the floor of Congress. And the member mentioned about delegates. When you go through the delegate list, you have the names of the National Executive Committee, you have the names of the National Senate, we have members of the national committees and commission, we have the 5 delegates from each chapter. We have all these there in line with the Constitution because of a particular reason which has been made by the Honorable Francisca. So personally, I was surprised when I was asked the question, if the NEC and the Senate is part of Congress and have voting right when it is already stated there. The contention was between the LOC and delegates and whether LOC members were delegates. Honorable Francisca, thank you for that submission. Honorable Thompson, you can go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Sam, I think I second what Honorable Francisca and Clement said. The reason is that you still have observers, which it is stated that a chapter can send observers, not more than 10. So if you have observers who are going to come with your delegate, I think they are good enough than to add more people. The only difference it makes is the voting right. And like what Honorable Francisca said, that will help us have equal voting rights for each chapter.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So, honorables, that is why the Constitution stated 5 members for fairness in our voting, so that we don't have lapses. So thank you, but we still have to vote whether Congress agrees to 5 or we should raise it to 10. Tech team, please, are you ready? Because we have 2 reviews now. Okay, I don't. Okay, tech team is ready. No, please don't display it now. Let's move the motion before. I think, Honorable Clement, if you can help me, we were talking about the organogram first, right?
Yes,
Good.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. We are talking about the organogram. That is in conjunction with this.
Yeah, Article 12. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Please, can an honorable member move a motion and it will be seconded by another person for voting, please? Thank you.
I, Honorable Clement Eniobeng from the 19th chapter, do hereby move for the motion that there shouldn't be the need of an organogram in this constitution of ours. Thank you.
Okay, please, any seconder?
I, Stephen Oseapia, second to the motion. Thank you.
Okay, so please, let's take note of the motion that was moved. It said there shouldn't be. There shouldn't be. There shouldn't be. So please, let's take note of that. There shouldn't be. So if you accept it, that means that there shouldn't be. And if you, if you reject it, that means there should be. Please, let's take note of that. Thank you. Tech team, you can go ahead. Okay, the motion has been accepted. The motion has been accepted and it has been held by Congress, so we are not going ahead with the drawing of the organogram. Please, Honorable Clement, let's move downwards, okay? Yeah, to Congress. Congress, please, we are voting on the 5 delegates from 50 members and 10 delegates from 50 members, whether we accept to maintain the 5 or we should go ahead with increment to 10. So an honorable member can move for the acceptance or the rejection of the motion, please. Please, anyone can move the motion, please. So you can go ahead.
Honorable Chair, if I may.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Honorable.
I, Honorable Clement Obeng of the 19th chapter, do hereby move for the motion that we still maintain the 5-member delegate for all chapters. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, any seconder to this motion? Any seconder, please?
Hi, Thompson Manuel, and I second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Tech team. So Congress said we should maintain. So if you vote accept, means that you we should maintain the 5. If you vote reject, it means that we should increase to 10. Okay, so Congress maintained that we should limit the number to 5. Thank you, Congress. We have a majority vote of 96%. Please, let's go to clause 8 of the article. Honorable, if you can help us, yeah. Clause 8, it talks about Congress shall concern itself with, I think, general policy of NUGS-CHINA, any issue referred to its member institutions, Senate, the NEC, and or any other organs of NUGS-CHINA, and hold national executive election or impeach national executive officers. Now, the suggested review, voting of national executives should be open to all members in good standing. Perhaps the union can adopt online voting. Please, our suggestion on that. Okay. Honorable Clement, please, did you hear me? Am I
Yes,
audible?
please, I do. Yes, you're audible. You're audible.
So the Honorable Thompson can go ahead.
Yeah, Honorable Sam, I believe the suggestion here is what we are doing now. So I think there's no need to do any changes here because that is what we are doing exactly.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Stephen Osei, please you can go ahead, Honorable.
Okay. The chair of the House, Richard Small once again. I don't quite understand the review, but then I would want to ask for clarification first before I make my comment. To all members, does that mean the General Assembly of NUGS-CHINA, or it means all members present in Congress?
I don't really know, but I'm presupposing the person means the General Assembly of NUGS-CHINA. That's why maybe the person suggested an online voting could help.
Okay, but I beg to differ. If that's the case, then I mean there wouldn't be a need for delegates anymore, because, or I mean, Congress in itself. I mean, it's assumed that the general public or people, delegates coming from the various chapters, are well-enabled representatives to make decisions on behalf of the chapters. So if then we have to go to a general assembly, I mean, considering the whole of China, then I don't think there will be a need for delegates as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Honorable. Good. Based on the debates that have been opened before Congress now, I think we can vote. whether we should allow a national executive to be elected by all members in good standing through an online voting, or we allow Congress to go ahead in the election of our national executives. Yeah, so I think we can go ahead and vote. Please, any motion, if someone can move a motion. Please, anyone to move a motion. Hello, please, can I be heard? Can I be heard, please?
Yes, please.
Yes, you can be heard. You can be heard.
Okay. Any motion to this? Okay, I, Samuel, would like to move a motion for members to either accept or reject the review that all members of good standing should vote through an online system to elect national executive. Please, if you vote accept, it means that our members should be given the opportunity to vote through an online system. And you vote reject, it means you are rejecting this review. Okay, so you vote accept to accept this review, you vote reject to reject this review. Please, any seconder to this motion?
I still want to say happy I second to the motion.
Okay, so if you vote accept, it means you are accepting this review. If you vote reject, it means you are rejecting this review. Okay, tech team, if you're ready. Okay, 50-50. We are 50% accept, 50% reject. Okay, please, Congress, give me 1 minute. Amendment. Okay, we decided to go by majority. Right now, we reach a tie. On the floor of Congress, if there is a tie in a decision, according to the rules of Congress, sorry, let me refer before I make this comment for the sake of records. I'm sorry. Honorable, what article are we reviewing now? Congress, right? Yeah, Congress. Hello, can I be heard, please?
Yes, please.
Great, thank you. If there is a tie on the floor of Congress, oh, okay. National Executive. Sorry. Okay. The president under Article 17, Clause 1C. He or she shall have a casting vote in the event of a tie at Congress and NEC meetings. Wow. But this is amendment, and it was 2/3, right? 2/3 of vote majority. Wow, this is an extraordinary situation posed to us, 50-50.
You need to explain again so that members know.
Yeah, that was what I was, but I think this one, you got it, Honorable. We did not be brought from the clear.
But you can't be able to there will be a decision change. I think we went through this process a time ago and the decision changed.
Okay, good.
Honorable, this was
Yeah, Honorable Ameya, you can go ahead, please, from Shanghai.
Yes, I think this particular decision, this particular review, I think we are treating it very lightly because I feel like it's a major change. Should we vote in favor of changing it? I think it's something major that's going to happen. I think we should really think about it. Like, we should really debate on this particular matter because people need to come forth with their decisions as to why they think that should happen. Maybe to inform other people's decisions, because I feel like it is a major thing that we are voting on, and we are taking it very lightly. Because if we decide to change the way things are done now, I mean, we should really think about the mechanisms that have to be put in place for these kind of things. What kind of changes this will bring into the system, because this is how it has been done over the years. I don't know if it has there's ever been a time where all students were allowed to vote. If not, this has been done over and over again for so many years. So to change it now will mean to change a lot of things in our system. So I think we should really consider it before voting again.
Thank you. Let me give the NJC's interpretation about this particular thing in relation to the composition of Congress, okay, and also the functions of Congress, our advice. Congress is here to make relevant decision bodies. That is why we meet. And Congress is here in order for us to form, to think about the union, about our projects and future activities. That is why we even elect executives in order to lead us in what we are supposed to do. Now, Congress is made up of delegates, and these delegates come from various chapters, of which include our National Executive Committee, the Senate, the committee members that we're talking about. So if I've been privy to what has been given, every chapter delegates members to represent them at Congress. Please, you understand, of which our executives, the Senate, and these national committees and commissions are part of them, of all these delegates. So we refer all, that is why when we are counting the delegates, we count everyone, because all of us here are delegates, but we serve in various offices, whether you're a committee, whether you're an executive, whether you're a Senate member. But in addition to that too, we have various people who have been invited as stipulated there. Now, what this honorable seeks to achieve is that every member should be allowed to vote. Now, this is the implications of it. That means that every member should be at Congress. So it means that every member of NUGS-CHINA, if every member is allowed to vote, which is also a major part of the decision, that means that every member of NUGS-CHINA should also be at Congress, which is not according to the clauses which we've reviewed under Congress, the composition of Congress. So if every member is allowed to vote to elect their national executive, that means that every member should be part of Congress. So as you said, this is kind of a critical issue, but let's look at, yes. So this means that we have to look at it. If every member is supposed to vote, then why do we constitute Congress? It's very important for us to consider it that way, not like considering it broader that every member is supposed to elect executive, because it is these members that have selected we here to represent them. Yeah, Honorable Thomas, I'll give you the opportunity. Thompson, sorry.
I think you said what I wanted to say, in the view that I'm sure we are having Congress online because of COVID restriction and other stuff. Assuming we are having Congress in person, are we going to say that we are going to read manifesto everything in person? Then the people that are not able to come to Congress, they will go and vote again whilst they don't know what exactly is going on in Congress.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Thompson. Honorable Ameyao.
Yes, I just want to add to what you guys have been saying and what I said before, because what I want to put across is that this particular clause or this particular part of the Constitution that this person is seeking that we change, it's not independent in the sense that if it is changed, it will affect other parts of the Constitution that we have. We probably will not review, or we have reviewed already. So I feel like that's why I was saying that it's a major thing, because it's somehow linked to some of the clauses, other clauses in this Constitution. So if we change this one, we have to change those ones. We have to go and review those ones too, which, for instance, who constitutes Congress, those kind of, all these things have to be looked at again. So it is a huge thing. That's, I think that we cannot just, take it lightly and just vote yes, and then we move ahead. We can't move ahead like that.
Thank you. Yeah, Honorables, I refer you to Article 33, which I mentioned before the Congress made the decision. Only delegates, Article 33(7), only delegates of good standing from each province. And in my submission, I mentioned who delegates it according to the composition of Congress. Okay, only delegates of good standing from each chapter will qualify to vote. So if we seek to amend that clause, that means that we are also seeking to amend Article 33(7), that all members of the union are eligible of good standing are eligible to vote, which means that we even don't need Congress in the first place. All members should be at Congress. So because we reach a tie, we have to really explain issues so that we know the gravity of what we are voting for. Yeah, thank you. Honorable Ameyao, please, is your hand still up, because it's the same subject matter and I think you've spoken. Okay, thank you. Your hand is down. So Congress, what the Honorable is seeking to achieve conflicts with some aspect of our Constitution, and which also gives you the mandate for you to be here as a congressman or woman. It is not as simple as every member going to the polls to vote for the executives, but it constitutes what constitutes Congress and who you are. You are a representative of the chapter, and the chapter members who seek to come here to vote for their members are the ones who elected you to be here to represent them. Hence the name delegates. Thank you. I think that being said, maybe we can take a second vote and see whether we will still reach a tie. I, Samuel Ofosudo, move the motion for us to vote either to accept or to accept that all members of NUGS-CHINA in good standing shall elect their national executives, or reject the motion that NUGS-CHINA members should be allowed to vote to elect their national executive. That is members of good standing. So please, we are voting to accept or reject this suggestion.
Honorable Chair, please.
Yes, please, Honorable President.
Is it? I don't know whether it's an order or I can raise a counter motion to it.
You can talk, then we know it's an order or a counter motion. You talk and let's see where it lies.
It's in the fact that my point is in relation that this review should not even be voted on, considering the fact that, one, The reviewer did not even give us explanation as to why, as in considering the amendment aspect tells us the reviewer needs to give us reasons for it. Secondly, the reviewer did not make subsequent revision to the various aspects of the Constitution that this particular point amendment is going to affect. Because the person did not make review to those other subsequent ones, if we review this one, we will now have to raise another review, which we've already voted in this Congress, that we are only restricting ourselves to the reviews that have been brought and not to raise another review, which means that if we vote on it and it becomes a yes, we will now be voting against our initial decision and raise another review to amend other aspects. And so with this submission, I think this review should not even be voted on.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's in line with the motion that, the submission that I mentioned, but Honorable, we have to vote on it because it's an amendment, okay? We have to give due diligence to the review for precedence sake. Everything that we are doing here is based on precedence, and also to protect us as congressmen and women. Thank you. So any seconder to the motion, we are voting to either accept this motion or reject this motion. Please, any seconder, please.
I, Thompson Emmanuel, and I second.
Good. So please, we are voting to either accept this or reject it. Okay, it's all before us. Voting of national executive should be open to all members in good standing. Perhaps the union can adopt online voting. Tech team. If we have another tie, then we know what to do. Okay. 76% of members have agreed to reject the motion, so voting lies in the hands of delegates of Congress. Thank you. Honorables, this review, good. This review with regards to Article 8, Clause E, it mentioned that it also can approve and disapprove of reports and statements to be presented by the National Executive Committee, by the Chapter Executive Committee. The review suggestion suggested subsection 8 must be rechecked orderly. Yeah, that one has been noted. I'll go there, but let's look at this. Must include report of NEC, that Congress has the power to approve and also disapprove the report of NEC, because what we have here talks about approving and disapproving the report of chapter committees. So the individual is seeking that we can also approve and disapprove the report of NEC.
Honorable Chair, if I may.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Honorable.
I would agree with we look at this too and probably add it up to the and accept it.
Okay. And on any other person, please.
Honorable Thompson.
Yeah, I also agree that we do accept it because when you come to Congress, most of the thing is about the national. So you can't just reject the chapter, then you leave the national that they are supposed to let you know what is going on concerning the whole union.
Okay, thank you. Honorables, let's move to vote on this decision because of time. Honorables, do we approve or disapprove that Congress has the permission to also accept or disapprove? Then maybe can unaccept if there is a word like that. To accept or reject the report by NEC. So, honorables, we have to take a vote on this. So, do we agree or disagree with this review? I, Samuel, will move the motion that Congress will vote to either agree that Congress has the permission to approve or disapprove the report of NEC, or to reject also that Congress can approve or disapprove the report of NEC. Please, is it clear? Are we voting that Congress can approve, that is accepting this review, or we are rejecting this review? So when you vote accept, you accept this review. When you vote reject, you reject this review. Please, is it in order?
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir.
To me, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Any second, oh, I like the female voice which came right now. Honorable Rosemary, I wanna. Pastor second, the mama na me hun to me wati.
Millicent, why?
Now they are sure. Now they are sure. See Rose.
Millicent manon come here.
Please, I, Millicent Aziku, second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The lady should be seconding for us because yesterday your welcomes were the aspirants. Normal bomb about so said you are
Millicent. And Millicent is the aspirant. She's the welcome aspirant.
Oh man, mama in church no meeting the Sam. Menya kunya na church.
That was a bar. That was a bar.
My computer has logged me out. Tech team, are you ready? Please, can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard. You can be heard.
Okay, thank you.
Network na esa apetiano.
Yeah, so let's vote to either accept or reject, okay? Wow, 57-43. Good. Okay, so the Congress has accepted that the report of NEC can be approved and also disapproved by
Honorable Sampachaminton count.
Please, can I be heard now?
Oh yes, you can be heard. You can be heard.
Good, good. Thank you. Please forgive me for the technical challenges here. Forgive me. Honorables, the next review, I don't think we have to really go to it because you can see Article 8 in under the Congress, Article 8, and when you look under, we also have Article 8. So we have Article 8.8. Please, I don't know whether you've seen it. So the next one should be 9. I don't think we have to vote on this.
Oh, I think we just have to change the the number. That's all.
Yeah. So that means that if we have 8, 9, the next one, I think we have the next one. The next one will be
should be 10.
Yeah, should be 10. So in
11,
that order,
12,
we have to,
respectively.
yeah, we have to change the numbering in that
Exactly.
way. And also, yeah, good. So let's go to where it talks about. It said that review. There should be consistency in the use of committees. Chapter executive committees. There should be consistencies in the use of committee. Which one was he referring to? Because chapter executive committees. Yeah, referring to the executive board, right? Because we have National Executive Committee, NEC. So chapter executive committee, they all come together to form a committee like the National Executive Committee, if I'm right. But the Honorable said there should be consistencies in the use of committees. Where is the inconsistencies? I wish it could be explained. Please, Honorable members, have you found some inconsistencies in the use of National Executive Committees or chapter executive committees?
Honorable Chair, I think we can attach the same adaptations to what we did earlier concerning the replace with officers. So as we go on and we see such consistency, we can quickly come and make such effective changes. So I think we can.
Good. Yeah, I understand. Okay. Yes, please.
Honorables, I'm sorry. Okay, so maybe my explanation may not be that valid, but I think that when we talk about the National Executive Officers, it's talking about the various portfolios. Okay. But when we come together, we form a committee.
Yes.
So in this regard, the chapter executive committee is like let's say on our WeChat page, we have a chapter executive committee page, which is CEC page.
Yeah, yeah.
So
yeah.
Yes. So with this particular clause, we can't replace it with officers. Because if you say approve or disapprove chapter executive officers reports, it doesn't I don't know the right word to use.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
The various portfolios are offices.
Yeah.
Right? Made up of officers. Then when you come together, you form a committee.
A committee.
Yeah, I understand that. That's why I was wondering where the inconsistencies are in that. But yeah, as Honorable mentioned, let's go on. We can, okay, Article 11. Article 11. Congress shall be held because the review committee, the review with relation to Article 13 has eight A's. Eight as Article 13 has two clauses. 2 clause 8s. Hey, bro. two clause 8s. Like 2 in the numbering, it will number 8 too. So we've corrected that. So let's go ahead. Congress shall be held. Okay. Congress shall be held at least once a year, and the Senate shall decide the date, the time, the date and the venue for Congress. Okay, review suggestion. With this, most of members demand the huge cost incurred during the organization of annual congresses. Therefore, it is suggested that in order to avoid incurring such costs, virtual congress should be held annually, and physical meetings should be held once every 3 years. Accordingly, this strategy would also be very beneficial in this COVID period and beyond. However, congresses during which the Constitution will be reviewed should be held physically. It was also suggested that for Congress, which are to be held physically, provisions should be made for online streaming, since it endangers a higher participation risk, and also members become abreast of proceedings at the event. Honorables, this is the review. So it's talking about our congresses, that in every, the Honorable is suggesting that because of the cost involved, right, virtual meetings can be held annually and physical meetings can be held every 3 years, right? But a situation where we have a constitutional review, that is every 5 years, we can have it physically. And also we should make available for online streaming, since it endangers engenders a higher participation, not endanger, I'm sorry. It engenders higher participation, and also members will be abreast with the proceedings at the event. So yeah, that is it. Please, our ladies, you can help us give your opinions too. We are interested. Can I be heard, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can be heard.
Yes, you can be heard.
Thank you.
Honorable Sam, please, if I may.
Yeah, okay, let me give Honorable Thompson a chance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sam. I think it's a great idea. However, there is something that is not matching in the suggestion, in the sense that the person suggested that fiscal meetings should be held once every 3 years. And also affirmed that when it is time for review of Constitution, we should have physical meeting, right? But then review is being made 5 years. So assuming we have review today, we have it physical, then it doesn't mean that we are going to have fiscal Congress next 3 years. Then the next 3 years, that will be a year after the review of Constitution. But if that's clarity can be, I mean, if that mistake can be corrected, then I think that's a very good suggestion.
Yeah, true. The individual seeks to make provision for COVID, like this situation that we are facing right now, and also to lower cost. But yeah, okay. I think what actually I'm thinking about is some of the difficulties that we are having, especially with quorum forming and everything, especially in the online, and certain challenges that this online processes pose to us. But I think the online Congress is also a laudable idea, but maybe Congress can think about it, and also, yeah, we can fix certain things. Honorable Thompson spoke right now. Any other?
Honorable Sam, if I may.
Okay, you can go ahead. Then I'll ask Honorable Collins here a question.
Okay, so for this very submission, with the aspect of we having physical congresses every 3 years, would only hold if the constitutional review or constitutional amendment is every 6 years. That is catering for the 1 year lapse. In sorry. On this basis, if you are to maintain the current constitutional review date and years to years, I don't think it will be feasible for us to have this conduction being done or this being inducted into our constitution. Unless, of course, Congress agrees that we actually have it. We have a look at the date to which we review our constitution. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, honorables, to make a decision on this, it's a lot of things inside here. Number one is online, right? Number two is face-to-face. Number three is the years that have been apportioned. That is, online should be every year, right? But face-to-face should be 3 years. So there are a lot of things to vote on. That is why I'm encouraging congressmen to talk so that we can break it down to know if we are accepting or rejecting, and if we are accepting, like, which ones are we going for? Please, congressmen, let's talk, so that if not, we have a couple of votes on a lot of things, please. Do you think it's a laudable suggestion, but we have to make some amendments? And what proposed amendments do you seek for us to make, so that when we are voting, we are just voting per what has been discussed? Please, Congress, please, let's talk. Or I should start calling names. Honorable Mariama, please, are you here? Chendu, Honorable Mariama Chendu. Honorable Bekwe Nanjin. Honorable Benkazin. Honorable
Yes,
Selimata.
Honorable Sam. Yes, hello.
Yes, please. Nana Kasamami.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. You called my name. Yes.
I don't know why they.
Yeah. So I don't know why they called my name. Okay, Honorable Bekwe,
Please, I
please, you
heard
can
my
go.
name.
Yeah. Okay, Honorable Selima, I'll get back to you.
Yes, please. Okay.
Yeah, I'll get. Honorable Bekwe, please, you can go ahead.
I mean, I would want you to repeat what you requested us to do. Sorry.
Okay, so the debate on the floor of Congress is an amendment which seeks that in order to avoid the incurring cost or the recurring cost that we have, virtual meetings, or let me say virtual congresses, let me put, because it's under Congress, can be held annually, okay, and physical meetings can be held every 3 years. But in terms of constitutional review, we can hold it like face-to-face also. So this is what is on the floor of Congress now. That's annually virtual, but every 3 years we can have physical meetings. And when his constitutional review is due, we have another amendment. Sorry, we have another face-to-face meeting.
All right. At this point, I might not be able to extensively contribute, but I would want to ask. I know the people that came up with this proposition might have done a diligent review and analysis of the whole process. But if we are to meet in person to review constitution, which is supposed to be done, I think every 5 years, unless we are changing it to 3 years, I think that will mean that if we are to meet 3 years, the following 2 years, we are supposed to meet in person again. That is for constitutional review. So it's either we rather say that we meet in person every 5 years for constitutional review. So we do the two together, or we decrease the time for constitutional review, of which I think would be laudable, especially looking at how things change in China. You might wake up and things are not the same. And so I think maybe constitutional review, 5 years is too long. Seriously, maybe. But if it's not in my position to give some sort of a new proposition, then I think we should rather say that if you are maintaining the constitutional review at every 5 years, then that's where we should put the physical meeting at. But if we are saying we are meeting every 3 years, then every 3 years we should do a constitutional review.
Thank you, Honorable Bakwe. Thank you. Honorable Pius Anhui.
It's very simple, and it has to do with even the effectiveness of this online meeting and this Congress. It has been a challenge for us as we speak now. A lot of members are on the platform. They are muted and they are doing something else. Congress is held annually, and to suggest that we should do it 2-3 years, maybe meetings within, emergency meetings within can be held online, but the annual Congress should be a physical meeting. It's supposed not to be an online. For its effectiveness, have this meeting, this Congress been a physical one? Like by now, we are even through with this reviews long time ago, but we are here now. We are now on Article 13. So it is going to delay a lot of processes. So my suggestion is for annual congresses, it should be a physical meeting.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Gideon, you'll be the last person.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I be heard, please? Can I be heard? Wow.
Yes, please, you can be heard.
Yes, you can be
okay.
heard. Yes, you can be heard.
Okay, thank you. Mine has to do with the statement of the modus operandi, or let me say the platform for meeting. We realized that we meeting online wasn't our choice. I mean, the government of China, various governments had restrictions because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that forced us to go online. So to specifically state the platform of meeting and all that will not be in our best interest. Again, to give or to state specific number of years to meet online or offline is also not in our best interest, because we know we are students, and within one academic year an administration will have to work and hand over. And so it is right and meet that annually we have Congress. Based on the situation of the time, if restrictions are far lower and we can meet in person, of course we do it offline. But if there are still some pandemics, we can't go back and review the constitution and say, okay, this time we are meeting online. The platform to meet shouldn't be a problem. And the 1 year, I think, is okay, because most people, especially you come to do masters, you come, first of all, you cannot be an executive. The second year, you're an executive, you serve for 1 year. So an executive portfolio can only last for 1 year as well. And so the number of years, I think, should be maintained as yearly. And then we should also have either offline or online. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I think let's move ahead and vote. Okay, Honorable Collins, say, President, let me give you the chance. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much, NJC. What I would like to say is that we have had the opportunity to serve at the top, and looking at some of the things that we've analyzed. Now, if you look at the finances the financial reports that we have, you would realize that over the years, the issue about we not having enough finances is because when the money is raised, everything is spent at Congress. So if we have the case of, okay, raise the money and spend at Congress, then fine. That will be the kind of union that we are going to run. But if we want to run a union such that the union is going to have enough funds over time, then it means we have to find alternative ways of ensuring that we can have that funds. Now, if you look at the finances that we've received over the past years, now you realize that the welfare amount that we have is just basically the amount that was given to us by the president, the person of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency. So that amount is what we have as welfare, and that is the amount that has been transferred over the year. Now, if you look at the amounts that was raised by the previous administration. If you compare it to the budget that was allocated for Congress, you realize that if Congress was held last year, all the money would have been exhausted, would have been like finished. And assuming this financial reports that we have for this administration, if we had held Congress this year, the budget that was allocated was around 90,000. So you can imagine if 90,000 is taken out of the finances that we have right now, that means the union is down to zero once again. So if we continue to raise money and then spend everything at Congress, then it's like there's no progress with the finances. And we have to consider that in as much as we are moving forward, day in, day out, new chapters are being added. So the number of people that would want to be represented at Congress keeps growing. It doesn't reduce. Every year it keeps growing. So next year we are going to have probably about 4 chapters being added. So that means the current executives that we have about 170 is going to increase to about 180 or 190, and it keeps growing. So it means we are going to spend higher and higher amount on Congress. So we have to really take a look at this if we really want to have a union that is really sustainable in terms of finances. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Collins. Honorable has also spoken in terms of finance. Let me give out Honorable Gideon. It's been a long time. Honorable, please speak and let's take a vote very quickly and we move on.
Oh, I've finished speaking. My hand was still up. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just lower it.
Good. I would like to let us take it very simple. And what Honorable Collins says, your hand still up. Okay, I would like to make it very simple for us, okay, so that we can also see, because right now the second criteria has been taken care of. Right now we are, if I'm true, if what I'm saying is true, we are live on YouTube, right? And if we have online something, that means it's still being streamlined for members to see. And the member is also talking about physical or online. So I would like to think if we are going by online meetings or offline meetings, because one honorable member mentioned something that we are here because it's a special case, right? So are we going by the Congress? Our constitution right now doesn't take care of online meetings in terms of Congress, but this is a special case, which doesn't mean that in case we were to do it offline, we wouldn't have done it. We would have done it because that's what the constitution says. It doesn't give, it doesn't specify whether it's online or offline. So please, the first one, it was also suggested that we are voting for the first paragraph, okay, which talks about we meeting online every 3 years and we meeting online every year and offline every 3 years. And in terms of review, we meet physically again. Please, up to that point. Now, this is the motion. Are we moving to accept or reject the motion? If Congress accept the motion, then we know how to restructure it to favor us, or how to restructure it to make it conducive for all of us. If Congress rejects it, that means that we are going. Honorable Thompson.
Yes,
please,
sir.
what are you raising your hands to, please?
Yes, what I'm raising my hand because the suggestion that came, I believe everybody was talking about the 3 years and the 5 years where we have to correct it. So there was not any concrete agreement that yes, we should accept, we should vote on this or not. There was a suggestion of we trying to amend the 3 years and the 5 years, or clarify the 3 years and the 5 years. Because if you vote yes, then now we have to come back again and think about whether we are going to vote to change the time we amend our constitution.
Okay, Honorable, a point of correction. I think some of the honorable members also were of the view that for effectiveness, we can't limit our congresses to online. because of effectiveness. I don't know whether you were privy to that. Yeah, that's why I chose for us to vote on the whole thing, because there were various issues that were raised even with the online system. I don't know whether I've forgotten the honorable's name, but he mentioned that some of our members maybe might have joined, but they are currently not even following what we are doing. And he mentioned in case it was face-to-face, we would have maybe finished this review process. I don't know whether you were privy to that. Yeah, honorable, so we are voting to see if we are accepting the whole thing. If we accept, then we can know how to restructure it in our online and offline. Then if we reject, then that means we are rejecting the whole thing. But we will think about the streamlining later before Congress. So I will not, let's divide it into two. So I, Samuel Ofosu, would like to move the motion for us to vote on the first paragraph of the review suggestion under clause 3 of the article under discussion, whether we vote to accept the review or reject the review. Please, the review is before us. We've mentioned it many times. Any seconder to this review, please?
I, Enin Vendishkweku, the national organizer, I second to this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please, is the motion clear? Congress, is the motion clear, please?
It's clear.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, 13.
And I watch it. I say I talk about you.
Yeah, but have I seen? I didn't see the results. Okay, Congress has voted to accept the motion. Okay, so Congress, now Congress has voted that we should have online and offline meetings. So let's discuss further and adapt it. Thank you, Congress. So let me take my pen and paper. Okay, according to the suggestion, we should hold online meetings annually, offline every 5 years. Am I right? Sorry, offline is every 3 years, held once every 3 years. When there is a constitutional review, offline, that is physical. Okay, honorables, these are the 3 options before us. Which one do we seek to? Are we adapting everything, or we want to amend it to suit us? Because there were reviews, there were suggestions on that. Honorables.
Honorable Chair, if I may.
Yes, you can go ahead.
Yes, I would like us to redraft the whole thing to suit our way of life as students in China. That being said, I would suggest that we take the, kind of saying, physical meetings to either 5 years, which will be in line with our constitutional review, or we bring our constitutional review down to 3 years, which will be in line with our physical meetings, the suggested and supposed physical meetings. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Honorables, please, let's talk. Okay, let's talk. Honorables. Hello, please, can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard. You can be heard.
Yes, you can be.
If I was going by Honorable Benkase's submission, I think it was also in line with the same thing that we should have physical meetings. If I'm right, physical meetings. He said we can hold it. The amendment we can hold it in line with when we will have. So 3 years plus amendment. I think that was what Honorable Benkasen also suggested. Then online can be every 5 years. Sorry, annually. Sorry, annually. Please, am I right, Congress? I think that was what Honorable Benkasen also suggested. Am I right? I remember he said Congress amendment every 5 years is even long because of how things change in China.
Yes, that's what he said.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Any other member, so that we move the motion and second and see how we can draft it in our constitution. Honorables, please, time is fast spent. Ekobo 8. Mumbuai wati. Minim so biya bre and my emre pa banyamebe boy. Nyamasaji biya nkenye bad. Honorable Clement, don't talk.
So we are not what be humina mama Sanjo can.
Ah. And yes, me yeche pan kasema me kampa venis kawani njino.
That man some then massage.
Oh.
Me pa benkase na we am ranya mi ana me massage.
Pacho, the kase, pam kwasha kase, yes, now.
No, me tia chuchu no. What the saw papa bebre. And someday they want the saw papa bebre.
Oh no, it's okay. That was just by the way.
The power bread, right?
Honorables. Okay. So let me put it before the house and let's vote. Okay. So every year we will have online Congress, but every 3 years, so far that is what we've had. Every 3 years we will have amendments. That means that we are shifting our constitutional review amendment from 5 years to 3 years, according to the suggestion right now. So we are going back down to the amendment to also review that part. Okay. So every year, annual Congress will be held online, but every 3 years, according to what has been suggested on the floor of Congress, that will meet online, face to face, there should be constitutional amendment. Congress, do you agree to this? Okay, because we've already voted, I would like this to be by motion. We move a motion and we second. We move a motion and we second. Then we see how we can draft this in line with Article the article under review. Honorables, physical meetings online meetings annually, physical meetings every 3 years. When we meet for the 3 years is constitutional amendment time. We can also hold it. So every 3 years is constitutional amendment. Okay. Anyone to move a motion and seconded by an honorable member?
I, Honorable Clement Eniabin of the 19th chapter, do hereby move for the motion of the amended suggestion being suggested by the chair. Thank you.
Being suggested by honorable members, not the chair. Yeah, I am not suggesting anything, please.
Clement want to bro for the
Honorable House. Rofuna honorable chair kind of those we bring some about the tough. And yes, if you are okay. Let me rephrase.
Please move the motion again and let's second, okay?
Let me
move
rephrase.
The motion again.
I, Honorable Clement of the 19th chapter, do hereby move the motion that pressure no ya also.
Okay. Okay. Let me move it and maybe you second if that is because I Samuel Ofosu move the motion that Congress in relation to the amendments under consideration that Congress shall meet online every year and physically every 3 years, and on the 3rd year which Congress meets physically, Congress shall hold constitutional amendment review. Any seconder?
I, Honorable Clement Eniabin of the 19th chapter, do hereby second to the motion.
Thank you. Every year, Congress will meet online. Every 3 years, Congress will meet offline. But on the 3rd year, there should be constitutional amendment. This is what it means. Please, honorables, when we reach the amendment side, let's not forget to review that session that an amendment shall be every 3 years. Okay, thank you. Now the next thing is for streamlining online, we don't have a problem with that. But what if we streamline offline? Honorable Collins, is it doable that when we meet offline, we can have streaming? Is it doable? That means we need cameras, right?
Yes, of course. Yes, we need.
It's doable. That means the union must have their own cameras, software to do the streaming, the online streaming. Honorable Collins, Mr. Doable.
I think it's doable. You don't need software. Zoom, when you have camera, Zoom can be the thing. Then, and we can stream it on YouTube straight or Facebook or something like you are doing now.
Face to face, we don't join Zoom.
Yes, I get it. But like you can project, I mean your camera, you can join it. I mean, you use your Zoom camera, like you connect it with the camera, then you can, because you are using different platforms like Facebook, YouTube, you can get all these things from Zoom.
No, Honorable Thompson, maybe point of information, we can stream directly, like maybe using YouTube connected to some apps or something. We need apps, laptop, and camera. We can do it directly. Yeah, it's quite complicated, but we have a working tech team. So, and then the honorable chair is also a professional cameraman, so he can work on that.
Yeah, but maybe I might not be here in the next 3 years.
So you have to do.
I'm supposed to graduate next year.
You have to train us, like you have to train us so that we can scale up. Yeah, you have to do scale up so that we can scale up the Inchirimano. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, honorables, the reason I want us to think about this is really not, it involves money. And the reason for the online was to bring down cost. Am I right? Right now, all things being equal, we must get some softwares, we must get cameras, if possible, to streamline events on Facebook and YouTube for people to watch. And we might not know the future generation of executives who will be there at that time. But if we put this clause, especially for face-to-face, I think it will not serve the purposes of the cost that we want to reduce, especially with the things involved in streamlining physical meetings online. That's why I was calling say if maybe there are any other alternatives. My church will streamline on Facebook and YouTube, but we have cameras, we have the softwares to do that. But I don't know how we can achieve this as a union in physical meetings. That's why I'm not treating it kind of lightly. I want us to really ponder over it. If it is doable, we can accept it. But if it is not doable, maybe for the annual, we can streamline on Facebook and YouTube because Zoom has that option. It's easier. But for face-to-face, it involves money. They have to get cameras, they have to get various resources. Please, are we on the same page? Hello? Okay. Hello?
Hello, Honorable. We are with you. We are with you.
Yeah, so it involves a lot, honorables. When it is face-to-face, it involves a lot. So let's think about future repercussions of this decision, especially when they have to get all these things just for members to see. And let's go back. First, now Omoko Congress, then it was only delegates who go, no? Was it not effective enough? And because we have to write a report, and I think this report maybe might have been, I stand to be corrected, but members can just be given a report of what happened and that's it. But if we have to incur extra cost in getting all these things just for members to see what is happening on Facebook and YouTube, and what is the assurance that they will even watch? What is that? How many members are following us on YouTube or Facebook right now to see what we are doing here? You understand it? So, honorables, let's ponder over this so that whilst we are trying to save money, we are also trying to not contradicting ourselves in this decision. It's a good idea, but cost and benefit, my friends, a cost and effect analysis or something.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, please.
If I may.
You can go ahead.
I think we can put this clause there, if possible, have it streamlined, if possible, so that it wouldn't be much of a burden on us for us to incur the costs. Probably wouldn't have its effect now. In the nearest future, maybe yes, it would have its effect or would have its feeling, but now we don't see it as something of an essential, something to which you need to do. So let's put that clause, that is if possible, so that if it is to be amended in the nearest future, we can say, okay, then it means we need to do it, then we must do it.
Okay. Honorables, any other view, please? Okay, Honorable Derek. Okay, and I would like to use this opportunity to recognize the NJC chair. He has been with, he has been with us and giving us all the moral support, but because of certain reasons, he delegated for the secretary to take over this. Honorable, you can go ahead and give your submission.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Sam. I want to say something with regards to what the Honorable Clement just suggested. I think that this if possible clause shouldn't be in the Constitution. Having worked as the NJC chair for this past year, I believe that we don't have to put hanging clauses in the Constitution to avoid any mistakes or misunderstandings with regards to the interpretations thereof. So the Constitution must contain specific, accurate clauses, incontestable clauses, so that if that is what must be done, that is what must be done. We don't have to get to a point where we have different interpretations hanging on our necks, and if you have to make the work very effective for ourselves. So I think this, if possible, shouldn't be in the Constitution. Yes. So if the honorable congressmen are agreeing to that specific review suggestion, we go for it. If we are against it, we go with it and then we move forward.
Okay, honorables, thank you. Now I think we have to vote on this, but the voting will be, there are two suggestions. Now we've agreed to online and offline. Now the voting will be, are we going that when it is online, it should be streamlined, or are we going that when it is offline too, it should be streamlined? Okay, for members to be privy to it. How do I construct this motion? Please give me 1 minute. Let me construct it carefully so that members will know what they are voting for. Oh, okay, honorables. Online is it's very simple to do online streaming, right? It's very simple. Now, I think we got to go live if online. Yeah, if it is online, we can go offline. So that is simple. Now, okay. Honorable, can you give me suggestions how to move this motion? Because if it is online, Honorable Derek, please, can you please help me? Offline, no streaming.
Honorable Sam, I'm here, please.
Yes, if it is online, we can do streaming, right?
No, I think if it is in person that we are requesting for the streaming.
No, when it is online, it can be streamed because it's very simple. But offline, we were thinking that it should be, it shouldn't be. So let's vote twice to achieve this. Yeah, let's vote twice to achieve this. Honorables, I, Samuel Ofosudo, now move the motion that, please, I move the motion that if Congress is online, it should be streamed for all members to have advantage of knowing what is happening at Congress. I'll move this first motion. I, Samuel Ofosudo, now move the motion that if Congress is online, it should be streamed for members to have advantage of observing Congress. Any seconder to this motion?
I, Stephen Osiapia, second to the motion on board.
Thank you. I heard a lady's voice, but it's okay, Honorable Stephen. Thank you. So please, if you vote accept, it means that you are accepting the motion that if it is online, we should stream. If you vote reject, you are rejecting that if it is online, it should be streamed. Sorry, if it is online, it shouldn't be streamed. Accept, if it is online, it should be streamed. Reject, if it is online, it shouldn't be streamed. Please, do you understand? Is it clear?
Honorable Sam.
Oh, please come
Yes,
again.
please. We are voting that if it is online, see Congress, it was Zuma, we should do Facebook Live or YouTube Live for people to see. Okay, so when you vote accept, it means that if we have online Congress, people should be able to see it on Facebook and YouTube. Then if you vote reject, that means that when we are online, people shouldn't be able to see it on YouTube and Facebook. Please, do you understand? After this, we go to the offline because I didn't want to complicate motions. Good. So accept, reject. Accept means if we are online, we are going Facebook Live, YouTube Live. Then reject means that even if we are online, no Facebook Live, no YouTube Live. Please, do you get it now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. Then after that, we go to offline. Oh, tech team, let's make this quick, okay? Honorable, sorry for the time. Some of the reviews are really complicated. Okay, so 82 members accept that if we are offline, we should go live. So live broadcast of our Congress has been accepted by Congress. Okay, now let's go to offline. Now, honorables, I, Samuel Ofusudumina, move the motion that if we are offline, members should be allowed to see what is happening at Congress. I, Samuel Ofosu, move the motion that, please listen to it carefully. It's quite confusing, but please listen to it carefully. I move the motion that if we are offline, that is, we are meeting face to face, members should be allowed to have access to Congress through an online streaming system. I repeat again. Thompson, your hand is up.
Yes, sir. I think if you say members, then I don't know how you are going to limit that to only members, because if you go online, it's the whole world. So he just say that when you are offline, you go. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Is it me? Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Can be heard.
Okay. Honorable Thompson, you can go ahead.
Please, can you hear me?
Yeah, you can be heard.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that if you say members can be allowed, then it's like we are having a specific way where you narrow our online streaming to only members. So you just, I think maybe it will be very easy if you say when you are offline, you stream online without limiting it to only members. Because if you go on Facebook, you have everybody is accessible to that. So if you bring members there, then you are limiting it to only members of NUGS.
Yeah, I understand what you said. Actually, the reason I said members is because we are dealing with members of the union, right? And the review suggested members should be able to observe what the proceedings of the event. That is why I use the word members in line with the review that has been suggested. Yeah, that's why I know that it will be a vast majority, but because of the review that was suggested. Thank you. Okay, honorables, I move the motion again. I, Samuel Ofosu-Junior, move the motion that if our Congress is held offline, members should be allowed to observe the proceedings of Congress through an online streaming system. Now we are voting for or against the motion. Please listen to the motion again. I, Samuel Ofosu-Junior, move the motion that when we are offline, members of the union should be made to observe Congress through an online voting system. Sorry, through an online system, please, I'm sorry. When you vote accept, it means that when we are offline, we should do online streaming. When you vote reject, it means that when we are offline, we shouldn't do online streaming. Please, is it clear? Hello?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, any seconder to the motion, please.
I shall delegate from Chanjo second the motion. Please, did you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
And I was everything okay.
Hello, please, can you hear me?
Yeah, you weren't talking. Oh,
no, I was talking, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, honorables, so when you vote accept, it means that when we are offline, okay, we should go online and stream. But if you vote reject, it means we are rejecting the motion. Technical team, it has been seconded. Please, are you ready for us? I can see certain honorables are not so happy with the online decision because they want to meet each other to have that fellowship. It was really a nice time together, really, really nice. But Mr. COVID has brought us to this far. Okay, 57 congressmen have agreed, or congresswomen have agreed that 57% have agreed that we should still streamline our Congress online, even if we are offline. That means that both physical and online meetings will be streamlined on online on various platforms for members to have privy to what will happen on the floor of Congress. Honorable, this is a quick motion. I move that NJC should be allowed to write a clause with the respective review so that Congress can move on with other reviews to save our time. I move this motion. Any seconder to this motion, please?
Sorry. I, Salimate Yakubu, Shanghai delegate, seconds the motion.
Thank you. So, Honorables, NJC will meet and will draft this clause well and know where to put it in order for us to move forward. The next review is talks about the numbering, so I don't want us to touch that. Let's go to clause 17. Clause 17, the National Executive shall host the Congress with the National President presiding. The review is only delegates have the right to make an appeal during Congress. The appeal shall have 12 signatories, including the President, the General Secretary for the chapter which the appealing is coming from. Appeal? Honorable SG, can you confirm this? Did we miss something? Because this clause has nothing to do with appeal. It's talking about the National Executive shall host the Congress with the National President presiding. But this one talks about appeal. Honorables, can you see what I'm seeing?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, because it has
But
nothing to do with
Honorable Sam, may I ask a question?
Yes, please.
With this clause where it says the National Executive shall host the Congress, am I missing something? I thought Congress is being hosted by chapter, the chapter that will, what's the English name? Will bid for it. So I don't know, I'm confused about the host of a National Executive shall host, where we, in this constitution, state that chapter member or a chapter shall bid for Congress. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand what we are saying. I think the host here is not talking about hosting as in the chapter hosting, but it's talking about they being in charge during Congress, and especially it mentions about the National President presiding. It's being hosted by a chapter, as in the host that we know, but it's talking about they being, I don't know the right word to use, they being responsible in a way. Please, Honorable Derek, can you help me with the English?
Which clause number? Let him state the clause number.
Yeah,
making the statement shall.
Article 17, sorry, clause 17. The National Executive shall host the Congress with the National President presiding.
Yes, I think you were really on course with the explanation or the meaning of this particular clause. As we see at Congress, there's a specific chapter which forms the LOC, okay, hosting the Congress. But in the course of the Congress, we have the president and the secretary of the National Executive Committee playing the huge role in the organization of the Congress, or in the success of the Congress. So this is quite relative to the roles they play. Like they will be the center. Okay, they'll be the center of the Congress. So it's not about they are a chapter hosting. That one we know that is a specific chapter that forms the LOC that hosts it. But in the course of the Congress, we have the National Executive Committee playing the huge role. So that is the reference point to that.
Yeah. Honorable Thompson, please, do you understand?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Okay, so the delegates appealing, I think this has nothing to do with what we are discussing. I think, honorable members, if you agree, we can move on, right? It has nothing to do with appeal.
Yes, please,
Honorable.
Honorable.
Yeah, it has nothing. We don't have to vote on this. Article clause 18 also has been dealt with because he said make provision for online Congress organization as well. COVID-19 emergency has taught us some lesson at least. So I think it has been catered for online Congress. Congress, am I right? Congress. Am I
Yes,
right?
please.
Thank you. Good. Clause 14. Let's go to Article 14 deals with the organization of Congress. Okay. Clause 1A. Member chapters may bid for the hosting of the Congress at National Delegate Congress. And B. Three member cities shall be shortlisted to host Congress. C. Senate shall decide the first host city at least 6 months before Congress. Now, this is the review. For the sake of consistency, the sub-numbering from Article 14 must be small alphabet rather than capitals. So, capital D in a situation where no member chapter bids to hold Congress, the Senate shall decide the host at least 10. Yeah, so it's suggesting that the capitals should be made small. Something like the A, if I'm right, the A should be made small a, right? And the B should be made small b. And the C, I stand to be corrected, but if I got that interpretation right. Honorable Clement, please move up. Article 14, Organization of Congress, for honorables to see. Hello, Honorable Clement. Yeah. Honorable Clement. Can I be heard?
Yes, please.
Yes, please, you can be heard.
Yeah. Honorable Clement, please, are you here? Okay, but I think honorables have the review. Please, let's go through it because I don't know. For the sake of consistency, the sub-numbering from Article 14 must be small alphabet rather than capitals. So, for example, Article 14, Clause 1, the A is a capital A, and the honorable is suggesting we make it a small a, and it's a capital B. The honorable is suggesting that you make it a capital B. And it's a small c. The honorable is also mentioning that you make it it's a capital C. The honorable is suggesting you make it a small c. That's what the honorable is suggesting. That's the first review. Please, is that right? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, please, that's right.
It's right. Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
good. I think, this has to do. Okay, good. Now, I don't think we have to vote on this. This is part of the grammatical something errors, right? Good. We already gave it, and this is easy to amend. In a situation where no member chapter bids to host Congress, the Senate shall decide the host city at least 10 months to Congress. This is a suggested review that in a situation where no member chapter bid to hold Congress, the Senate shall decide the host city at least 10 months to Congress. I think this year we had a situation like that. So this review is trying to help us to make a provision for that the Senate should decide. Sorry, honorables. The Senate should decide the host city at least 10 months to Congress. Please, what do we think about this review? Honorable Gloria, Senate Chair, please, are you here? Honorable Gloria. Okay, Honorable Farmer, Senate Secretary. Okay, Honorable Farmer, Senate Secretary, please, are you here? Okay, Honorable Confidence, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the suggestion for the decision to be made 10 months to Congress might not be feasible. Might not be feasible because mostly Senate is formed, election is done this month in July. Senate usually is formed sometime in September, October. So they start working sometime in October, thereabout, because some chapters might still be going about their elections and other stuff. And so their PCs are determined sometime very later on. So from the experience with Senate, how things have been, Senate's operation has been in progress sometime from October. So if we are seeing per the calculation, if Senate is starting its operations sometime in October, it wouldn't, and we count from there till the next July where Congress will be held. NEC would need time to solicit for the host city. Senate would have to take time to discuss it. And so 10 months wouldn't be that, doesn't look feasible per the operation of Senate. It wouldn't look feasible. I think if anything, if 6 months or 5 months, that will look a bit feasible than the 10 months. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Honorable Thompson.
Yes, sir. Honorable Sam.
Yes, please.
Well, for me, my suggestion is that I'm sure if a chapter wants to host a Congress, the chapter will bid for it. But where the chapter don't go for it and Senate, assuming Senate decide that, for instance, Shanghai should host the Congress, and Shanghai chapter is not ready, what do? Are you going to force them that because you've asked them to host Congress, they are supposed to host Congress? I'm sure if the chapter city want to host Congress, they will bid for it. But where they don't bid for it, meaning they are not ready or they will not be ready to host Congress. So my suggestion is that I'm against this
review.
Review.
Okay, Honorables, thank you. This year there was a situation like that, and that is why I wanted the Honorable Collins say, let allow our executive to speak on this, so that I believe that this review, maybe if we take a critical look at it, maybe we can make certain adjustments before even voting a accept or reject. Because this year we had a case like that where no chapter went in to host. If I stand to be corrected, Honorable Say, please, are you here? Colin Say.
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Yeah, am I right? No chapter came in to host Congress, right?
Yes, normally the bidding is done at Congress. So it was done last year at Congress, but nobody did.
Good. So in case nobody comes to host Congress, or Honorable Colin Say, as our president now, and you have that first-hand experience, what do you suggest concerning this review?
Okay, so basically, Honorable Confidence has said it all. Yes, the feasibility of the 10 months, it's quite very huge. It's too early. The 10 months is not feasible. Probably we can look at 5 months. Yeah, I think 5 months should be okay.
Okay, so with your experience, do you accept that Senate can decide the host city?
Yes, Senate can decide the host city. That wouldn't be a problem.
Okay, I would like you to talk from the experience that you. Okay, Honorable Confidence, you'll be the last person that we vote on this. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to add a little clarification on Senate deciding on the host. I think we had experience sometime in the past, one of the years, I think either 2018 or 19, one of them, we didn't have a host. The previous Congress, there was no chapter bidding for Congress the following year. So what Senate did was we tasked NEC to speak to some selected chapters. So it's not as though Senate was imposing it on a particular city. We tasked NEC to speak to some particular chapters. So they went ahead, spoke to them, looking at the possibility of they hosting it. So some of them came up with their challenges, why they can't host or why they can't host it. So Senate then went in a dialogue with them, seeing how best we can meet them halfway, looking at the challenges. Then that process went through. So it's not as though Senate imposes it on a particular city. What happens is there is that negotiation between the city and then Senate for that decision to be made.
Thank you for the clarifications. With the debate that has gone on, let's go ahead and vote, okay? And first of all, we will vote in for this. And if we think that the months, according to the discussions that have been made, is too short, then Congress can go ahead to change the months to maybe 5 months or 6 months. We've all heard it. The president has spoken. Various Senate members who are privy to this situation have also spoken. Okay, honorables, I, Samuel Ofosudo, move that we vote to either accept that in the case where no member chapter bids for a host to host Congress, the Senate shall decide the host country at least 10 months to Congress. I move that. I'll read it as it is. I don't want to touch it, but Congress can vote that the Senate can decide. Okay, then later we can think about the months. Okay, but I want to state the review as it is. Okay, so I, Samuel Ofosudo, move that where no member chapter bills to hold Congress, the Senate shall decide the host country at least 10 months to Congress. Honorables, are we voting to accept this review or reject this review? Okay, are we voting to accept this review or reject this review? Please, is it clear enough? Okay, Honorable Bekwe Nanjin, you can go ahead, please.
Yes, please. Sorry to come in on this. I think one thing that I have to, I think one of the rationale or the reason why cities had to bid at Congress was to give them a lot of time in their preparation for Congress. You know, it's not very easy to, let's say, book a hotel a year in advance, but it is very easy for you to at least book a hotel at a very cheaper price about 6 months in advance. And so if a chapter has come to bid at Congress and they have 12 months to prepare, they would have to first look at things, their members, also try to put their chapters and their chapter and their members together so that at least 6 months to Congress, they will start, looking at hotels and all that so that they can put in proper budget, inform the NEC in advance, and NEC can also prepare, look for the funds and all that so that by the time Congress is due, and even from experience, it looked like even the 1 year sometimes is not even enough, right? So, and since bidding, you cannot force a chapter to bid. Yes, I understand. If chapters do not bid, Congress has to select. But I think we should be very precise with the timing. Honorable Confidence was rightly saying that Congress is usually, Senate is usually formed, let's say, sometimes about 2 months after the handing over, seriously, from experience, right? Which will be somewhere October, November, and all that. So I suggest that in the early meetings of the Senate, trying to talk to the NEC to find a chapter that would be willing to host the next Congress should be done in the early meetings of the Senate, so that at least, for me, I would suggest at least 6 months to Congress, the Congress hosting city should be announced. Whether they will have to, and I think for that, if we leave it to Senate to decide, the NEC is part of the Senate, So how Senate decide as to the role they will give to the next to play with maybe talking to chapters or not, I think for that we can leave it as such. And I think it shouldn't be, vague as we might think it's vague. But if we say we should let Senate decide without giving date and time, if Senate go and select hosting city a month to Congress and disappointment comes, seriously, they are not to blame because the Constitution didn't really give them time. And I think we should be very firm with the timing. Timing is everything, especially in China here. So for me, I would propose at least 6 months to Congress, at least.
Okay. Honorables, drawing from the, thank you, Honorable Bekwe, thank you. Drawing from the debate, I would like to state that it looks like all our debaters are in support that Congress should select or Congress should decide on the host city. But the controversy has been on the number of months. I would like to reframe the motion for us to vote whether Senate can go ahead to decide, okay, relegating the months. So if Congress admits that Senate should decide the host country, then Congress can think about the months, because right now, Honorable Bekwe has talked about at least 6 months. Honorable Confidence also mentioned same 6 months. And I think Honorable Collins also mentioned same about not less than 6 months. So yeah, so let's vote whether Senate can decide the host country, then we can talk about the months, okay? Maybe we can get better proposals if it's in order. Yeah, thank you. I, Samuel Ofosudo, I would like to move the motion that with respect to the review, that in a situation where no member chapter bids to host Congress, the Senate shall decide the host country, the host city, sorry. I, Samuel Ofosudo, I would like to move with respect to the review to be added, that is review D, that in a situation where no member chapter bids to host Congress, the Senate shall decide the host city. Please, any seconder to this motion?
Please, I think the motion should be amended to chapter, not city. I humbly propose.
Okay, so the Senate shall decide the host chapter. Okay, thank you, Honorable. Okay, let me rephrase it again. It looks like members will vote yes for this. Okay, in a situation where no member chapter bids to host Congress, the Senate shall decide the host chapter. Okay, any seconder to this motion?
Yes, I second.
Thank you. Please, if you vote accept, that means we are accepting this amendment. If you vote reject, that means we are rejecting this amendment. If you vote accept, we think about the date, the time. Thank you. Honorable Tech Team, please, are you ready? Honorable Bekwe, the polls will be seen on your screen. Yeah, then you can select what. Yeah. We are making great progress, and thank you, honorable members. Thank you for your patience. It's easy, but you will be remembered for this. One day when you see the Constitution, hey Charlie, it will be history one day. And Vendesh will also give handbout in the Congress group. So please, after the.
And as to say, your preference.
Yeah, please. Yeah, he said it will be very fast. So please, Honorable Vendesh, you honor your word. Yeah, let's vote. Okay, 84%, 16%. Congress has accepted that Senate should decide the host country. Now, sorry, the host chapter. Sorry for this. Please, honorables, which time specification should we add? At least 6 months. At least 6 months before Congress. Please, can we be quick on this so that we don't waste time? So far, at least 6 months is what has been suggested. Yeah, Honorable Muhyiddin, at least 6 months. Please, any other? Okay, I, Samuel Ofosudin, I would like to move the motion that in a chapter where in a situation where no member chapter bids to hold Congress, the Senate shall decide the host chapter at least 6 months to Congress. At least 6 months to Congress. Any seconder to this motion, please?
Honorable Clement of the 19th chapter, do you hereby second the motion raised? Thank you.
Thank you. So, honorables, we have a clause D added to, we have clause D added to Article 14, okay, Article 14. Clause D will read as, in a situation where no member chapter bids to host Congress, the Senate shall decide the host chapter at least 6 months to Congress. Thank you, honorables. Let's move to Article 15. We don't have any other reviews. Article 15, the National Senate. Thank you, Honorable Clement. Thank you. Article 15, clause 1 states that there shall be established a National Senate thereafter referred to as the Senate, comprising all members of NEC and all provincial coordinators. Let's be very critical with this review, please. Review. The National Senate, the National Senate should comprise all members of NEC and all chapter executives. Since chapter executives will work in hand with NEC and are in a better position to discuss issues that goes on in relative chapters. However, provincial coordinators shall be elderly statesmen since they comprise past executives of chapters. To help Congress in this decision, let's refer to certain things, okay? To help Congress. Now the question is that what is Senate, right? Senate. Senate shall comprise of NEC and all provincial coordinators. Let's bear that in mind, please. Senate shall comprise of provincial coordinators and NEC. Honorable Clement, if you are here, let's go to the article which talks about provincial coordinators. Provincial coordinators. That is Article 18. Who are provincial coordinators and what are their significance? And why do they represent at Senate? Article 18. Thank you. Good. I think you've. Great. Now, there shall be in each province a provincial coordinator, herein referred to as the coordinator. The coordinator shall be the chairman of the provincial senate. He or she shall be elected from among the past local executive at Senate meeting. He or she shall be the head of the province and a link between the national union and the province. He or she shall see to the effective running of the union in the province. He or she shall supervise the activities of the local chapter in the province and report accordingly to NEC. Please, let's take note of clause 6. He or she shall supervise the activities of the local chapter in the province and report accordingly to NEC. And it has been mentioned in clause 8, he or she shall represent. Sorry, honorables, I had a call on Richard, I'm sorry. He or she shall represent the province on the National Senate. Please, are you here? Please, can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's move to Article 19 to know the composition of the provincial senate, because we want to comprehend what the suggested review means and the gravity of it. Now, what is the composition of provincial senate? Let's move to clause. Good. Clause 3. The Senate shall see to the effective operation of the local chapters. Good. No, sorry, clause 2. Clause 2. Provincial Senate, clause 2. Membership of the Provincial Senate shall comprise of the provincial coordinator, who shall be the chairman, the president, and the secretary of each local chapter. So the membership of the Provincial Senate shall comprise of the president and the secretary of each local chapter. Each local chapter. So in every chapter, we have a Provincial Senate made up of the president and the secretary, plus the provincial coordinator, who is the PC. And we've already said that this PC is in charge of supervising the activities. In the light of it, it was mentioned that this PC will then represent the chapter at the Senate. Please, if you get the correlation between the discussions that we are going through. Now, the honorable member is saying that in the review that irrespective of what has been discussed now, the National Senate shall comprise of all NEC members plus the chapter executive, since chapter executive will work in hand with NEC and are in a better position to discuss issues that go on in the respective chapters. However, provincial coordinators can be elderly statesmen since they comprise past executive of chapters. Honorables, in our constitution, elderly statesmen are not just past executives. They are past executives, I stand to be corrected, who have completed, sorry, let me quote it well so that we get it. Elderly statesmen, good. All past chapter and national executive who have completed their program of study shall be elder statesmen of NUGS-CHINA until in a written statement to the national secretary wishes otherwise. So it is not a past executive who has finished serving his tenure of office. No, it is a past executive who have completed his program of study. That means he is no more a student. Yeah. So please, let's get certain things clear in this review. I decided to run Congress through for us to comprehend in our decision of this, of this review. Please, I don't know if I've made sense through the explanation. Please, did I make sense? Good, thank you. Now the floor is open for debate concerning this issue. Maybe Congress, okay, Honorable Francisca, I saw your hand.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. With regards to this, I think we should look at it very carefully, in the sense that let's inquire from the chapter executives, the chapter presidents, and the entire executives. Has these provincial coordinators been effective in their work? Do they really communicate decisions at Senate to the various chapters? And let's go back to the Senate and ask, are these provincial coordinators, have they been effective in their work? These senators have like roles that affect the entire union. So let's ask the Senate, these pieces for the past 5 years or 2 or 3, have they been really effective? The National Executive Committee present their plans and Senate has to approve before these plans can be implemented. However, when it comes to implementation, the National Executive, in line with the chapter executive, we have to ensure the implementation of these plans. Now, let's ask this question. The provincial coordinators during Senate meeting, do they really pay attention to these action plans knowing the pros and cons and everything before they even accept or reject those plans. At the end of the day, it's the chapter executive and NEC who are going to bear the consequence. So I think we should inquire from the chapter executives and Senate leaders whether these provincial coordinators, they've been effective, or it's just that we have the portfolio and in a way, for the lack of better word, I would say maybe they've become monuments. So let's make an inquiry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. Actually, let me follow up with one review again. Honorable, you can move to Article 15. He said, Senate shall comprise, let's combine the two, shall comprise of all chapter presidents and NEC. This is what he said. Reason, since implementation of plans are done by NEC together with chapter executive, it is prudent for chapter president to be involved in the planning of the union. Also, we suggest the portfolio of provincial coordinators should be removed due to reluctance of most PCs in executing their roles. Wow. That means the PC issue is really critical. Honorable Derek, NJC. Oh, sorry, Honorable, before I come to you, Honorable Confidence, I saw his hand first.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think this issue is a very huge one. If we are taking it, has a huge implication. And let me start from, let's look at the provincial senate. The provincial senate, even at that level, it doesn't comprise of all the executives in that province. It only comprises of the secretary and the president. And then this review is seeking that the National Senate should rather comprise of all executives, all chapter executives. Why is it that even the provincial senate has only 2 people from each chapter, and the national senate want to have all the executives coming, playing their role over there? Okay, moving on from there, the review is also suggesting we scrap off the provincial senate role. Then, who then coordinates activities in that province? Who then coordinates activity? What then happens to who chairs the provincial senate at that role? Now we need to over there go and define who is supposed to chair that provincial senate and who is supposed to coordinate activities at the provincial level. That is one implication it also has. Looking at again the role that Senate plays, it's most of, if you are Senate, you realize that most of the things that is done over there is looking at the activities that NEC wants to undertake, assessing and evaluating, having a whole lot of discussion on the activities that NEC wants to undertake, and some issues that comes up from different provinces. There's some special issues that needs to be taken care of. Those are the things that are often discussed at Senate. And when the decision is made over there, from my experience, 2 years experience with the Senate, what I also noticed was, even sometimes when the decision is made at Senate, and NEC now has to go and work out the modalities and start the implementation. When the implementation begins, some senators only hear it from their chapter executives. NEC goes straight ahead to communicate with the chapter executives without going through the PC. So sometimes it looks as though the PC is not doing his job, but apparently there is a direct communication between NEC and the chapter executive. So information doesn't come through the PC to the chapter executive, because it is not just when the decision is taken at Senate, then PCs are supposed to go, not all information that PCs are supposed to directly go and communicate. Though an activity has been approved, now NEC has to go work out modalities, then bring out the final plan for communication. At that stage, that is when we realize that sometimes NEC goes straight ahead to communicate with the chapter executives without passing through the PCs. So it makes the chapter executives think the PC is not doing their job. So that is one thing, one other issue over there with the Senate. And finally, okay, let me just end with this one. Finally,
please, because of time, your 5 minutes is over. Honorable,
oh, okay.
Derek, the reason
Yes.
I'm giving, Honorable House, the reason I'm giving deliberation is because this is very sensitive. It is even asking us to scrap off a whole body from our constitution. So we really have to deliberate on this. Honorable LOC, I've received your message, noted. Honorable Derek NJC.
Okay, Honorable Sam, thank you very much. I think the Honorable Confidence has spoken in part on what I had to say. Once again, how crucial this particular review proposal is cannot be said cannot be undermined. However, I think that the viability of this particular review proposal only lies in, is only as good as scraping out the whole portfolio of provincial senate, which in person I do not agree. And that's what I said, Honorable Confidence has said in part, but we have to be, we have to refer to Article 25 Clause 6, which says that every member can bring an action to the National Judicial Committee for an omission act or whatever. And in the past year, we never had any case of report of the effectiveness of any provincial senator. So we must be very critical, and we cannot just say that the National Senate, the provincial coordinators are not doing their job and all that, because we didn't even receive anything in that to that effect. And this goes to say that the right channels of working within the union maybe must be re-echoed and resounded to be made very clear, because usually, like the Honorable was saying, information may go from NEC straight to chapter executive, which may end up seeming that these provincial coordinators are not doing their job. So we have to also draw a very good symbiotic link between the different portfolios so as to make the work of each other effective. I do not want to say that maybe provincial coordinators are not doing their job, so we should bring chapter executive to the National Senate. This is really inviable and infeasible. So I think I will not just want to say too much. If we had received cases, we would say that they are not working, but we didn't receive any cases. So we have to recheck these things, you know.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Bekwe.
Okay, hello.
Yes, you can be heard.
Right, I would want to send special regard to Honorable Derek, Mr. Ankwana Kujo. It's nice to see you again, sir.
Thank you.
I think, yes, they have said it from one point. I also want to say it from another point and still buttress their point that this proposal or proposition should be scrapped. If you are to ask any National Executive Committee member, the current one and even the past one, you see, one thing that really usually affects the due processes of event is getting a quorum at Senate, which even as at the number ranging from, let's say, 16 to, let's say, 20 as at now, depending on the number of provinces that we have or chapters that we have, it's becoming very difficult day in, day out getting a quorum, even with this small number. Now imagine if we extend it to every chapter with all these executives, then it's likely there will not be a single Senate meeting, seriously, because the NEC going around to actually coordinate and bring these people together, even the few that I've mentioned, is really not easy. I'm not saying the NEC are not up and doing, but the SG can tell you that, and I've been in that position again. And so I know how difficult it is to even mobilize our 18 people to come for a meeting, to form a quorum and to actually decide on matters. Now, that is one side. I think Honorable Confidence made a statement that sometimes information is communicated directly to chapter executives. Yes, I think in our time, we also made such mistakes, but I think these ones are not enough if we were to depend on this to scrap this proposal, but still, I think it works. But in that regard, I want to say that I've been as a National Executive Committee member, and usually before even some of these sensitive issues are discussed, it's actually supposed to be discussed at Senate. Before, let's say, the NEC, upon deliberation and all that, going back and forth, decided and inform the chapter executive. So as a provincial coordinator, I feel like just when even these proposals has come to Senate, which is the first place where these things are discussed, you can go to your chapter senate or your provincial senate to also put this discussion there, cite their mind that this thing is likely to come up, and then the chapter executives are aware. Before, let's say, they only go and see it in a NEC letter that is signed by the president or this, and then that makes your work actually redundant, not because the NEC communicated already, because where the NEC actually received the green light was from the Senate, and you are part of the Senate. So if you come for meetings, then it means you also should be aware to also cite your provincial Senate to let them be aware. But that notwithstanding, I still want this proposal to be scrapped. Another way to also check, I think, for the effectiveness, during our time, we had a communication with the Senate that Senate members that do not attend a meeting for, I think we gave a quota of the total meetings that we are going to have, will not receive certificates. And with due diligence, we heard some of their certificates. I won't mention names. And I think these are some of the things also put them up and doing, kept them up and doing. And so, yeah, I think we can also look at these things. If a provincial Senate is not working, doesn't mean we should just scrap the whole thing.
Thank you. Okay. Honorable Confidence is the same subject matter. The review 1 and 2 are still the same. And we've had the debate on the floor of Congress. Please, 1 minute. Okay, good. The three. Honorables, we are going to vote on the 2 suggestions, and virtually it's talking about okay, we vote on 2 decisions because they are different. And I combined the 2 for debate to save time. The first decision is all chapter executives should be part of NEC of Senate meetings. And 1 minute, please, Honorable. Good. We can combine the 2. We can combine the 2 and on one decision. The first thing is that I can move a simple motion on this. All chapter executives should be part of Senate meetings and not the provincial coordinators. I think that is the bottom line of this review. Please, am I right? All chapter executives should be part of Senate meetings and not provincial PCs. Am I right? I think that is the bottleneck of or the summary of these reviews.
Yes, you are.
Am I right? Yeah. So all chapter executives should be part of Senate meetings and not the PCs. Then we vote another decision to scrap off the PC's position. Yeah, because they are 2 different things. So, Honorables, we're going to vote on the first motion that is before the House. I, Samuel Ofosudo, would like to move the motion based on the review that all chapter executives should be present at NEC meetings and not the PCs. All chapter executives should be present at Senate meetings, at National Senate meetings, and not the PCs who have been originally designated to be there. When you vote accept, it means that It is chapter executives rather that should be present at Senate meetings and not the PCs. When you vote reject, it means you are rejecting the motion. Please, is it clear? This is very sensitive. I want us to understand it well. Please, is it clear?
Yes, it is.
Please come again.
Okay. All chapter executives should be present at Senate meetings and not the PCs. All chapter executives should be present at Senate meetings. I'm talking about the National Senate, please, not the provincial one, the National Senate. Should be present at the Senate meetings and not the PCs. When you vote accept, it means that national chapter executives should be present at Senate meetings, and we are taking this job from the PCs. If you vote reject, it means that you are rejecting the motion that chapter executives should be present and not the PCs. Is it clear?
Yes.
Please, House, is it clear?
Very clear.
Yes, it
Please,
is.
can you
From
come
the
again?
said, yeah.
I should come again. Mamin, can
Yes,
you
please.
Different from the one you said earlier.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The motion is all chapter executives should be present at Senate meetings and not the PCs. All chapter executives should be present at Senate meetings and not the PCs. This is the motion before the House. When you vote accept, it means that all national executives should be present at Senate meetings. Honorable Farmer, please, what are you saying?
Correction. All chapter executives, not national executives.
Oh, sorry. Honorables, please, this is the motion. All chapter executives, all chapter executives should be present at Senate meetings and not the PCs. Please, I repeat, this is the motion. All chapter, Honorable Ameyao, please, what is it? What are you raising your hands up to?
I don't know I don't know which category to put it under, but I just want to ask before you continue. What then happens to the PCs?
That is what we are voting on.
No, we are voting that they should be present in the Senate, but not the PCs. But then, I'm asking that what then happens to the PCs? If we vote on this, what then happens to PCs?
So,
is there
so that should reflect in your vote. Yeah, so that is what the review is seeking two things: that the chapter executive should be present at Senate and the PC job should be scrapped off the Constitution.
Oh,
so
okay.
we will vote about that later. Yeah, that is why I want to take my time so that we really understand what we are voting for, because this is very sensitive. It changes a whole lot of things in our Constitution. Okay, I take the motion again. Honorable Bekwe, please, is your hand up? Or is the last one?
I think it was the earlier one, so we can proceed.
Earlier one, okay, good. Please, this is the motion. All chapter executives should be present at Senate meetings and not the PCs. This is the motion again. All chapter executives should be present at Senate meetings and not the PCs. When you vote accept, it means that you are accepting that the chapter executive should be present and not the PCs. If you vote reject, it means that you are rejecting the motion. It means, so vote to reject that, that means we should go by what the Constitution says. Please, is it clear?
Yes.
Is it clear?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. This is the motion before the House. Any seconder to this motion? Any seconder before we vote, please?
I can second the motion.
Thank you. I like that voice. It always gives me stamina when I hear it. Okay, Honorable Tech Team. If you accept, that means all chapter executives should be present at Senate meetings and not the PCs. If you reject, it means that we are going by what the Constitution says. Wow. Wow. Okay. 58% accept. 52% reject. By majority vote, Congress has decided to maintain that Senate should be made up of NEC and all provincial coordinators. Thank you. Now, automatically, I think automatically review 2 doesn't hold, that we should scrap off the position, right? I think
Yes,
automatically
please.
it doesn't hold.
Yes,
Am I right?
Honorable. Yes, please.
Yeah, I think so. Honorable Derek, I think I'm right, because we can't vote on something which Congress has decided it should exist.
Yes, yes, you are. You are.
Yeah.
You are. And I think, Honorable Sam, let me just be quick to say that this particular review proposition is very dangerous because we can attest to that. We cannot use just one, academic year to determine whether the whole portfolio of provincial coordinators should be taken off. We have had series of administrations where the PCs have been very proactive in their roles. So I think we must be very, very careful looking at this particular review proposal that lies before us under Article 15. And I'm very happy that the majority's vote went in favor of the existing clause in the Constitution, actually. It's very, very dangerous.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorables, though the LOC mentioned that time is up, but I would really like to suggest, LOC, that we finish Article 15, if time will permit us, so that because the reviews, they are really quick and short, and they are also sensitive. So if we can really finish, if you permit us, Honorable. LOC, I know you are in charge of this, and with respect to your office, I'll give you the decision to decide on this. Okay, bet me area 15 now. Honorable LOC, because my time is up. Honorable Derek, your hand is up.
Yes, I think I want to ask the LOC that since the time is up, what happens to the other review proposals that are still there? And today happens to be the last day of Congress. So what do we do after this? Is it that we are no longer going to consider those review suggestions, or does the LOC have any suggestions to make or something to get that catered for?
Yeah. LOC, please, I hand over to you. My time is up and you reminded me, and it's true. So, LOC, please.
Honorable Sam, why is it that after your boss talked, your voice actually dimmed as if you are practicing doomsday in your voice?
No, when my boss is here, I'm very Mechinobutan team. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, LOC, over to you.
From the office of the LOC, our boss would answer duly in no time. He would give the verdict. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, okay. I think if LOC is not speaking, maybe we can go ahead. When LOC comes, then we continue. We can pause, right? Because time.
Yes, I think we can do so. We can do so.
Yeah, good. Honorables, we are very sorry, but in the interest of the Constitution, okay, now the third review, Honorable Clement, there should be a clause 3 inserted, and that we take care of the absence of old executives in a province. The NJC proposed that in a situation where there is no past executive within the province, the executives unanimously agree to open nomination for election of provisional coordinator, that is the PC. So the NJC is suggesting that if there is no past executive, because our PCs under our constitution should be past executive, but like a chapter like Guangzhou, right, was formed, I think, this year, and I stand to be corrected, and a number of them were formed this year. So these provinces do not have, or these chapters do not have past executives. So in that, the NJC is of the view that the executive should unanimously agree to open nominations for elections of their PCs. This is the review from the NJC concerning PCs for chapters who don't have past executives. What do we suggest? So your both injury time, think a bit in faster, near she go. Is somebody talking? Okay, Honorable Gideon, Hanjo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, my suggestion would be that they should align with the closest, province. They should be under the closest PC, because definitely the following year they are going to have past executive, especially if it's the only chapter in the whole province. Okay, so that there wouldn't be that breach of constitutional. I mean, there's already a provision that you should be a former executive. So if you are not, I mean, to amend it that way, there will always be new chapters. So just 1 year not having a PC because you are not complete, you can align, because essentially what are the duties of the PC? To coordinate the affairs. So there wouldn't be much coordination if it's just one chapter in the province. So they can decide to align with a bigger or a nearby province who can coordinate affairs of the chapter. And then the following year, definitely, they'll have someone who qualifies as a PC. My humble suggestion.
Okay, so with relation to a nearby province, right? So let's take it that maybe a province like, maybe just example, maybe Beijing doesn't have a PC, right? They will, and maybe Tianjin has a PC, they will kind of coordinate with Tianjin PC, right? Am I right? Because Beijing is closer to Tianjin.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Okay. Honorable Thompson.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, for me, I would suggest that since the chapter PC consists of the president, the chapter president, and that of the secretary, if they don't have any past executive, then like the way we follow protocol hierarchy, then the president can equally represent the PC or can act as a PC when the PC is not there. I mean, for instance, assuming that they had PC and the PC is not available, maybe the president can act as the PC. So where there is no past executive, the president can equally act on behalf of the PC. That's my humble suggestion.
Yeah. So someone is asking a question. I think Lydia from Genjo. He said, please, what about we in Genjo? Who will we coordinate with? Genjo, do you have any nearby city? Honorable Lydia.
And Honorable Sam, if I could finish, and also, I mean, some province, I mean, like for instance, Shanghai. The question is, who are you going to join with? Is it Nanjing, or it's very difficult to say that Shanghai is going to, I mean, join somebody in terms of provincial coordinator. It's going to be very difficult because we have people who are just here in Nantong who wanted to be added to Shanghai, but we can't because of where they are.
Okay. Thank you. Honorables, okay, I think let's vote on this. Okay, let's vote on this. But I'm according to the debate, mostly okay. Let me frame this. Honorable, Nanajwa.
Thank you, Chair of the House. I want to ask a question.
Yes, you can go ahead.
Provincial coordinators, they coordinate the whole province, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
with the example of Guangzhou, I think Guangzhou is in Guangdong province. Are there other existing chapters in that province? Because it seems you mentioned chapter and then, okay, what about this chapter that is newly formed? How do they get a provincial coordinator? I want to understand, does a provincial coordinator handle a chapter or the whole province?
Okay. Okay. Okay, honorable Gideon. So what happens is,
Okay, all right.
just for clarification, Honorable Colinze, please, are you here? Honorable Benny, no, any of the executives, Honorable SG, are you here? Honorable Colinze, SG, Honorable Benny. Okay. Honorable Gideon can go ahead. I wanted to ask them something because to clarify this.
Okay, yeah, a little clarification on what I said in answer to Nanajua. Of course, so the name is provincial coordinators. So it begs the question, why the need for a PC if you don't have a province? Okay, or perhaps there is only one chapter. And per the constitution, the work of the PC is to coordinate activities of the chapters in the province and report to Senate. But here's the case, there is only one chapter which already reports to NEC. So if in one chapter you elect a PC, what exactly will the PC be doing? Because whatever coordination is already being done by the chapter through to NEC. So if perhaps you want to be part of the coordinating function, that's why I propose that you get a nearby province where there's a PC and then align to, so that they can report, on your activities or coordinate you as part of their provincial activities. So for PCs, if there isn't work to be done, it's not compulsory that you get a PC, because as the name suggests, it is provincial coordinator. And to come to Shanghai, who are saying it's impossible to align. I know Beijing has a PC. Beijing has a provincial coordinator, but Beijing is there a municipality that they call it? Yeah. So as big as Shanghai is, you can decide to have, if you think there will be a coordinating function. If not, it's not compulsory. You don't need to get a PC at all cost.
Yeah, Honorable, but just a point of information. If it's not compulsory to get a PC, then how would they be represented at Senate meetings?
That's why I presented, because it's PC, and we know Beijing and Shanghai are big, so they can be represented by PC.
Oh, you are muted. Okay, Honorable.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was saying that, Shanghai is big. You can't compare Shanghai and Guangzhou. So Shanghai, if they feel that just reporting to NEC is okay, if the constitution doesn't state clearly that definitely you should get a PC and you think you are represented, if you report to NEC and you feel it's okay, I don't know if I think the suggestion is that there should be a provision that makes room for those chapters without PCs.
Yes.
So we can couch something to represent that.
Yeah, actually that's what Honorables, because of time. Honorable Confidence, I think you've spoken, right, on this topic?
No, please, I haven't.
Okay, Honorable, I'll give you the Honorable Thompson, please forgive me. Let Honorable Confidence speak as the last person, okay? Yeah.
I think I'll agree with this provision, this review that has been proposed by NJC. I'll agree with it, considering what has already been happening. For instance, in 2016 in Hangzhou, in Zhejiang province, there was only one chapter, which is the Hangzhou chapter, and there was no previous executive. So what the current then executives did was they agreed, they just came among themselves and they decided one of the senior members around in one of the schools just represents them as their PC. And that was the only chapter then. So the person then in 2016 then coordinated the whole province, though there was just one chapter. And through that, links were made to other cities within the chapter on how to best establish chapters over there. So even if it is just one chapter in that province, there is the need for a PC, because they will have to also explore how to open other chapters within the cities. And so considering the work that they do, I will still I'll agree with this proposition that is being made, that it is open for members to apply this review suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable, in the light of this, let's vote. I think we've heard, Honorable Lydia, let me address your concerns. That is actually the motion before Congress right now, okay? So let's, according to your suggestion, let's see if Congress will vote so that Genjo can elect, unanimously elect a member to represent them at, can elect, is it a member? I think one of your executives, yeah, I think so, to represent you guys at Senate, okay? So let's see what Congress will decide. Okay, thank you, Honorable Lydia. So, Honorables, the motion before the House is that in the absence of a past executive within the province, the executives should unanimously agree to nominate, to open nomination for election of a PC. Okay? Okay, so in the absence of a PC, in the absence of a PC due to lack of old executives, there should be a unanimous agreement between the executives to open nominations for election of a PC to represent that particular province. Please, is it clear? Is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear. It's clear.
Good. So let me move a motion and for it to be seconded. I, Samuel Ofosudo, I would like to move a motion with respect to the review before Congress, that in the absence of an old executive in a province, the executives should unanimously agree to open nominations for election of a provincial coordinator. I move the motion that in the absence of old executives in the province, the executives should unanimously agree to open nominations for election of provincial coordinator. Now, if you agree, that means that the current executive of that particular province can go ahead to do that. If you reject, that means you are rejecting this proposal. Please, is it clear? Please, is it clear?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So are we accepting the proposal or we are rejecting? Any seconder to this motion, please?
I, Gideon, and Joe, I second.
Thank you, Gideon. Honorable Tech Team, please, if you are ready. Okay, 72%, 28%. So Congress Congress agrees that in a case where we don't have old executives in a particular chapter, there should be a unanimous agreement by the executives to open nominations for them to have a representation at Senate. that is, they can open the nomination for election of a provincial coordinator. So that will be clause 3 of Article 15. Yeah, that will be clause 3. Please, is that okay? Is that okay, please? Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, good. So that will be clause 3, honorables. Thank you for the vote. Now let's go to actually this review. Okay, let's go to clause 2, Article 15, clause 2. Each province shall elect a provincial coordinator, preferably a past executive officer of a chapter in the province, who shall represent the province on the National Senate. Now, this is a review. Since provincial coordinators can be elderly statesmen, clause 2 can be placed under an article designated as elderly statesmen. They can function at the national level rather than at the chapter level, so that NEC can fall on them for any discussion or deliberations beyond NEC or National Senate. Okay, let me read it again. Since PCs can be elderly statesmen, clause 2 can be placed under an article designated as elderly statesmen. They can function at the national level rather than at the chapter level, so that the NEC can fall on them for any discussions or deliberations beyond NEC or National Senate. I stand to be corrected, honorables, but can PCs be elderly statesmen? Honorable Derek. Yeah, I think PCs are not elderly statesmen, especially if the person have not completed his term of study. Some PCs can be statesmen. Let me see, sorry. Yeah, if you've not completed your term of, your study, you are not an elderly statesman. Please, Congress, help us. And if NEC can fall on them for discussions, I don't know, I think maybe this is also suggesting that we should give PCs another role rather than what has been stipulated, because I see this as an additional role because they are part of Senate, right? So how can Senate also fall on them? I think the preamble is really confusing. Please, I have a question. Honorable Lydia, I have a question. If the PC is to represent the chapter at NEC, won't he have more power than the president? Okay, he is not representing the power at NEC, but rather at Senate. And he doesn't have more power than the president. I'm supposed to, I'm supposing you are talking about chapter president. No, he is rather representative of the chapter through the provincial Senate. Okay, so he doesn't have more power than the chapter president. Yeah. Honorable Lydia, I don't know if it's okay. Yeah, he doesn't have more power than the chapter president, but they are working hand in hand to have issues done. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Honorable Thompson, your hand is up.
Yeah, being a president before, we always see our PCs as one of our senior men, I mean, whether a lady or a guy. So just assuming that going to vote for somebody to, be your PC when you definitely know that this is not somebody who has been your leader before and so forth, is kind of, yeah, it brings some, I don't know the right word to use.
Like
I said, I say Yeah, obey your boss.
Yeah, I understand, but I don't think there is any boss work in NUGS. I stand to be corrected, but
it is true if you say it literally, but I mean, if you are working with somebody, you know, even though there's no boss, but you know the kind of, I mean, the way you feel when you are dealing with certain people.
yeah. So I think in the case where you don't have, okay, let's take it this way. Let's take it this way. In the case that you are a newly constituted chapter, we are all coming together to form a union, right? So who is the president and maybe who is the, in quote, boss? Because we are all trying to build a union right from the scratch. So I think the president should be comfortable with it because we are starting from the scratch. We are all helping. So because maybe you feel say, guy in case and KB and me boss, but it become I think it's a mental, like it's a something which is you should renew your mind on it.
Yeah, Sam, I believe that is why oftentimes executives come together and choose somebody rather than, I mean, voting or electing somebody to be their PC. When the executives are together, they know that, oh, I mean, this person can be our PC in case they are starting new, rather than to vote for the person.
Yeah, but Congress, we've already voted on it, but this is the concern that has been raised. And for me, I think if I'm working with someone, what is important to me is the efficiency of the person, not really the status quo or something of the person. Because someone can be boss, but or the boss no say no the area jumano. One year jumani. But maybe I can choose someone who is quite in quotes lower than me, but is very, very effective. And we've seen a couple of them in this union.
Yeah, Sam, I don't dispute what you are saying, right? But you see, for instance, Shanghai PC, for instance, I've seen him working in NUGS. So if I see him as my PC going there, I know that this guy is somebody who has been working in NUGS. So at least even if you don't know or he knows the ups and downs. So it's not like I see him as my boss, but I see him to be somebody who know at least better than I do know. That is why we came together to pick somebody like that. You get it? So that is not a matter of the person being boss. I don't know if you have had that feeling working with somebody. I mean, working with a PC like that. I mean, that feeling is, and probably maybe chapter executives will tell you about that feeling.
Chapter executives, please, can you help us? But I think we've already voted and the decision is made.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I think this debate should have come before we voted. I think we've voted on it already. And in this case, we are not dealing with an existing unit. It's a new chapter that doesn't have any previous executives. And so I think we should move on and discuss the review you raised, because this one we've already voted on it. So it's like we are going back again to what we've decided on.
What I'm saying is that instead of voting for the person, why don't the executives rather come together and select the person than the person going to vote as a separate, like a PC?
Honorables, you see, exactly the view that you mentioned, that means that it will be from the discretion of the executives rather than from the General Assembly. And when you are building things from scratch, it is prudent that we come as a whole to decide on a situation. Because as you mentioned about this feeling, that means you are going to select based on feeling, which might not be in quotes, maybe a good idea for the union based on who you think is a senior, or based on who you think you can really work with or collaborate with based on what you mentioned. But if you are building things from scratch, senior, we don't know who is junior, we don't know who is above, and we don't know who is low, but we look at who can really do the work. And collectively, the General Assembly can select this person to represent. But if we leave it to the discretion of executive, that means they are going to select only people that they think that they can work with, which wouldn't be a prudent idea for someone who is building a union right from scratch.
Then it should be equal to all chapters, whether it's new or not. Then we should say that from today going,
please,
pieces
a point of correction. Existing, Honorable Thompson, please, a point of correction. Existing chapters already have a provision. They already have a provision. This amendment is seeking to make a provision for those who do not have past executives in the already stipulated provision. Yeah, so we can't cut it across. We are trying to help other chapters too. Yeah, thank you. Honorables, please, in line with the review that was suggested, that PCs can be elderly statesmen and NEC can fall on them for discussions and deliberations that are beyond NEC and Senate. Now, this is the thing. PCs are already part of Senate, right? And PCs are not elderly statesmen. So that means that the foundation or the fundamentals of this review is actually not holding, if I'm right. It doesn't hold because PC cannot be elderly statesmen and PCs are part of Senate. I don't know if we have to vote on this. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Honorable Chair.
Yes.
I think the premise of the question doesn't hold, as you said, and so
yeah.
I don't see why we should go ahead because it's not stated over the PCs. Even the Constitution doesn't recognize them as elderly statesmen. Elderly statesmen, as you noted earlier, are people who have finished, who served in executive role and are done with their program of study. And so I think the premise of the question of the review doesn't even hold for us to even pick it up.
Yeah, I don't know whether we have to vote on this. It was amendment, but Honorable, should we vote on this? I don't think so. To save time. The fundamentals are weak and the exchange rate will expose us. Honorable, please.
Honorable Sam, repeat what he said.
No. Should we go ahead to vote on this? I don't think so. Though it's an amendment, but okay, it's an amendment. Let's vote to reject it so that we can move ahead because for precedent's sake. I, Samuel Ofosudo, would like to move a motion for us to either accept or reject this motion. Please, any seconder to this motion.
I want my second motion.
Okay, thank you. Please, tech team, let's vote to, because it really doesn't hold. So you vote to accept or reject. I understand sometimes process area, but incoming leaders, this is what we have to go through. Tech team, please, you are waiting. Honorable Benny, thank you, Ate. Minimzawa bre, but NUGS-CHINA. Na mi adwuma na hwe. Na wo dia akos.
NJ se mabo adwuma.
Okay, beba na ya accept. Nka me yembe shimio. Hey. Is it your old results or a new result?
But Chairman, we ask you now because the
Just let's vote again. Finish. You need not to explain. Let's vote again.
Do we even
Honorable Sam?
Yes,
the
please.
review is wrong.
Please check your Zoom private message.
Oh, okay.
So, Rob, do we even need to vote because the review no cry wrong?
Oh, honorable. Review no cries. You see, ani eka say you. Na 50-50. You see, I make say, oh.
I dare know what the reject cashier we ya. Son ever about.
Yeah, the reject question.
Cashier second, son ever about. But snipper no votes no him so one man a be favor.
Oh, but we shouldn't vote. Say, oh, honorables. Then, if you are voting, say everyone will vote yes. I'm voting no. You are not helping the process because
that's why you keep on repeating. So like you go like that way, so that people will really vote well.
Actually, mommy rejected why?
Oh, honorables. Okay, I, Samuel Fosu, once again would like to move the motion for Congress to either accept or reject the proposed review about elderly statesmen can be PCs can be elderly statesmen, and NEC can fall on them for deliberations beyond NEC and National Senate. Please, let's vote to either accept or reject this motion. Check team if you are, sorry, any seconder, please, again.
Hi, Thompson Emmanuel from Shanghai. I second.
Thank you. Please, we beg.
Honorable NJC.
Yeah, I've checked my, it's noted, please.
Yeah, so after this, I would like you to
yes, please.
do accordingly. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. I said, my standing for MP. Okay. So Congress rejects this review. Thank you, honorables. I'll hand over to the LOC, and LOC will take it from there and give us the next directives. But I don't know. Please, 1 minute. Let me check LOC's message again. Okay. LOC, okay. I don't know whether we will continue, so let me adjourn this meeting. I, Samuel, would like to adjourn the meeting to any other specified time that LOC will give us. Please, any seconder to this adjournment?
I want to second the motion.
Thank you, Honorable. LOC. Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable NJC Secretary Sam, for the good job. On that note, I think it is time for us to call upon our Electoral Commission to give us the declaration of the elections. Notwithstanding, after that, a decision would have to be made by Congress. So till then, Congress, stay tuned and let's wait for our declaration thereof. Honorable Eben. Honorable Eben, please, are you ready? Boss Eben. Honorable Eben, EC Chair, please, are you ready for us?
Yeah, but one to me crack and I mean can't share me team for no normal joining.
Oh, Honorable Eben, me to on crack a crowd.
Oh, you said you'll get back to me.
Oh, Miss Senun for Miss Senun for which attempts on Sanka. 10
p.m. Oh, now 2 minutes. You sent me at 9:58. 2 minutes, you know. Hey,
boss, we are on program.
At least let me send an official notice to my EC page say we are on board, probably. Honorable members, we have to declare the results, so please. This one, the emergency. So let's get on board. Thank you very much. At least my saying binti. Maybe move. So we have enough time. Easy. That's fine. Just a minute, please.
Honorable DJ, whilst the EC is gathering it themselves to actually declare the results for us. Okay, the EC is back, so I didn't think we would need a DJ. Honorable EC, please, you've muted yourself so we can't hear you.
Sorry, I hope you can hear me now.
Yes,
good evening once again. It's really been a tough time. I've been doing this for some time, but this particular one has been with a lot of stress because of some few reasons. And I also want to appreciate and thank all those who supported my motion at Congress to allow honorable LOC members to vote. For me, I took it from the fact that if I were in their shoes, anyone's shoes, I wouldn't be happy. So we needed to do something. And I also picked the cue that I know we are working with the law, but we have a saying that says, the law was made for man and not man for the law. Even in the Bible, Mark 2:27, it says the Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath. It's the same meaning we have interpreted at Congress by voting when we realize that there's the need to do something about the same law that we same human beings enacted. That's being said, I'd like to just say one thing and then I go on. As an elder, I wouldn't call myself a statesman. I noticed this constitution was written a little bit earlier, some few years back. I think in those days, there were not many ex-presidents for NUGS-CHINA, if I may put it that way. By the grace of God, today we have, if we are able to hand over successfully today, we'll be having 3, that is in my knowledge, I may be wrong, 3 ex-presidents who are currently in China. I don't know about the other ex-presidents when they've gone home. I know Honorable Ben Bafo has worked assiduously in this, Congress, even to make election come on. But then the Constitution didn't provide for ex-presidents to have automatic to be automatic congressmen, because these are people who have the experience that, if I may put it, none of us have. They've been a president. So they are supposed to be automatic Congress members to come to Congress to offer us directions and if we need counsel. So, well, I don't have time to write this, but I'm hoping those of you who know the law and know how to write, it will be good we consider writing or amending the Constitution to include ex-presidents, talking about statesmen, and to give them to make them automatic members of Congress. I believe it's in the right direction. So I wouldn't put a motion to this. Well, I believe, sir, I'm really making a good point. So those of you who want to continue, of course, I'm really tired. On that note, I want to say a big thank you to Honorable Bafo. The EC will want to say a very big thank you to Honorable Ben Bafo for his role in helping the elections come on. A big thank you to, I'll have to say their excellencies if we have to address them, because they are all ex-presidents. His Excellency, ex-president Felix Joe Ado, my own Nanjing man, for his role in helping this election to come on. I would like to say a big thank you also to our own current president, Collins, for helping. Without him, this election wouldn't have come on. Although he's the president, he's the guy who developed the website. He knows it offhand. And there are people you cannot do without. That is one thing I will want to tell everyone. Finally, I want to thank Governor David of the tech team. He prepared all our PPTs and other things. We really appreciate you. I couldn't have done these things without them, seriously. Coming to my EC team, I thank them also for being supportive and all the roles they play. So thank you very much. I am hoping that whoever wins from the various positions will learn a great lessons, that some of these difficulties and occurrences which have come will not occur again. Forgive me if I'm saying, because as an elderly man, I saw some of these problems last year. I stated them though as easy, but it got worse this year. Finally, again, I'll say, let us know that we have right to certain things, but we cannot have access to everything. Let us learn to coexist as leaders and learn that, look, whatever we are doing, we must to remember we are here to serve. Our struggle, who knows what, and all those things will not help us as young people. It took us more than 1 hour to just go through a motion that I put before Congress that we just have to vote on and move on. It tells us that, look, we have a long way to go. We have to learn. I am also learning. So on that note, I would like to say sorry for the inconveniences that came upon. Now to the elections. I wanted to play that song, but probably I will be called to order. There was a song to that. So these are the candidates we have. And from the Women's Committee, oh, sorry, I've not shared my screen. Yeah.
Honorable Tech Team, please, can you make, okay.
Can you see me now? Okay, so these are the candidates we had. Some stood unopposed, some had double aspirants. For our women's commissioners, we had Honorable Millicent and Honorable Mariama. The election shows that Honorable Millicent had 68.75% of the vote cast, and Honorable Mariama had 31.25% of the vote cast. The breakdown from the system that I extracted are this. We have 136 delegates, including committee and all other people. Out of that, only 80 people voted. Out of the 80 people who voted, Honorable Millicent had 55 people voting for her, constituting the 68.75. And Honorable Mariama had 25 people voting for her, making 31.25. When we come to our national organizer's position, we had only one candidate, Honorable Settle. He pulled a yes figure of affirmation of 86.42%. And for those who opposed his position or didn't support his candidature, had 13.58%. From the system, out of 136 delegates, only 81 voters cast their vote. And out of that, he had 70 people voting for him, making 86.42%. And we had 11 people who said no to him being an organizer, making 13.58%. When we come to the Secretary General, we have Honorable Solomon, who pulled a strong figure of 98.77% and 1.23% for those who didn't support him as being SG. From the system, out of 136 delegates, only 81 people voted. And out of that, he got a strong figure of 80 people voting for him, making the 98.77. And only one person didn't support him. That constituted 1.28% of the total vote cast. When we come to a financial controller, we have Honorable, is it Chairman, right? Honorable Chairman, who had a very good vote of 95.06%. And we had 4.94 people saying no for him being a financial secretary. From the system, out of the 136 delegates, 81 people voted. Out of that, 77 people voted for Honorable, making 95.06%, and 4 people said no to him being the financial secretary. That constituted 4.98%. When we come to the general organizer, Honorable Emmanuel pulled 87.65% out of the votes, and 12.35 people said no to him being an organizer. From the system, 136 delegates, we have 81 people voting. Out of that, 71 people voted for Honorable Emmanuel, making 87.65%, and 10 people said no to him being the financial secretary.
Honorable AC, Mr. Emmanuel is the vice president too, but you've titled him organizer.
Vice President too.
Sorry, typographical error. I will correct that before I send to you. Thank you all. So let's depend on what is from the system. As you can see, from the system, it doesn't make a mistake. At the top, you can see National Election Result 2021, Vice President. forgive me, that was typographical error. We will correct that. 136 people voted. 136 delegates, 81 people voted. Out of that, 71 people said yes to him. That gave him 87.65% of a yes vote, and 10 people said no to him. That constituted 12.35% of no votes. Again, from the system, as we can see, that was the position for the vice president. Now we come to our Honorable Irene Koko. The yes vote constituted 85.19%, and 14.18% said no to her. That's saying 136 delegates, only 81 people voted, and 69 people said yes to him. That constituted 85.19%, and 12 people said no to her. That constituted 14.18%. We can see the general pink sheet, if we may call it, as extracted from the system directly over here, as we can see. So these are just the results. So now from the EC, again, elected, okay. So the mandate given to us, we need to declare out of the information we have given. So Honorable Delegate, we present to you the elected executives for the next academic year for NUGS-CHINA. For our National Women's Commissioner-elect, Honorable Millicent, we say congratulations to you for a job well done, and then your position as Women's Commissioner-elect. For our national organizer-elect, we will say, Honorable Sector, thank you, congratulations for gaining this position. We hope all the best for you in your work. For our General Secretary-elect, we would like to declare Honorable Solomon as the winner of the position, and we'd like to say congratulations to you. For our financial controller-elect, we would like to say congratulations to Honorable Chairman for gaining this victory in your position. Okay, good. For our National Vice President-elect, we would like to say congratulations to Honorable Emmanuel for being victorious in his elections. And we would like to say it is an honor to declare our First Lady President of NUGS-CHINA. A big congratulations to our Honorable Irene Koko, President-elect in this year's election. We want to thank all of you who make all the data available on the NUGS page. God be with you, and thank you for the privilege to serve you. Long live Ghana, long live China. God bless you. We have a video for that. If I am able to play, I'm allowed to play in a short while, and then later on we'll share on the screen. Thank you very much. Oh, it's all about the election, not anything personal. So just allow me a minute. And I'm sending my tech phone. Honorable, let me send it to you to play. Why? So many things on my computer. Let me see it first. Okay, share. And where is the video? Honorable Clement, I forwarded all the videos to you. Please help me in playing them or whoever is in charge. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Okay, so to the House, we congratulate our newly elected executives of China. We all hope they do us, due diligence by honoring our request, especially we the men who need ladies, myself and some. Yeah. And as I'm also on Ghana.
Please, I'm not single.
And I know you mean.
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. I'm not single. Honorable, I think if the video is not playing, we know our executives, right? And we know them as declared by the EC. So if the video is not playing, I think we can equally move out onto other issues. Okay.
So this is the video being played from the EC's office. Let's watch. When it comes to an end, the EC will give the final word. Then we move on to the next thing on the agenda. Thank you.
Honorable Clement, please enable sound.
Okay, so thank you very much, Honorable House. This was the video of all the aspirants who came out as victors in the recent elections. On that note, I would say congratulations to all the aspirants. Now, next on our agenda, we're going to call upon our own president, Mr. Collins, to lead us in the next segment of the program. Honorable Collins Say, Mr. Duabo, please are you on? Hey, sorry, before Mr. Collins Say comes on, is your final words? Sorry, is your final words? Sorry, House.
Final words. We'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity given us. We came to serve, and by the grace of God, we've been able to attain success. Although we have some challenges, we appreciate that it is part of the work we have to do that makes us better people. So we also hope that in the future, when we are applying for nominations, I will encourage that when people are vying for committees, they are asked to state the role they can play in the committees and not only just be part of the committees, because I don't want to say everything. So that's all I want to say. Thank you for the opportunity. Let's hope we move forward as a union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable AC. So we're going to call on our Honorable first. No, he has still not handed over, so he's still the first man of the house here. The first man of the house in the person of Mr. Collins to lead us in this next segment. Thank you. President, please are you around?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm trying to. Thank you very much. Thank you.
President, may who are often a catch.
Yeah, I was a president. You.
You to be Ashe.
Okay, so while we wait for our president, DJ, please are you alive? Are you here? Mr. DJ, please are you here?
Ah ouais là, aujourd'hui c'est la fête. On va gâter le coin, Kyobit, on y va.
Yeah, friend, we need song, go Sam.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
President, now Kojariano.
Oh, Kojari, wait, Kojari. Oh, Mr. Dua would near.
Where today? Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay. Okay, so let me use this opportunity to wish the executive elect a big congratulations. A big congratulations to them. Yeah, I know it's not been easy. sometimes it may seem as if it's unopposed, but I know it's not easy. Yeah, you may have to go through a lot. Yeah, some people go through vetting, trying to convince people, speaking to people, and sometimes the feedbacks you get, they're not even what you expect. It's all part of it. And I'm sure sometimes you go to vetting, they'll ask you questions that sometimes you get frustrated, but it's all part of it. But you've gone through all these processes, and at the end of the day, yeah, you are now the executive elect. I know it's been ups and downs, yeah. So I wish you very big congratulations. And like I would say, you can do it. It is doable. So thank you very much. Okay, so with that said, now we are gradually coming to the end of everything for Congress 2021. Actually, as we all can see, we are still not done with the constitutional review, and there's still some work to be done. So with that said, I think the LOC would have to come up with some recommendations so that we can see how best we can get the review done. So this means that we may have to still continue with Congress in the coming week. So Congress is still not over, and Congress will be over when we finally hand over. So the LOC would come up with the schedule that will help us to complete the review process. So on this note, I think we can call it an evening, and then let's hear from the LOC once they are done with a new schedule to help us finish the review. We need to finish the review. It's a very important part of this year's Congress, and I believe we can do it. We can do it. We've started it, and we'll definitely finish it. We can do it. So let's do it. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Honorable, sir. Honorable, Mr. But you know, Kasaka, no man from. Hey, I never funny. Mr. Duabuni. Yes, with that being said, we wanted to know the LSC, from the office of the LOC, we wanted to know if we can ask the House, the Congress, once it's the high decision body, to propose the day for the next days of the Congress so we can actually draw the plan and schedule for it. If it should be adjourned to next weekend or something, with your office being respected, sir.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so you want to put it before Congress to decide whether to have it in the following weekend.
Yes, sir.
I was thinking we could just continue and then just finish it, and then
it all depends. It all depends on Congress. If they agree we continue from tomorrow, then it means they always have to quickly sit down. If they agree we have to do it during the weekend or something. The LOC is here to serve the union, sir.
What's the name? Clement, remember Chichimio.
Penny, I said, was secretary man is also, I don't know. Was secretary is okay.
Yeah,
okay, so SJ, you can speak.
We can propose a date, then the LOC can design the program outline in line with the proposed dates. So if we can go ahead, then I would suggest we continue from tomorrow and Tuesday. So probably by Tuesday we'll be done, then we hand over instead of the weekend.
Yes.
The
local weekend.
Local
weekend.
Thank you very much. So SG has proposed Monday and Tuesday to be added to the review process so that we can finish it.
Please,
any other proposal? Any other proposal?
Congress, don't be over. Hey, go for them, man. Jesus.
Let's finish hard. Finish hard.
Yes, Honorable
Okay,
Derek.
NJC Derek.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I think that I would want to side with the Honorable Secretary General for us to extend, the time for Congress, because as matters stands now, the moment the new NJC are sworn in and they do swear in the new executives, it means our tenure of office has officially ended, and yours has also ended without any maybe new Senate and all that. And that presupposes that we may not be able to continue with the review process as the old NJC, should we swear in the new executive. So I think that we need to hold on the swearing in and finish with the constitution review, and then officially we swear in the new executives and then wrap up Congress. Because until we do that, then it means that we cannot continue with the review process. Yeah. I don't know if my point is clear enough, please.
Yes, your point is very clear. But can you add some days? Maybe you can recommend, okay, just as Monday and Tuesday, if you.
Yes. Like I said, I was siding with the Honorable Secretary. She suggested Monday and Tuesday, so I think we can work with that. I think we can still see that we have a lot of the reviews left, and we must exhaust it before we Congress.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so Honorable Sam, NJC.
Okay, please, can I be heard?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. I agree with what my chairman said, but I will go for Tuesday and Wednesday for us to take a day rest, because this marathon is really it's hectic. Yeah, so please, I will suggest Tuesday, Wednesday. Nana, Mrs. say, and I know many congressmen here are also tired. Yeah, so Tuesday and Wednesday will help. Will help us so that we can take a day rest. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so the last one, Armayao, Shanghai Delegates, Shanghai FC.
Yeah, for me, I feel like
Sorry.
This one I check as a Woody Johnny, our pause on appetite to be film crying. I feel like we should just continue and get it done, by Tuesday, and then yeah, that's what I think.
We just finish it. Okay. Thank you very much, Amia. Okay, so we have three suggesting we continue. We are all tired, but we just finish hard. Okay, NJC is super brave. Okay, so can we finalize on this?
Colin say if Congress agrees that we will continue. Let's continue. If Congress, if Congress agrees, Congress is the highest decision body, we should continue. Yeah, no problem.
Okay. So thank you very much. Okay, so is there any other view for us not to continue? If there is no other view, I think then that is it.
Honorable boss, I say Obinsa also Ameya or Shanghai.
I think Ameya spoke.
Yeah, I just spoke.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I think with that said, that means we all agreeing that we're going with Monday and Tuesday. Okay, so just for confirmation, tech team, can you just let us agree that we are continuing on Monday and Tuesday? I think it's just a 1 minute thing that then we are just done. So tech team, I think you can just put it right before us. We all accept Monday and Tuesday, and then just for final confirmation, let us cast quickly. Cast the votes.
It's about 20 BBO.
Yeah, no.
Mr. Drew, I will do the Jaya Wako.
As a manunko.
Okay. I can see there's a hand up. Nanajwa in Kuma.
Hi. I was wondering, could we just get the time so we know if Monday and Tuesday is actually favorable to us?
Okay. The time in. Okay, let me leave the president to handle that. Yes.
I think from the look of how Congress, the proceedings of Congress, it's been starting from either 1 p.m. or from 5 p.m. or 7. So I'm sure the LOC is going to schedule somewhere around 5 p.m. I think, yeah, two days, 5 p.m. may be okay, I'm sure. But that's subjected to the LOC. I'm sure the LOC will start in the afternoon. It will most definitely be in the afternoon. Okay. So tech team, can we have? If not, we all just decide that it's okay. Monday and Tuesday. Is the tech team available to let us just cast the votes and then we just go? Okay, so perhaps the tech team is not available. Okay, so then we can just do this quickly. Okay, so yes, we are voting. Tech team, we are voting. So just give us the voting interface. Thank you very much. Thank you. So once you accept, that is, you accept for us to continue Congress on Monday and Tuesday. So that is just basically it. So once you accept that we have Congress on Monday and Tuesday. If you reject that we shouldn't have it on Monday and Tuesday. Thank you. I hope I'm clear. Okay, so we are done. So we are continuing Congress from Monday and Tuesday. So thank you very much for the vodcast. So on this note, we adjourn to tomorrow. Thank you very much, and let's have a wonderful evening. I think
Thank you. Oh, okay. So
another bonfire, Clement.
Oh, Pennyman Fansham is that audition cons answer LOC now the idea she LOC cons I and that LOC control that.
Yampe Samuel Wuhan. Yampe Samuel.
Maybe any someone here from your friend and Najwa. Your friend and not jump patch up, my man and I drop and I jump on pine.
Nana dropping.
Nana Joa,
Nana drop. Two frost.
Nana Joa, Juice, one. Sorry, ready.
Yeah, I'm a bomb of for don't buy TT and become.
Yeah, you do it.
Okay, yeah. Obin Pone and Koyango. Clement, yeah, finish it.
Nanajo Pacho, only uncle. Nanajo Ira, and then Nanajo FC, Nanajo Ginger.
Nanajo Nkuma.
Ofan
Shall we pray?
Sure.
So, Father, we thank you for a successful meeting. We pray, oh God, that even as we go to bed, let your angels take charge of us, protect us, and be with us in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At least wait there was saying 50 days.
Oh,
DJ, you be socialize kakao. No, you're not to asema ya.
I think
it's a normal salon here.